Fighting Intrepid aground on the western bank with a wide gap between her bow and the eastern bank, he tried to close this breach. He collided with Intrepid while turning. Since his own ship was not completely blocking the channel, Leake maneuvered her to the eastern bank. He abandoned ship, fired his charges. The entire ship's company left in one cutter. Although subjected to heavy machine gun fire, most of the crew managed to transfer to a motor launch and safety. Those standing on the compass platform of Warwick could see clearly over the mole's parapet. All three block ships were in the canal entrance. Admiral Keyes was not sure whether or not they had successfully blocked the canal, but there was nothing more Vindictive could do to help them. Her captain, Carpenter, had already decided it was time to leave. It was 12:50 a.m., and the block ships had had almost a half-hour to accomplish their mission. Vindictive's 2 sirens had been shot away, so Carpenter ordered Daffodil to sound the retirement signal. The ferryboat's sirens spluttered, gurgled, and shot up a veritable shower bath. Finally, it went from a low groan to a shriek. The Marines on the mole who heard the 4 blasts returned to the ship with their wounded and as many dead comrades as they could carry. The gangways were still heaving convulsively. One Marine hauled a wounded comrade aboard and gently lowered him to the deck. "I wasn't going to leave you, Bill," he was heard to say. The Vindictive crew cast off the hawser from Iris, the other ferryboat. She had arrived late with a load of Marines, but due to the swell had been unable to land them on the mole. Although she danced like a cork, some of her assault group had managed to leap onto Vindictive and join the attack. Iris had luckily escaped damage, but now she had to steam past the mole batteries. On Vindictive, Lieutenant Young, back at his post, despite a badly wounded arm, watched the ferry with sinking heart, remembering how his ship had been pummeled coming the other way. A minute later there came a crash and bang from the mole's naval guns. It was a terrible thing to watch. At that short range, the light fabric of the little ship was hulled through and through, flames and smoke spurting from her far side in the darkness, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Young thought Iris must be sinking. She was hit 10 times by small shells and twice by large shells from the shore. Part of the bridge was blown away, killing 2 officers and severely wounding Lieutenant G. Spencer. But he continued to con the ship until relieved. Heroism on Iris was common that night. Commander Valentine Gibbs lost both legs, but protested when medics started applying tourniquets. "Leave me alone," he said. "I want to get these men back home." His ship was saved by the daring efforts of Motor Launch 558, which darted out in front of her to lay down a dense smoke screen. But 77 officers and men were dead, with another 105 wounded. While Iris was being pummeled, Daffodil gave a snort as if relieved from having to hold Vindictive in place, then backed away. Aided by the tide, Vindictive swung away from the mole. The 2 gangways slipped off the wall and fell overboard, fouling the port propeller. This was quickly cleared, and at 1:11 a.m. Carpenter ordered full speed ahead. He gave instructions to turn on the artificial smoke apparatus, and in less than a minute the ship was shrouded. She steamed northwest at utmost speed, with flames pouring through the holes of the funnels. From the mole it looked as if Vindictive were on fire. Carpenter had the sensation of the ship jumping at irregular but frequent intervals. He figured that heavy shells were striking the water near the ship. If any hit, no serious damage was done, and in 20 minutes Vindictive passed the light of Blankenberg buoy. Ahead was the dark form of a vessel. It turned out to be one of their own destroyers, Moorson. With a pocket flashlight, an officer signaled her to guide Vindictive, whose compass was useless. Back at the mole, Sergeant Wright and his platoon heard the siren, but were told that it was not the proper retire signal, and went back to their post. Then, to their consternation, they saw Vindictive move away. They were stranded. It seemed cruelly hard to know we had come through that terrible experience unscathed, and now were left behind through no fault of our own. Admiral Keyes's flagship, Warwick, stood in toward Zeebrugge looking for stragglers. They met motor launch 282 coming out, packed with men. Keyes hailed Lieutenant P.T. Dean and asked how many he had picked up. About 70 was the answer, including a good many wounded. These were the survivors of Intrepid and Iphigenia, and all were transferred with difficulty to the battleship. The captains of the two block ships reported to the bridge. Billiard Leak might have stepped out of a military tailor's shop, recalled Keyes, equipped for the trenches, leather coat, shrapnel helmet, all complete, very erect and absolutely unperturbed. Bonham Carter was in a dirty wet vest and trousers since he had been swimming in the canal. He reported that he had sunk Intrepid across the canal and thought that she filled the fairway. At about 5 a.m., as Warwick was nearing Dover, she overhauled Vindictive, whose upper works looked very battered. Smoke and flame poured out of the holes in her funnels, but she was steaming at nearly 17 knots. Keyes informed Vindictive that the block ships had been sunk in the canal, and then signaled, "Operation successful. Well done, Vindictive." The crews of both ships cheered lustily as Warwick steamed past. On reaching Dover, Warwick ran alongside the hospital yacht and discharged the wounded. Then Keyes sent a telegram to the Admiralty, reporting that 2 of the block ships were, according to their captains, sunk in the correct positions. Soon after 8 a.m., Vindictive arrived. All the ships in the harbor mustered crews on the decks, and they cheered the returning heroes to the Echo. The Marine Battalion disembarked at 9:30 a.m., bade farewell to Captain Carpenter, the hero of the hour, and no one can describe what he has done, before entraining for Deal, where they marched through that town to their barracks. Admiral Keyes had breakfast with his wife, who related how she had spent an anxious night listening to the guns on the Flanders coast, which rattled her windows. She had sat up until 3 a.m. and then experienced a strong feeling that all was well, and that her husband was on his way home. Their triumph was somewhat diminished by bad news from Dunkirk. The blocking attempt at Ostend had failed, since the Germans had moved the light buoy that was guiding the 2 block ships, which, consequently, were sunk far from the canal mouth. Yet the great success at Zeebrugge, a feat worthy of Horatio Hornblower, more than compensated for this disappointment. The people of Britain were thrilled by an enterprise in the great tradition of Drake and Nelson. No incident had so moved British popular imagination. In Punch, a cartoon showed Drake's ghost telling Keyes, "Bravo, sir, tradition holds. My men singed a king's beard, and yours have singed a Kaiser's mustache." That morning, the Kaiser visited Zeebrugge to congratulate those heroes who had repelled the British assault. Sergeant Wright, captured during the night, got a brief glimpse of him. His Majesty complimented a British officer on the pluck shown by all ranks, and gave orders that all those captured in the raid should be treated well. He then offered to shake hands with the Briton, who stood at rigid attention, ignoring the royal hand. After inspecting the mole and the harbor, His Majesty telegraphed the General Staff that the British attack had been frustrated. 3 light cruisers, he said, had managed to enter the Zeebrugge harbor and scuttle themselves, but to no avail. This was correct. The blocking of the canal had failed. Submarines and destroyers were already bypassing the scuttled vessels. Materially, little was accomplished by the raid, but the morale effects were tremendous. "It's done more for the honor and reputation of the Navy than anything in the war," said Admiral Sir Walter Cowan. Winston Churchill declared that the raid had given back the Navy the panache that was lost at Jutland. There was rejoicing throughout the Allied world, for it proved that the British were not cowed by the great retreats on the Western Front. Englishmen knew how to fight and how to die. The gallantry at Zeebrugge was an inspiration to all those now trying to stem the German tide. And the 8 who won the Victoria Cross, along with all the others who fought at Zeebrugge, deserved the plaudits they were receiving from a grateful nation. 2. Lieutenant Zelter had been wakened by the guns of Zeebrugge. The windows of his bedroom were quivering. He thought at first that the thundering came from Mount Carmel, but discovered that it was from the coast. He ordered his film crew to prepare for an emergency and hastened to the intelligence officer for information. Hearing that it was a naval attack, Zelter said that at all costs he had to film what was going on. He was given permission to go, but warned to return by evening. The attack on Carmel was starting in 2 days. The film unit's automobile raced through the dark to Bruges, where the Navy Corps insisted on sending along an artillery officer as their escort to the scene of the battle. The intensity of gunfire increased as their Benz speeded on the road parallel to the canal. As they approached the harbor, the first light of day appeared. The mole was covered by dense sea fog. Furious gunfire was in progress, heavy and light artillery, punctuated by rifle and machine gun fire. Zelter insisted on getting out to the action and commandeered a small motorboat. On the right he made out 2 half-sunk ships. On their decks he was surprised to see a large number of barrels. On the left was the mole. The connecting bridge had somehow been blown up. Further on, sailors were lying inert or running about the mole. This must have been where the British had tried to land their assault party. Out in the mist to seaward, the fire of the British warships was diminishing. It was an unaccustomed sight for an infantryman. Smoke, fumes, and fog prevented any filming. Zelter ordered the boat to proceed slowly. He surveyed the scene on both sides. Flashes from the shore batteries were spurting out. From the sea, the British were still returning the fire. Shells dropped far to the right of his boat. As they struck, great fountains of water spewed up. When they hit the dunes, they raised what looked like gray-black trees. Finally, the sun came out, and Zelter and his crew began to take pictures. They came alongside one of the British block ships. The barrels were filled with cement. He climbed onto the deck, which was awash. All over the deck lay crowbars, cordage, large shell cartridges lashed together in threes. What boldness and determination it had taken to carry out such an operation. He made his way across the slippery deck and, with 2 officers, climbed up to the bridge to silently survey the strange scene. He couldn't help admiring the boldness and determination of the Englishmen who had navigated these ships. A notable feat, even if it had failed. Stout devils, those British bluejackets. Wasn't it, after all, idiotic that we should be trying to smash in each other's skulls and tear out each other's throats and entrails? If we fought not against one another but side by side, couldn't we together smash the whole world, or rule and lead in cooperation? The next day his film unit drove to a village at the base of Mount Carmel. As they walked through the empty, ruined streets, shells began to fall, and in minutes they were enshrouded in black fumes and clouds of red brick dust. Behind them lay the long ridge of Carmel, which was alive with brown, black, and white shell bursts. Tomorrow it would be theirs. At 2:30 a.m., April 25th, Zelter was wakened. Outside he could see flashes from the slopes of Carmel. It was normal. So far the enemy apparently had no suspicion what was coming. All at once there was a terrific crash, and from hundreds of big guns, gas shells began falling on French and British batteries in the rear areas. Shells exploded like some terrific firework, and the ridge loomed out of the night as if floodlit. Fiery rockets shot up as from the crater of a volcano. At 4:30 a.m., the bombardment stopped for a half-hour, and upon resumption, the front-line trenches became the main target. For almost an hour, shells fell on the French positions, far worse, recalled one veteran, than anything ever experienced at Verdun. By 6 a.m., practically all the French batteries were silenced or neutralized by gas. Only 6 French regiments held Kemmel, and at this moment they were being assaulted by 3.5 German divisions, with the burden of the attack falling on the Alpine Corps, a division, despite its name, which had failed to take the ridge near Bailleul on April 14th. These troops were eager to atone for Bailleul and were only stopped by their own creeping barrage. White flares shot up out of the smoke. "Shift fire forward." Almost instantly came a roaring, howling onslaught of shells. As the film crew followed the onrushing Alpine troops, the silhouette of Kemmel was sharp against the morning sky. Ahead they could see Germans attacking through the undergrowth. Machine guns chattered, rifles crackled angrily, hand grenades exploded with dull thuds. Behind, field guns already were being dragged up the slope by gunners and infantrymen. As men ahead fell, fresh waves of infantrymen filled the gaps. They disappeared behind a rise, emerging like shadows against the nearest slope. Wounded started drifting back, German, French, English. A supporting battery was firing its guns rhythmically, without pause. The men were in high spirits, singing the gunners' fighting song, "Wenn einer wüsst, wie einer misst." Zelter saluted the officer in charge, who excitedly waved his arms and pointed to the crest of Kemmel. "Forward! Forward!" In minutes, the film unit reached the first captured machine gun nest. Camouflage nets had been torn aside, revealing evidence of grim hand-to-hand fighting. The enemy positions rose like terraces. Everywhere was a crashing, roaring din. The infantry worked its way higher and higher, just behind the terrifying barrage. Zelter did his best to keep up with the advance and still film the amazing scenes around him. Just ahead, the barrage was concentrated on the long slope of the hill. The top of Kemmel abruptly emerged, and he saw silver flares darting up triumphantly. Mount Kemmel was German. By 7:10, the Alpine Corps reached the summit. In half an hour it was secured, and 800 prisoners taken. To the right, 10 minutes later, a regiment of the 56th Division swarmed into Kemmel village and took 1,600 prisoners. French infantry were already streaming down the other side of the hill, fleeing to the northwest. British troops coming up to join in the battle asked what had happened. The answer was one word: Gaz. The rush had put the Germans 2,000 yards behind the British right flank positions held by the Royal Scots. At 9:07, General von Lossberg, Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, telephoned Ludendorff that everything was going well, and he intended to develop the attack. Lossberg's enthusiasm was not shared by his superior, who stressed the very possible delivery of counterattacks by the enemy and the necessity of keeping reserves well forward. But Lossberg was so eager to extend the advance, he telephoned the Chief of Staff of the Guard Corps that matters were developing successfully. Lossberg ordered him to be ready to follow up if the British abandoned the Ypres salient. Zelter's crew was filming the slope, which was littered with dead. Throngs of prisoners streamed down from captured positions. This would make another wonderful picture to show the war-weary people back home what German soldiers could do. The pride and intoxication of being at such a historic scene overwhelmed the cameramen. They were dripping wet from exertion and excitement as they struggled up the last few hundred yards to the devastated crest of Kemmel. Before them lay a magnificent panorama, the smoke and fumes of battle and the fountains of earth as shells exploded. To the right they could see the towers of Ypres and a string of villages. To the left, out of sight, lay Calais and Dunkirk, the English Channel. A few hours later, the Germans deciphered a British wireless message announcing the loss of Kemmel and the necessity of holding the line to the north. After consulting with subordinate commanders, Lossberg decided to resume the offensive the next morning. In London that day there seemed to be more interest in their internal battles than in the grave loss of Mount Kemmel. Enemies of Lloyd George were charging that he, not Haig or Gough, was personally responsible for the debacle of March 21st. And there was much gossip in high circles about feather-headed Lord Derby, who had been fired as War Minister and sent in semi-disgrace to Paris as ambassador. Lloyd George was grumbling about Ireland. The day before he had abused that unhappy land to Henry Wilson. "I wish your damned country was put at the bottom of the sea." Wilson chaffed that this was simply because the Prime Minister would not or could not govern Ireland. "Altogether," he noted in his diary, "Lloyd George's government is in a rather rocky condition." About the time the Germans were securing the summit of Kemmel, Wilson told Lord Milner, Derby's replacement, that if a Home Rule Bill was brought in putting Northern Ireland under Dublin, there could be civil war, and there weren't enough troops in Ireland to cope with such a situation. At the House of Commons, Churchill did talk about the military crisis and munitions production. The present problem, he said, was manpower. After appealing for men to enroll as war munitions volunteers, he praised working men and women for their great work. They certainly didn't deserve the carping and croaking which goes on about the attitude of labor towards the war. He particularly commended the nearly 750,000 women employed by his Ministry of Munitions. They were responsible for 90% of the shells which constitute the foundations of the power and terror of the British artillery. He ended his hour-and-a-half address with a ringing tribute to the people of Britain. "No demand is too novel or too sudden to be met. No need is too unexpected to be supplied. No strain is too prolonged for the patience of our people. No suffering or peril daunt their hearts. Instead of quarreling, giving way as we do from time to time to moods of pessimism and of irritation, we ought to be thankful that if such trials and dangers were destined for our country, we are here to share them and to see them slowly and surely overcome." These last words could have been taken as criticism of those running the country, who were busy snapping at each other instead of inspiring the people. Surprisingly, Lord Derby was assuming his new responsibilities as ambassador to France with good humor. Haig found him a different man, in such good spirits and eating well. At dinner he even slyly joked about his predicament. "Bad lot, these politicians, aren't they?" "I don't know," said Haig with a chuckle. "I haven't had much experience with them." Everyone laughed at this. "You are a qualified diplomat yourself," said Derby. "We shall yet see you as our honored representative." Derby enjoyed dealing with the French and was getting along well with Clemenceau. On the day Kemmel fell, he wrote his close friend, Foreign Secretary Balfour, "What amuses me is Clemenceau's open contempt of our PM. He evidently thinks he can do what he wants with him." The next day, Henry Wilson made another trip to France. Unlike most passengers, he enjoyed the trip across the Channel and always made his way to the bridge, no matter how rough the weather. He first visited Haig's headquarters at Montreuil, where he learned that the French had given up Kemmel after several hours' bombardment without much of a fight. How they managed to leave it, Haig had just written his wife, I don't know. Early that afternoon, Haig himself visited that area for two reasons. He wanted a first-hand look at the critical situation, and he also wished to confer with Admiral Keyes. They met at Second Army headquarters. With General Plumer, they watched British guns blasting the top of Mount Kemmel. Later, Haig told Keyes that since it was essential to keep contact with the left flank of the French army, Dunkirk might have to be abandoned before long. Keyes protested. Dunkirk was vital to safeguard communications across the Channel. Haig replied that it was a choice of evils, and we simply could not afford to lose touch with the French left, and heaven only knew where that would be before long. Keyes returned to Dunkirk feeling rather depressed, while Haig arrived back at his headquarters, still fuming over the French retreat. In his diary he wrote that cavalry had to collect French fugitives from Kemmel and prevent a rout. What allies to fight with! The following morning, April 27th, Haig met with Clemenceau, Foch, Milner, and Wilson at Abbeville. Tempers flared during a discussion of Kemmel. Foch used the French losses as an excuse to deny any support to the British, who were fighting off heavy attacks in the Amiens area. Wilson pointed out that in the past month the 60 British divisions had suffered 300,000 casualties, while Foch's 100 divisions only had lost between 60,000 and 70,000. "If this goes on," he said, "and we start a roulement, the British army will disappear and we shall lose the war." He proposed that the French take some of the punishment, but Foch stubbornly refused to relieve during a battle. After the meeting broke up, Wilson went for a walk with Clemenceau. I then tried to find out whether Foch favored covering the ports or retiring behind the Somme. I tried hard, but he absolutely refused to consider the problem. He said that he would not go back a yard, that he would stop the Boche, etc., etc. Of course, this must not rest here, and I mean to have it out. The attitudes of Foch and Tiger were difficult, and it is clear to me that we must assert ourselves much more. The attacks in the Kemmel area continued, and on the morning of April 29th a report was received at Haig's headquarters that the Germans had pushed on to capture those hills beyond Kemmel, the Scherpenberg, along with the whole range of the Mont Rouge-Mont Noir heights. The news was so serious, so unexpected, and so unaccountable, recalled one of Haig's staff officers, George Dewar, that it was received with a gasp of incredulous laughter. Even the French couldn't have collapsed so completely. The loss was confirmed by General Plumer, who had been in direct communication with the French corps concerned. Incredulity gave place to acute anxiety and redoubled activity. Plumer's entire Second Army was in desperate danger. My experience is that the situation is never so bad nor so good as first reports indicate, Haig told his chief of staff. But he left for the north as fast as his car could take him. An hour later, a third report came in. The entire story was a mistake started by an overexcited French artillery observer. While Haig was up north, he talked first with Plumer and then General Godley of 22nd Corps, who was very disgusted with the action, or rather inaction, of the French. They produce excellent orders, talk about organization en profondeur, but nothing ever happens. The French debacle at Mount Kemmel was the main topic of discussion in Paris. "I am quite certain the French are letting us down, and badly too," wrote Darby, whose reputation for weakness was not altogether justified. Admittedly of a wavering nature and an inveterate gossip, the new ambassador was a shrewd observer of human nature, and his lengthy and formal letters to the Foreign Secretary were revealing, if a bit malicious. Their one idea is to cover Paris, and I am sure they look upon keeping the Channel ports as being quite of a secondary matter. The division that was detached to defend Kemmel was a division which had been taken out of the line further south because it had fought badly. They made no attempt to defend the place. There is apparently not only a bitter feeling between French and English, but in our army. I am afraid there is a feeling with regard to Robertson's resignation, or whatever it was, and they are inclined, especially in the higher ranks, to put a lot of blame on Wilson for all our troubles. He repeated his conviction that Clemenceau was anti-Lloyd George, only, he stressed, to put Balfour on guard. "I can't trust the PM. He never believes anything which is not in accordance with his own views, and Henry Wilson is too French." Fortunately for the Allies, the bad feeling between French and British, as well as their own internal feuds, was not accompanied by a vigorous German attack. Ludendorff's troops had run out of supplies and energy. Their assault groups were exhausted and becoming dispirited. At dinner that night, General Butler of Third Corps told Haig that the enemy was not fighting with the same determination he showed at the beginning of the battle. The prisoners, too, seem now to be careless as to who wins as long as the war ends. Next day, Lieutenant Heinrich Lahm's company near Mount Carmel was attacked, and he crawled out to the forward positions to see what had happened. Finding the first guard sleeping like a sack, he smacked him with a broom. The man cleared his throat and fell back to sleep. The next guard was also asleep. Lahm did nothing, for he saw this was not normal sleep, but almost like death. These men were utterly exhausted by continual battle. He hurried to the next guard, who was half awake. "7th Company?" asked Lahm. The other man only said, in a daze, and didn't even know there had been an attack. My God, he must have slept through it. Lahm crawled along with his broom, looking for his missing company. He found empty trenches, deserted shelters. He kept calling, "7th Company!" Silence. "Can't you at least answer me?" he shouted. "Must you sleep the whole night?" Pang, pang! Bullets whistled past his ears. "It's me, you jokers!" he shouted. He crawled into a dark shelter, touched something soft. It was a comrade, asleep. He shook the man. No answer. Then he felt the face, ice cold. An electric shock went through his body. The helmet was English. It was an enemy. Something rustled. "7th Company?" No answer. "A nice company," he said. "Can't you answer at all? Where's the corporal?" Suddenly, shouting men in kilts charged at him with bayonets. All Lahm could do was exclaim, "I'm lost!" A Highlander fingered the German's shoulder strap and said, "One officer." The fierce-looking enemy all at once became friendly. Everyone offered him a drink. Lahm thanked them but refused. One fat Highlander who smelled strongly of alcohol kept pushing a bottle at him. "Drink, comrade!" Another offered him a piece of bread. In appreciation, Lahm handed over his pistol. It was the end of the war for him, and the end of the second German offensive. Bitterly disappointed, Ludendorff called off the battle. Twice he had come close to victory, but this time several German divisions had been reluctant to attack, and others had looted and drunk themselves senseless after success. He blamed all this on the Reichstag for weakening military discipline. In each offensive he had won tactical success and had scored a breakthrough, but each time he had failed to reach his strategic aim. Perhaps that aim was impossible to realize, for each of the two great attacks had ended in a battle of attrition. The modern battle of material seemed to defy Schlieffen's postulate of the decisive battle. 3. On May Day, the Supreme War Council met again, this time under no pressure of imminent disaster, but with the usual sharp differences of opinion. Clemenceau began by berating both the Americans and British. He opposed the recent agreement between Pershing and Lord Milner to let the British have the entire May allotment of 100,000 American troops. "The French have not been consulted," he said with some petulance. "We might suppose that in compensation the American troops arriving in June would be given to France, but it now appears they are also to join the British. I wish to protest that this is unsatisfactory." Ordinarily calm, Milner was incensed. "Monsieur Clemenceau has intimated there was something mysterious about the London agreement." He and Pershing had no intention of depriving France of any American troops. "I do not know that anything has been said regarding their allotment on arrival in France. We simply wanted to hasten their coming." Pershing was just as irritated as Milner. "There is no agreement between my government and anyone else that a single American soldier shall be sent to either the British or French." He pointed out that Clemenceau himself had approved that 6 divisions should go to the beleaguered British. Clemenceau tried to brush this aside. "Well, I won't argue about that," he said, and grumbled that when 4 are in alliance, 2 of them can't act independently. "I accept what has been done for May, but I want to know what is intended for June." With supreme tact, Lloyd George restored harmony. "I am of Monsieur Clemenceau's opinion. The interests of the Allies are identical. We must not lose sight of that, otherwise the unity of command has no meaning." He reminded the French that 10 British divisions had been so severely handled since March 21st that they could not be reconstituted. While admitting this, Foch pointed out France's recent serious losses. "So American aid is now needed almost as much for France as for Great Britain." The long-drawn argument continued to the obvious distaste of Haig. What a waste of time. Most annoying was Pershing's insistence on America having its own army. "I must insist on its being recognized," he had announced. "The principle of unity must prevail in our army. It must be completely under its own command. I should like to have a date fixed when this will be realized." How very obstinate and stupid, thought Haig. Pershing did not seem to realize the urgency of the situation. He hankers after a great self-contained American army, but seeing that he has neither commanders of divisions, of corps, nor of armies, nor staffs for same, it is ridiculous to think such an army could function unaided in less than 2 years' time. Henry Wilson agreed heartily. Pershing, he wrote in his diary, was maddeningly mulish. During the day, Clemenceau protested to Derby that there were 1 million trained soldiers in England kept there only for home defense. Derby tried to explain that these were invalids, sick and wounded, prison guards, troops manning forts and anti-aircraft stations. "Rest assured," he said, "that whatever men we have who are fit for service will be sent to France." But it was apparent, Derby wrote Balfour, that Clemenceau didn't believe a word he said. "And I am sure," he added, "that the feeling of doubt that he expressed on the subject is one that is shared by both Clemenceau and Foch. As I have told you before, there is no doubt a strong undercurrent of feeling existing in this country against us, and it is based on the idea that we are not doing all that we can or ought to do in the way of manpower." The next morning, a secret meeting between the French and English was held at a private home in Abbeville to discuss the military crisis. In the event of unavoidable retirement, asked General Wilson, should they fall back on the Channel ports or retire behind the Somme? "Ni l'un ni l'autre. Neither one nor the other," persisted Foch. To Wilson this was no answer, and he repeated the question. Haig cut in to say that it was vital to hold on to the French. Separation from the French lines, he said, would mean absolute disaster, as both army and ports would be lost. Cornered, Foch said that if the ports were lost, he would fall back to the south, but that would never happen. "Jamais, jamais, jamais." He kept repeating the phrase in half-bantering tones, along with such phrases as "Ne bougez pas, jamais, jamais, jamais." Through all this, Lloyd George, Milner, and Clemenceau sat in wondering silence. "It was a remarkable scene," recalled Hankey. "Henry Wilson, Haig, and Pétain arguing for withdrawal behind the Somme, Foch half chaffing, half contemptuous, rejecting the whole thesis, the statesman listening for once instead of talking most of the time, and vastly intrigued at the experience. Foch won his way, and it was decided unanimously that the British would hold on to the French first, and the ports second. Although Lloyd George had played little part in this hot discussion, Haig wrote his wife after the Prime Minister's departure for England. "I must say that I am not sorry to see the back of Lloyd George. He strikes me as such a thorough humbug. Always most civil to me personally, and very entertaining at dinner, but I fear only thinks of what will pay himself, and is thoroughly dishonest. 4. Ever since Lloyd George's unwise and false remarks in Commons on April 9th, his opponents had been sniping at his claim that the British Army was stronger on March 21st than it had been for a year. His unjustified slur on Haig and Gough came back to haunt him a few days before the Germans took Mount Carmel. On April 22nd, the War Office reported in its weekly summary that the German infantry had outnumbered the Allies in the Great Offensive by 330,000 men. Lloyd George was outraged and caught off guard. "Alas," he later wrote, "all of a sudden our superiority disappeared in a weekend. The disaster that tore such a yawning chasm in the Allied battalions occurred not on the blood-stained fields of France, but in a carpeted chamber of the War Office. The devastation of our ranks was not wrought by German artillery, but by a British fountain pen." These new figures, he reasoned, had been suddenly produced only to embarrass him. "I realized that the battle had been transferred to the home front." His fury was turned on the new War Minister, Lord Milner, who had permitted the new figures to be published by his department. Was it a blunder by an old exhausted man, an oversight, or part of the conspiracy to drive him out of office? He wrote Milner a scorching note challenging the new figures as extraordinarily slipshod, and called for a thorough investigation of those responsible for issuing the dastardly document. He also brought up the subject before the Cabinet. Wilson could not explain the discrepancy between the figures and disclaimed all responsibility. Nor did the Director of Military Intelligence know anything of the fresh estimate. The culprit was evidently General Frederick Morris, who had that day been relieved of his duties as Director of Military Operations. Lloyd George had done so out of suspicion that Morris, a close friend and confidant of former Chief of Staff Robertson, was now openly working against the government. Release of the embarrassing report, he was sure, had been Morris's revenge. It was true that Morris had stoutly supported Robertson, Haig, and others detested by Lloyd George, but he had nothing to do with the report. The son of a distinguished soldier and the grandson of F.D. Morris, the Christian socialist, he was described by the Manchester Guardian as the most dry, reserved, and punctilious man in the War Office. He had not even read Lloyd George's April 9th speech until the 20th. It had shocked him, for he considered it clearly an attempt to shovel off responsibility on the soldiers while appearing to treat them generously. 2 days later, Morris left for a week's leave in the country, where he finally had time to study the Prime Minister's speech. "Simultaneously," he wrote afterward, "I learned that a scheme for removing Haig from the Supreme Command in France was rapidly coming to a head. This was part of the Prime Minister's assault on the army, first Robertson, then Gough and Haig. Moreover, he was seriously concerned by the constant slurs cast upon the army and by the effect all this was having on morale in the armed forces. Recently, Gough had written Sergeant Maz, "As for myself, I am quite unmoved by my so-called evil fortune, as my own conscience is clear, and I know the Fifth Army fought and was fought out magnificently. But I am anxious about the general situation. It is not too good anyhow, and to add to it, we have these vile and rotten politicians surrounded with their intrigues at the head of the government. They are our real danger." Morris felt that something should be done, and he should do it, regardless of the cost to himself. He told his wife of the personal crisis he was facing and of his growing conviction that if Lloyd George's vendetta against the army succeeded, the war would be lost. He also told her that the truth was being withheld from the people and could only come to light if Parliament discovered the facts. A devoutly religious woman, she supported his resolve. On the last day of April, he wrote Henry Wilson, calling his attention to the incorrect statements made by the Prime Minister and Bonner Law, his Chancellor of the Exchequer. The general effect has been, I am told, to produce a feeling of distrust and lack of confidence in France. There being no reply, on May 5th, Morris wrote his children, Nancy and Frederick, "I have decided to take a very important step which may make a great difference to our lives, and I want you to know about it before it happens. But you must not tell a soul before you hear it in the papers. You know that for some time past the government has not been telling the truth about the war. Their object is to show that they did everything possible and that the blame rests with the generals. This is absolutely untrue, and I am one of the few people who know the facts. I am, in fact, the only soldier who knows them and is not actually employed. I have therefore decided to write the letter, which I enclose to the papers, and I hope it will appear on Tuesday. This is, of course, a breach of military discipline. But there are occasionally, not often, thank God, times when duty as a citizen comes before duty as a soldier. And after long and careful thought, I am convinced this is one of them. They may turn me out of the army, and you may suffer in consequence, though I will do my best to see that you don't. I hope you will think that I am right. Mother has never wavered since I told her, and that has been a great support to me. I am persuaded that I am doing what is right, and once that is so, nothing else matters to a man. This is, I believe, what Christ meant when he told us to forsake father and mother and children and wife for his sake. It has been a difficult decision, for, as you know, I love the army, and I have you all and mother to think of, but it is made now, and you must help me to make the best of it. Your loving Father." His own integrity, as well as the tradition of social conscience inherited from his family, made it impossible for him to do otherwise. "I knew that I was sacrificing a career of some promise and giving up my means of livelihood," he later wrote, "but I believed that I was acting rightly, and that if I was right I would not suffer materially." The following day he took the letter to Colonel Repington of the Morning Post. In it, Morris flatly said that statements made by Lloyd George on April 9th formed part of a series of misstatements which have been made recently in the House of Commons by the present government. He then assured the public that this letter is not the result of a military conspiracy, but was written in the hope that Parliament may see fit to order an investigation into the statements I have made. Repington's superior agreed to publish the letter the following day. Morris also sent copies to the Times, Daily News, Daily Chronicle, and Daily Telegraph, then left for the country, resolved that he would not take a personal role in the controversy that was certain to erupt in the morning. On May 7th, all of the newspapers printed the letter except the Daily Telegraph. The charge that Lloyd George's statement that the Army had been stronger in 1918 than a year earlier was false created even more of a sensation than Morris envisaged. The Morning Post lauded the former director of military operations for his chivalry and attacked the Prime Minister for failing to keep the Western Front up to its proper strength, and now not even his press will be able to save him. The loyal papers, the Daily Express and the Daily Mail, predictably assaulted Morris and were even more violent against Asquith, the opposition leader, who was calling for an inquiry into the allegations. But the Manchester Guardian, usually friendly to the government, declared that Morris's statements went to the heart of the responsibility for our recent reverses. As soon as Henry Wilson got to his office, he asked the Adjutant General to write an official letter to Morris asking why he had written such a letter. Then the Chief of Staff went to Downing Street, where the Cabinet held a long argument and wrangle, finally agreeing to set up a court of honor consisting of 2 judges of the High Court to inquire into the charge of misstatements alleged to have been made by Lloyd George and Bonner Law. But at 5 p.m. Lloyd George called Hankey to say that he had decided to resist Asquith's proposal for an inquiry. Instead, he would make a great speech to Parliament in which he would tell as much as possible and perhaps more than he would have wished. He gave Hankey the task of preparing the brief for such an address. Hankey had already been writing an immense précis of the whole affair since lunch. Working with relays of stenographers, he completed the brief at 9:30 p.m. and brought it to Lloyd George. I had to do the whole thing myself because much of it was in the proceedings of international conferences and minutes of especially hush meetings of the War Cabinet, and some in this diary even. Of course, the issue is immensely wider than the small charges in Morris's letter. The fate of the government hung in the balance. That evening the lobbies of Parliament were in a hubbub. The entire country was extremely excited, for the Morris scandal was being supported or damned in countless homes, public meetings, bars, boardrooms, and pubs. Reuters' reports to France were read eagerly by everyone at Haig's headquarters. They admired Freddie Morris's pluck in publishing the letter. And whatever other effects it may have, wrote General John Charteris in his diary, it should go far to bring about a more wholesome atmosphere in the Cabinet and Parliament. There are strange rumors here that L.G. had intended to remove D.H. to succeed Lord French as Commander-in-Chief at home, and that Morris's letter has at least stopped that scheme, and D.H. remains here for the time being. General Blank came to see me today, full of admiration for Morris, and anxious to write himself and endorse Morris's facts. Blank's letter would of course be authoritative, for he deals with the side of the question here, but it would bring D.H. into it, and unless L.G. fails, that would inevitably mean D.H.'s removal. I'm afraid Morris will have to stand alone. Haig, however, let it be known that he believed the Morris letter was very ill-advised, since it offended his ideas of discipline. All the same, he admired Morris for writing it. It will be a salutary check on the Cabinet's fixed belief that they can publish any misstatement they like without any contradiction from the services. In Paris, Lord Derby was enjoying the fracas from afar. In another long letter to London, this congenital gossip couldn't conceive why Morris had taken such a drastic step. Of course he is a great friend of Robertson and a bitter foe of Henry Wilson, and he may want to bring the latter down together with the PM in revenge for the treatment of Robertson. Here the whole place is buzzing, and the result is disastrous. They are always arguing here that we give them false figures about our manpower. It is apparently Clemenceau's favorite topic, and here, they say, is justification for all we have said, because I must tell you that Morris speaks the truth and not our beloved PM or melancholy Bonner. Of course, amongst the French soldiers there is, I am told, only one feeling, of blank astonishment at such a thing being possible. For an officer of high standing to give the lie direct to the government of the day is to him an unheard of and undreamt of, this word undecipherable in original manuscript, and they are wondering how soon he will be shot. I suppose the PM will be able, in his own sweet way, to reconcile his figures with facts. Next morning, May 8th, the Daily Mirror headline read, Premier to ask House to judge Morris. Mr. Lloyd George to give facts and figures in open session tomorrow. To stand or fall by the decision. The Express countered, quoting the Prime Minister's sarcastic reference to the coming debate as Morris's dance. The paper scathingly pointed to the strange bedfellows in the Morris camp. Pacifists and placemen are reinforced by the ultra-Tories who have not yet discovered that we are in the 20th century and that the war has caused every social arrangement to suffer a sea change, and by the extreme militarists who resent civilian control and would have us governed by a junta of generals. Most of labor and the trade union movement also vigorously supported Lloyd George. One group of workers at Woolwich Arsenal telegraphed him, Hold fast. We are with you because you are the people's Prime Minister and our symbol of victory. The Germans want you to go, but we, the workers, do not want you to go. Your enemies are our enemies. Damn them all. God save England. During the cabinet meeting, Lloyd George told his colleagues what he intended to say the next day, and at 6 p.m. rehearsed his speech for Milner, Chamberlain, and Hankey, who cut it about a good deal. The Prime Minister was confident and in good spirits. The day of the debate, Thursday, May 9th, was fine and bright. There was no cabinet meeting, and at 1 p.m. Hankey was at 10 Downing Street checking the notes of Lloyd George's speech and making some alterations. In fighting trim, the Prime Minister was on the terrace walking up and down with Bonar Law. The latter felt insulted by Morris and was nervous. "The case," he fretted, "seems so strong that I cannot help feeling that Morris, who is a clever man, has something up his sleeve." He need not have worried. The leader of the opposition, Asquith, was preparing his own speech without the help of Morris, who had unwisely kept his resolve to remain in the country. This fatalistic, almost masochistic attitude was characteristic of Morris. From the beginning he had predicted, as if from presentiment, that he would have to suffer for his action. Hankey lunched alone with the Prime Minister, as he always did before a major speech. Though cheerful, the latter was in a chastened mood. He admitted that speeches dealing with facts and figures were not his strong point, and that his Celtic temperament made him unable to resist stretching them to their entire limits. Since he was in a much less truculent frame of mind than usual, Hankey took the opportunity of urging Lloyd George to let the new Viceroy of Ireland form an Irish cabinet as preparation for Home Rule, and to try voluntary recruiting before enforcing conscription. To Hankey's delight, the Prime Minister agreed. By the time Lloyd George reached the House of Commons, he was as fit and bouncing as a champion boxer entering the ring. Asquith opened the debate with a suave, highly polished, and ineffective speech, calling for a select committee to investigate the Morris charges. He barely mentioned the Morris letter itself, and his verbose comments were finally interrupted by a minor MP who shouted, "Get on with the war!" Within moments after Lloyd George took the floor, he had the House in hand, thanks to a brilliant concoction of truth, half-truth, and misstatement that crushed the Morris charges. The killing blow came when he categorically stated, "The figures I gave were taken from the official records of the War Office, for which I sent before I made the statement. If they were incorrect, General Morris was as responsible as anyone else. There is absolutely no doubt that there was a very considerable addition to the manpower of the army in France at the beginning of 1918, as compared with the manpower at the beginning of 1917. He expressed regret that Mr. Asquith had failed to deprecate General Morris's grave breach of discipline, which set a most subversive example to the army at large, and concluded with a plea to the members to rally behind the government in this worst crisis of the war. I really beg and implore for our common country, the fate of which is in the balance now and in the next few weeks, that there should be an end of this sniping." Opposition was crushed, and Walter Runciman, who was to have wound up for the opposition, looked utterly miserable. He never rose. The vote was an anticlimax, with the government defeating the opposition by 293 to 106. A pretty girl sitting next to the wife of the leader of the opposition said, "I suppose, Mrs. Asquith, my poor father's cause will never be heard." "Is your father General Morris?" It was. "No, my dear, the government will take good care of that." The man who had written the brief, Hankey, thought that the speech was a superb parliamentary effort. Nevertheless, I felt all the time that it was not the speech of a man who tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. For example, while he had figures from the DMO's department showing that the fighting strength of the army had increased from 1st January 1917 to 1918, he had the Adjutant General's figures saying the precise contrary, but was discreetly silent about them. This knowledge embarrassed me a little when MPs of all complexions kept coming to the official gallery to ask me what was the real truth. This passage was deleted from Hankey's own account of the debate. apparently out of loyalty to his employer. Fortunately, Hankey's able biographer, Stephen Roskill, had loyalty only to the facts. Much of the press hailed Lloyd George's great victory as an end to any further serious opposition. "Morris was apparently crushed," wrote Wilson in his diary, "and he ought to be. I think he is mad for vanity." In Paris there was little sympathy for Morris. That day Derby wrote Balfour that the affair was creating the very worst impression. Quite apart from the extraordinary lack of discipline it shows, and which has shocked the French people, both soldiers and civilians, it is looked upon as an attack on the Supreme War Council, and as such is bitterly resented. Asquith having taken the question up has made them even more suspicious. At luncheon with American Ambassador William Sharp and French Foreign Minister Pichon, Derby took it upon himself to state definitely that the question of the Supreme War Council was in no danger, especially emphasizing the loyalty of Haig to Foch and saying that was symbolical of the loyalty of the whole country and the army to this supreme command. This comment pleased both listeners, and Derby concluded his letter with the hope that he had done some good. While Haig remained loyal and still decried Morris's action, he wrote his wife, "Poor Morris! How terrible to see the House of Commons so easily taken in by a claptrap speech by Lloyd George. The House is really losing its reputation as an assembly of common-sense Britishers. However, I don't suppose that Morris has done with LG yet." "Soldiers are so stupid," Lord Esher, a man of sound sense and sly malice, wrote to Hankey. "They never understand that politics is not a battle. Morris will be let down by all those who have used him." Clemenceau's comment was, "Why do soldiers try to fence with politicians?" On May 11th, General Morris was retired on the half-pay of a major, £225 a year. It was a spiteful piece of vengeance that was resented by many military men, and those in the War Office who knew that Lloyd George had used false figures were so indignant they passed this information on to their chief, Lord Milner. This strictly honourable man brought it up at a meeting on May 15th after everyone was dismissed except Lloyd George, Hankey, Wilson, and himself. He revealed that a mistake had been discovered about the figures of the British fighting strength. Of course, the Prime Minister already knew this, but, pretending innocence, replied that he could not be held responsible for an error which had been made in General Morris's department, and that ended the whole matter. Colonel Walter Kirk, responsible for issuing the first incorrect figures, had expected that the House of Commons would be informed of the mistake and so rectify the injustice done Morris. Indignant, he wrote a minute to the Director of Military Operations, Morris's successor, requesting that the correction be made without delay. General P. de B. Radcliffe replied that it was not in the interests of the service to take further action. "I consider that you have done all that is necessary or desirable in the matter, and I will take the responsibility for it." Although Morris was officially discredited, he accepted a handsome offer to write for the Daily Chronicle. This brought an admonitory but friendly letter from Lord Milner, impressing on him the importance of not giving information to the enemy in his articles. Morris politely replied that he would not indulge in any recriminations nor attempt to open the case until I am asked authoritatively to do so. He added, "I shall regard the censor as a help and not as an enemy, as it is always possible that I may quite inadvertently hint at something which it is not in the public interests to have published." On that same day, May 17th, General Robertson also wrote Milner, assuring him that the rumors being circulated that he was conspiring with Morris, Asquith, and others to bring down the Lloyd George government were utterly false. Milner replied that he had heard the rumors but never credited them. "As you say, there is much mischief and intrigue in the air. I am doing all I possibly can to put a stop to a most poisonous controversy, which threatens not only to sow distrust of the civil authorities in the army, but, on the other hand, to excite public opinion against some of our leading soldiers, and again to create factions within the army itself. All this is thoroughly bad, and every man who has the country's interest at heart must leave no stone unturned to put a stop to it. I feel confident that you will help in this, and I can assure you that I, on my side, will continue to do what lies in my power in the same direction. Whether it is the Morning Post abusing the government or the Daily Mail abusing what it calls the old gang, it is all equally detestable. And with the enemy at our gates, we simply must close our ranks and put an end to this eternal discord. This was advice sorely needed by all the Allies, but unfortunately Lord Milner now had little influence with Lloyd George, who pettishly excluded him from meetings of the War Cabinet on the grounds that the old man's health was failing. Nor was there any sign that the Prime Minister's bitter feud with his generals was ending. A few days earlier Haig wrote his wife, "I hope you are not troubling your little head over the idle gossip which is passed on to you regarding me and the possibility of my being appointed Commander-in-Chief at home. I have every confidence in Milner as S.of.S. for war. He is not mixed up in politics, and I am convinced he is an honest man and means to do his best for the army and the country without considering his own personal interests." It was tragic that two such extraordinary and able men as Haig and Lloyd George were at odds. Despite faults, Haig was the best man to lead the army, and Lloyd George the best to lead the nation. They disagreed only on one major point. Haig felt the war could only be won on the Western Front, while the Prime Minister wanted a victory that cost fewer lives. Both were dedicated to defeating Germany, but to gain it they would have to work in tandem. "There are upon the side of the Allies only two fighters," Lord Esher wrote Haig, "you and Lloyd George. I apologize for the bracket, but it is a hard fact." It is difficult to imagine two men more unlike in appearance, size, demeanor, temperament, and character, but both had proved plucky in adversity, and the winning of the war would probably depend on their working in harmony. Though the second German offensive had been stopped, Ludendorff was already planning two more. There remained doubt that sufficient Americans could be properly trained in time to help stop these new attacks, and it was obvious to those behind the scenes that the French army was far from the formidable force it was before the 1917 mutinies. Their people were also war-weary, and many French workers, inflamed by left-wing pacifists, were disgruntled. Recently, 4 cavalry divisions had to be held in the interior to handle disorders. Strikes in the Loire could only be quelled by force, and another major strike had just broken out in the Paris Renault factory. These workers were protesting the draft, the use of foreigners in the plant, and the rejection of the enemy's peace offers made in 1917. Darby summed it up. "I think this period of tension and waiting for the great attack is having rather a bad effect on people's nerves, and their confidence is a little losing out." The fate of the world was still at stake in mid-May, and victory for the Allies would have to be won at home, as well as on the battlefield. Chapter 7. Intervention 1. March 18th to May 26th. 1. On March 18th, 3 days before Ludendorff had launched Operation Michael, a message from Foreign Secretary Balfour was delivered to President Wilson, warning him that the danger in the East was now great and imminent. The new Bolshevist nation was at the mercy of German exploitation, and only Allied intervention from Siberia and the northern ports would save the day. He stressed that Japan would send troops to Vladivostok only as a friend of Russia and under the mandate of the Allies. This was the only solution, concluded Balfour, but it could not be effected without American support. Even so, President Wilson could not be persuaded to abandon his hands-off policy, And it took unexpected events in Vladivostok to change stalemate into crisis. On March 24th, Bolsheviks seized the telegraph office. Rumors began to spread of a combined German-Bolshevik attack on Allied war stores in the port. 2 days later, Admiral Knight, commander of the American Asiatic Fleet, telegraphed that there was marked unrest in the city, with danger of conflict between Soviet and conservatives. 48 hours later, he reported that the danger the supplies would be commandeered was such that it may compel us to land. On the morning of April 4th, several men in Bolshevik uniforms entered a Japanese shop with a demand for money. After the staff refused, the raiders opened fire, wounding 3 clerks. 1 died. Early the next morning, the Japanese naval commander, Admiral Kato, on his own initiative landed 500 Marines to safeguard the lives and property of Japanese citizens. They were followed shortly by 50 Marines from the British cruiser Suffolk with orders to guard the consulate. British involvement had come because of a snap judgment by a Japanese officer and without any consultation between the two countries. The American, Admiral Knight, merely watched the operation. The Bolsheviks were taken by surprise, and there was no resistance as the foreigners took up positions throughout the city. There was instant alarm in Moscow. Lenin telegraphed Vladivostok, "It is probable, in fact almost inevitable, that the Japanese will advance. Undoubtedly the Allies will help them. We must prepare ourselves immediately, straining all energies to this end." With Trotsky now Commissar for War, a statement was issued by Georgy Chicherin, the new Foreign Commissar. It denied any knowledge of the murder of the merchant and charged that the Japanese imperialists only wished to strangle the Soviet Revolution, to cut Russia off from the Pacific Ocean, to seize the rich territories of Siberia, and to enslave the Siberian workers and peasants. And what were the plans of the Allies? The American government, it seems, was against the Japanese invasion, but now the situation can no longer remain indefinite. England intends to act hand in hand with Japan in working Russia's ruin. That evening, Chicherin summoned representatives of the Allies for an explanation, and in the morning sent them notes demanding immediate withdrawal of those troops which had landed. A special memorandum was dispatched to Colonel Raymond Robbins, the amateur diplomat in charge of the American Red Cross, asking for a full and definite immediate statement of the attitude of your government towards the occurrence which has taken place at Vladivostok. Robbins himself was indignant. "Stupid and vicious," he described the Japanese-English intervention in his diary. "War or a war policy. How full of the evil such plans are." He replied guardedly to Chicherin, urging that the Vladivostok incident be treated as local and could be settled by friendly diplomacy. Robbins reported all this to American Ambassador Francis, adding a warning that if further intervention took place, the Russians would declare war on Japan, and their resentment against Germany would be transferred to the Allies. "We are now at most dangerous crisis in Russian situation, and if colossal blunder of hostile Japanese intervention takes place, all American advantages are confiscated." Should the Japanese advance, he said, the Soviets would take this to mean that America agreed to it. Lord Balfour's first reaction was simultaneously to reassure and scold the Bolsheviks. He instructed Lockhart to assure Trotsky that Marines had landed only to protect British property, then to imply that Bolshevik disorders in Vladivostok were the real cause of the landings. 2. The peril of foreign invasion in the name of friendly intervention was accompanied by a crumbling of control from within Russia, and the growing strength of the right-wing whites was accompanied by dangerous assaults from the far left. The large cities themselves were under a sort of siege from anarchists. They had established clubs in expropriated homes and buildings and were applying the Bolshevik slogan, "Loot the looters." Many of these clubs were truly anarchistic, but some were run by criminals and others by white officers posing as revolutionaries to mask their anti-red activities. The anarchists had their own big daily newspaper in Moscow, Anarchia, which was both idealistic and demagogic, with little grounding in reality. In a city stricken by famine, the sincere demagoguery of these libertarian anarchists appealed to the less educated. Although there were only several thousand activists, these were directed by a black general staff and constituted an irresponsible, uncontrollable armed state within the state. At last, on April 11th, the same day Haig issued his dramatic backs-to-the-wall communiqué, the Bolsheviks decided to disarm the robber bands. A detailed plan was worked for liquidating the anarchist centers by detachments of Red Army troops and the Cheka, the secret police. The action began at midnight. Armored cars surrounded 26 anarchist houses which were protected by machine guns. The anarchists were asked to surrender their arms immediately and given 5 minutes for reflection. Most complied, and some 500 people were arrested, but those who resisted fought bitterly, with more than 100 being wounded or killed. Afterward, at the invitation of the Cheka commander, Raymond Robbins and Bruce Lockhart, the British agent, toured the fighting areas with a Cheka guide, Jakub Peters, who had lived so long in England he had a Cockney accent. Lockhart was appalled as they entered house after house. The filth was indescribable. Broken bottles littered the floors. The magnificent ceilings were perforated with bullet holes. Wine stains and human excrement blotched the Aubusson carpets. Priceless pictures had been slashed to strips. The dead still lay where they had fallen. They included officers in guards' uniforms, students, young boys of 20, and men who belonged obviously to the criminal class and whom the revolution had released from prison. In the luxurious drawing-room of the House Gracheva, the anarchists had been surprised in the middle of an orgy. The long table which had supported the feast had been overturned, and broken plates, glasses, champagne bottles made unsavory islands in a pool of blood and spilt wine. On the floor lay a young woman, face downwards. Peters turned her over. Her hair was disheveled. She had been shot through the neck, and the blood had congealed in a sinister purple clump. She could not have been more than 20. Peters shrugged his shoulders. "Prostitutka," he said. "Perhaps it is for the best." It was an unforgettable scene. The Bolsheviks had taken their first step towards the establishment of discipline. 2 days later, Lockhart discussed intervention with Commissar for War Trotsky, who admitted that the Bolsheviks had to choose between some agreement with the Allies or a forced intervention that would either bring them down or drive them into the Germans' arms. Impressed by Lockhart's assurance that the Allies would guarantee Russia's territorial integrity, he made a statement which he authorized Lockhart to wire Lord Balfour. Realizing that Russia must sooner or later fight Germany in order to rid herself of the yoke of an unfair peace, and that in these circumstances Allied help would be most desirable, he invites the Allied governments to submit to him at the earliest opportunity full and proper statement of help which they could furnish, and of guarantees they are prepared to give. If conditions are satisfactory, he considers conclusion of an agreement both necessary and desirable. The statement committed the Bolsheviks to nothing, and probably was only a ruse to give them more breathing space. If so, it worked. Until he read Trotsky's proposal, Balfour was convinced, as he had recently wired Washington, that the Bolsheviks lacked the ability to fight Germany, and that, moreover, their goal was to produce a worldwide social revolution, not to gain a military victory. But the Trotsky statement so changed Balfour's mind that he wired his ambassador in Washington, "Please explain to Colonel House that, in my view, situation is entirely altered by apparent willingness of Trotsky to invite Allied assistance against German aggression." In Russia, the government newspapers were busy lauding the resolute and bloody liquidation of anarchist centers. Robbins also was delighted, convinced that he personally had persuaded the Bolsheviks to stabilize their power and demonstrate their freedom from German control. But Lockhart was beginning to have second thoughts about intervention. On April 21st, he cabled London that perhaps the Allies should, after a short wait, flatly inform the Bolsheviks that intervention was coming, whether they agreed to it or not. Lockhart did not explain this rather abrupt reversal of opinion. Perhaps he had been influenced by a young and fascinating Russian aristocrat, Mura Budberg. Her vitality, due perhaps to an iron constitution, was immense and invigorated everyone with whom she came into contact. So he wrote when he first met Mura, and by now he was deeply in love. "Into my life something had entered which was stronger than any other tie, stronger than life itself." All he revealed to the Foreign Office was that in the past fortnight he had been in contact with all the anti-Bolshevik groups of any importance in Moscow, supporters of the former monarchy as well as cadets, right social revolutionaries, and Mensheviks. All of these groups, he said, would welcome Allied intervention as long as it didn't mean occupation of Siberia. If Lockhart's faith in the new regime appeared to be weakening, that of Albert Rees Williams, an American Presbyterian minister turned radical, was unshaken. He was distressed, however, to learn, as he was preparing to go home, that most of the Bolsheviks to whom he bade farewell suspected that their tenure of power was about over. "We'll meet again, old man," said Peters of the Cheka with his Cockney accent. "That is, if we aren't all hanging on lamp-posts within a few days." He said this somewhat cheerfully, but another acquaintance, Lunacharsky, was grim. "We may have to abandon Moscow, but if we slam the door and get out, we shall be back again." During his year-long stay in Petrograd as a correspondent for the New York Evening Post, Williams had become intimate with Lenin, who corrected his Russian and even offered him instruction in Marxism. Williams never took advantage of this rare proposal. He was too busy helping organize a foreign legion to fight in the Red Guard. Lenin took time out to see Williams on the morning of his departure. Switching from English to Russian and occasionally to German, he spoke frankly of the problem of hunger and unemployment in the cities. Life itself, Lenin added, would force the Bolsheviks to do now what they should have done earlier: organize committees of poor peasants. Iron detachments of workers would go to the villages. These same people had defeated the Tsarist army and would now have to vanquish the kulaks, while establishing self-confidence and vanquishing their own vices. Greed, he explained, was not limited to the bourgeoisie. The sudden gain of power had also corrupted the workers, who selfishly grabbed grain and bread only for themselves and their friends. Like those they despised, the workers were becoming hoarders. Those who enforced the great socialist principle, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat," must now learn to produce for the community. Lenin seemed as excited as if he were going to make the trip east himself. With enthusiasm, he pointed out the route on a map. "I envy you," he said, and in his enthusiasm over the wonders of Siberia reminded Williams of an eager travel agent proposing a ticket for the most distant spot within the reach of our pocketbooks. He asked if Williams had everything he needed for the trip. Was he taking many mementos with him? Williams said he had a truck full of diaries, notes, documents, newspapers, and a motion picture reel showing the creative and artistic life of the Revolution. Enough material, Williams hoped, for a book. Lenin stroked his bald head. "I'm afraid they won't allow all your literature and films to get into America," he said, then warned that Williams would encounter in Vladivostok the first point of the Allied invasion. "The Japanese and British are there to greet you already. It would be unfortunate if you did not get there ahead of the American forces. I suggest you make all haste possible." Williams blurted out that Lenin surely couldn't be serious. "Why, when I told Colonel Robbins goodbye, he still seemed fairly hopeful of United States recognition or some sort of support." "Yes," said Lenin, "but Robbins represents the liberal bourgeoisie of America. The liberal bourgeoisie does not decide the policy of America. Finance capital does, and finance capital wants control of Siberia." He spoke with confidence of the socialist future, envisioning electrification of Petrograd industries and development of the mines of the Urals along the most modern lines. On the map, he pointed out where canals, dams, and hydroelectric stations would be built, just as though there was no famine throughout the country and her very existence was not being threatened. He had utter faith in the people and refused to believe that Russia's plight was hopeless. Lenin was now unsmiling, recalled Williams, but neither was he mournful. He repeated more or less what I had heard him say before, that the Soviets faced a situation unlike anything Marx had foreseen. Nevertheless, there would be resistance to intervention, not only within the Socialist Republic, but within the capitalist countries by the working class, depending on their developments. That, said Williams, was why he was going home, to mobilize protest against such policies. Hitching his chair closer to Williams, Lenin began questioning him about American engineers and scientists. "We need thousands of them," he said. "And how was socialism developing in America? What factors in American society would affect relations between the classes?" The dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin admitted, would be unlike any other dictatorship. Bourgeois resistance had to be crushed at once. A classless society, communism, was far away. Its advent was not dependent on Russia alone. "We will triumph, if we survive meantime, but this means we will have to make a few concessions for the moment, to get the productive machine going enough to survive. And if we triumph, or even if we do not, our example will be the inspiration of revolutions in far-off Asian, South American, and African countries. Before long, the European proletariat would join them. He refused to say when. But I will tell you this much. The Kaiser's downfall will come within the year. That is absolutely certain." And with the same assurance, he added, "In the end, countries will coalesce into a great socialist federation or commonwealth, 75 or 100 years. The 5 minutes Williams had expected had turned out to be far more, and he realized he should end the interview with a final question. "But all you say about the future, if intervention is a reality, if my country puts no brake on it but aids it, what then?" "Then it means all-out defense on our part. We are going on that assumption now. It will take priority over all else. In that event, the revolution might be slowed or even temporarily distorted in form. Its purpose, its goals would remain the same, their achievement only postponed. Under foreign invasion, our war-weary people will find a new stimulus to fight, and the peasants to defend their land. They will learn that, just as it did with the Germans, the coming in of the Japanese, British, French, or Americans will mean the return of the landlords. For any invader must have a base, and the only one he can find among the people will be the white officer class. So who knows? The revolution may be hastened by your imperialistic government. If so, it will be a great mistake for your people and for mine." 3. Raymond Robbins was also thinking of returning to America. Ever since coming to Moscow, he was vigorously opposed by Consul General Madden Summers, an esteemed consular professional who, married to a Russian of good family, was dedicated to the Tsarist regime. The two men were sending in conflicting reports. Summers was convinced that the Bolsheviks were losing power, while Robbins contended that it was being strengthened. He also recommended Allied military collaboration with the Soviets, while Summers ridiculed the idea. Their opposing views turned Summers into a bitter personal enemy. Robbins never stooped to personal attack, but in his diary he described Summers as evil. Tension between the two men was becoming intolerable. Both were well-meaning, but instead of consolidating their various sources of information, each insisted that his own view was the only valid one. Convinced that Robbins was acting as a Bolshevik agent, Summers decided that something must be done. He cabled the State Department a formal request to be transferred from Moscow. "There can be no cooperation between Robbins and myself." It soon became obvious to Robbins that he was persona non grata with the State Department, and on April 22nd he philosophically wrote in his diary, "The great drama draws towards the last act." 3 days later he cabled the Red Cross that liquidation of relief work was practically complete. "Recommend return all members mission America. Planning departure about May 15th. Despite disappointments, he still had faith in the Bolshevik dream and had not lost his idealistic ardor, and on Russian Palm Sunday, April 28th, wrote ecstatically, "Moscow, Russia, the first and the greatest proletarian revolution the world has ever known. Lenin in the Kremlin, what an hour, the dauntless close of the April hour." Summers was greatly relieved that his nemesis was leaving, and the following day cabled the Secretary of State that he was convinced Lenin, in accord with the newly arrived German ambassador, Count Mirbach, was conducting a diplomatic offensive against America with intent of weakening her alliance with Japan. He recommended a joint Allied statement expressing friendship for the Russian people and hostility to the adventurers now in power, who had delivered Russia to the Germans. At the same time, he warned that recognition of the Bolsheviks as the legitimate government would mean recognition of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. On the Western Front, Mount Carmel had just fallen to the Germans, but Ludendorff's second offensive was already lagging, and by the 1st of May the danger was over. In Moscow, May Day was cloudy and cool, and Robbins felt that a strange quiet lay over the city. Is it ominous of the coming hour? Would the anarchists attempt to break up the scheduled parade or stage some armed protest against Count Mirbach's presence in the city? More than 40,000 people marched 9 miles through Moscow, which teemed with dissident groups, yet not a shot was fired. The vast parade marched past the reviewing stand in Red Square just outside the Kremlin. Each detachment paid honor to bodies lying in a long trench, patriots who had died for the Soviet Revolution. Robbins watched intently from his car until he became conscious of a stir. Something was breaking through the crowd. It was an automobile, flying a red flag on each side of the hood. Soldiers, grasping bayoneted rifles, stood on the running boards. In the back seat was Count Mirbach. He smiled and chatted as he watched the passing columns, completely at ease despite a stinging personal attack in Pravda a few days earlier. He comes as the representative of a military clique which kills and robs and violates whatever its bloody imperialistic bayonets can reach. Then something did disturb Mirbach. He stood up in the car to watch a huge banner with a socialist slogan, in German. "Working men of all countries unite. German comrades, throw off your Kaiser, as the Russian comrades have thrown off their Tsar." Behind the banner was another detachment of Red Army troops, in German uniforms. Some carried pictures of Karl Marx. Mirbach watched stolidly and, upon returning to his embassy, dispatched a stiff protest. The Bolsheviks apologized, promising to cease enlistment of foreign nationals in the Red Army, explaining that they had merely conferred Soviet nationality on new recruits from Germany and Austria. This abject apology alarmed Ambassador Francis, who swung over to Summers's side. "In my judgment," he cabled Washington on May 2nd, "time for Allied intervention has arrived." He had come to this grave conclusion, he added, because Mirbach was already dominating the Soviet government and was practically dictator in Moscow. Robins's fight against intervention was ended. Summers was victorious, but a few days later he died of a brain hemorrhage brought on by overwork and worry. 4. In London, 3 days after Summers's funeral on May 8th, the cabinet held a long discussion on Russia. Should they occupy Archangel, Murmansk, and Vladivostok? Should they blow up the Russian Baltic Fleet? "I have a simple rule," commented Henry Wilson, "which is to help my friends and down my enemies." During the meeting, the Japanese military attaché arrived to tell Wilson that the time was ripe for Japanese intervention. Did Wilson agree? Later in the afternoon, I wrote a note for him, which I read to Milner, Smoot, and Weems, saying that from a military point of view, the Japanese army could not intervene too soon nor go too far, and that I was always impressing this on my government and hoped that the Japanese GS, General Staff, would do the same to their government. Lockhart was not aware of this during the farewell dinner with Robins on the evening of May 13th. The American was leaving Moscow the next day, and still felt that once in Washington he could persuade President Wilson to favor collaboration with the Bolsheviks. Robins seemed as enthusiastic and spirited as ever. "He was a great personality and a man of sterling character and iron determination," wrote Lockhart. "His departure was a great loss to me. In the almost lone hand I was playing, his moral courage had been an immense support." The next day, Robins said goodbye to Trotsky and Lenin, and each gave him a signed photograph. The latter also handed over an amazing document suggesting possibilities for trade with America. Attached was a personal handwritten note to Robins. "I enclose the preliminary plan of our economic relations with America." Robins exulted. This could be the material he needed to sway opinion in the United States. The document, entitled Russian-American Commercial Relations, frankly revealed the decline in Russian production and imports as well as the pathetic state of Soviet economy. It then presented statistics indicating how greatly the American share in Russian trade had increased just before the revolution. Other statistics showed what a tremendous advantage American capitalists would have after the war. With the inability of Germany to exploit the Russian market for German industry, it will be very difficult for her in the future to regain the leading part if during that time America succeeds in taking advantage of the favorable circumstances created for her by events and establishes a working apparatus of commerce between the two countries. The document continued in the style of an alluring Wall Street prospectus to suggest valuable concessions to those getting in on the ground floor. The United States could, it prophesied, participate actively in the exploitation of the marine riches of the eastern Siberia, of coal and other mines, as well as in the railroad and marine transportation construction in Siberia and northern European Russia. When Robins read this, he could see how it would appeal to visionary American capitalists. Those who had been too late to profit by the expansion of their own West would have an even greater and richer territory of exploitation. This was also implicit in Lenin's suggestion that security for payment for American economic aid could come from U.S. participation in the development of the water routes of the Donetsk Basin and the Volga-Don Canal, as well as that of coal mines, lumber, and railway construction. Robins walked out of the Kremlin in an exalted daze. With such an offer in his pocket, he could bring together the two nations he loved. The next morning, May 14th, he had a final breakfast with Lockhart. That evening he boarded his special car, attached to the train for Vologda, bearing a special pass signed by Lenin. I beg you to give every kind of assistance to Colonel Robbins and other members of the American Red Cross mission for an unhindered and speediest journey from Moscow to Vladivostok. The tide runs flood, wrote Robbins in his diary as the train headed toward Vladivostok. The letter from Trotsky and the document from Lenin made the final road all clear. The great experience. We thank Thee, our Father, Jesus Christ, Savior and Lord. Blessed Holy Spirit, Comforter and Guide, the final hour, faith and, illegible word, power, amen. In Moscow, Lenin was making a major foreign policy speech at a combined session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee and the Moscow Soviet. While acknowledging that the Bolshevik state was an oasis amid the raging sea of imperialist rapaciousness, it would survive because of conflicts among the capitalists. The Great War in the West was hopelessly dividing the Germans and British, and in the East, Japan and America, though presently allies, were fated to be bitter enemies. The economic development of these countries over the course of several decades, he prophesied, has stored up a great mass of inflammable material which renders inevitable a desperate conflict between these two powers for mastery of the Pacific Ocean and its shores. Eventually, he continued, the imperialists would launch a final attack on the Soviet state. We will do everything in order to prolong this short and unstable breathing space which we gained in March, because we are firmly convinced that we have behind us tens of millions of workers and peasants who know that with every week and with every month that this breathing space lasts, they are gaining new strength. We say to ourselves everything that our diplomacy can give to delay the moment of war, to prolong the intermission, we are obliged to do. All these words revealed why Lenin had given the document to Robbins. He hoped to entice the American capitalists to keep their trade rivals, the Japanese, out of Siberia. The hinted-at concessions were a lure to Wall Street to protest any Japanese intervention. America was not the only one being wooed. At the same time, Francis Lindley, the British diplomatic representative, was being urged to send a British economic mission to Moscow to establish economic relations between the two nations. At the short stopover in Vologda, Robbins took the opportunity of revealing to an Associated Press correspondent that he was carrying an unusual proposition from Lenin to the American government. "I have the goods on my person," he said. That was why he was hurrying to America, but he would return very soon. At the same time, Ambassador Mirbach was advising Berlin that it would best serve German interests to continue to provide the Bolsheviks with a minimum of essential goods and to maintain them in power. In spite of all their decrees, something can probably be achieved with the Bolsheviks for the present time, for they are now all of a sudden much more cooperative again in economic affairs, and at least some preparations can be made for future economic infiltration. This Bolshevik gesture had come on the same day Lenin handed over his alluring proposition to Robbins. In a nearby office, Foreign Commissar Chicherin had been assuring the Germans that the Soviets were ready to set up the Economic Commission mentioned in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. And on the 15th, as Robbins was telling the Associated Press man that he had the goods on his person, Russian-German negotiations for a renewal of commercial negotiations opened in Berlin. The Soviet carrot was being offered to three powers. That was one reason Lenin had given Robbins the special pass, urging all officials to give his party the speediest possible passage to Vladivostok. Another reason for speed was to delay Japanese intervention in Siberia. Even a few more weeks of breathing space might keep the Soviet regime afloat. Every day and hour counted. 5. Survival of the new nation suffered a serious blow the day Robins left Moscow. That morning, a troop train from Vladivostok had pulled into the station at Chelyabinsk, an unimportant town some 1,500 miles from Moscow. It was loaded with Austrian and Hungarian prisoners of war as well as civilian refugees, all of whom were being repatriated under the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Here they met several trains carrying Czech soldiers to Vladivostok. These stateless men, whose land still formed part of the Habsburg Empire, had fought against the Germans at the side of Tsarist troops. They were still eager to continue to fight on the Western Front, which desperately needed such dedicated and experienced soldiers. Other Czech trains were strung out at wide intervals along 5,000 miles of the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and the leading échelons, Russian jargon for a train of 40 cars, were already in Vladivostok. Those to the rear were moving slowly, erratically, due to misunderstandings with the Bolsheviks. There was some tension between the newcomers from the east, who regarded the Czechs as traitors, and the Czechs, who in turn looked upon the Austro-Hungarians as toadies of the Habsburgs. Despite their differences, a number of Czech soldiers lined the track to say farewell as the westbound train slowly pulled out of the station. Suddenly a prisoner leaned out of a coach, shouting insults at the Czechs. In fury, he hurled a large piece of cast iron from a broken stove. It struck a Czech on the head. He fell dead. Infuriated, Czechs leaped onto the locomotive and stopped it. Others swarmed into the train and threatened to shoot everyone if the murderer wasn't handed over. At first the Austro-Hungarians refused, but seeing that the angry Czechs meant business, they turned over the assailant, a soldier named Malik, a Czech renegade. Malik was dragged outside and lynched. Following an all-night party with friends on May 25th, Bruce Lockhart drove his beloved Mura out to the Sparrow Hills to watch the sunrise over the Kremlin. It came up like an angry ball of fire heralding destruction. No joy was to come in the morning. For he had learned that British Major General F.C. Poole, commander of Allied forces in northern Russia, was to arrive in Archangel that evening. Hostile intervention was bound to follow soon. It was also obvious that Ambassador von Mirbach was exerting more and more influence on the Bolsheviks, and when the British agent was invited to go to Vologda to find a common formula with Ambassador Francis and French Ambassador Noulon, he felt obliged to comply. On May 28th he dined with Francis, whom he found amusing and charming, though there was little serious talk. As soon as dinner was over, wrote Lockhart, Francis began to fidget like a child who wishes to return to its toys. His rattle, however, was a deck of cards, and without loss of time they were produced. The old gentleman was no child at poker. We played late, and as usually happens when I play with Americans, he took my money. But the following day's lunch with the French ambassador had an all-important influence on Lockhart's career. There was nothing childish about Monsieur Noulon. If he played poker, he played without cards. Politics, and politics viewed from the narrow logical angle of a Frenchman, was his only game. Noulon flattered the younger man while pointing out how wrong were his views on intervention. We must intervene even without Bolshevik consent, he said, and advanced many arguments in favor of this new formula. The war would be won or lost on the Western Front, and the situation there was critical. Some diversion in Russia would prevent the Germans from transferring more troops from the East. Unity among the Allies, he said, was essential. Dissension in policy had already grievously harmed the Allied cause. He urged Lockhart to join him. I was alone, recalled Lockhart. Robins had left. Sadoul, the French Robins, had been sidetracked. Feverishly, I tried to summarize my own position in my mind. Perhaps I could still pull off a coup with Trotsky. Perhaps Monsieur Noulon was cleverer than I realized. I was in a corner. If I refused to agree, Monsieur Noulon would go ahead with his own policy. He would carry the Italians, the Japanese, and even Francis with him. If I consented, at least I should escape the stigma of having stood out against the united opinion of all the other Allied representations. I capitulated. He sent a telegram to London recommending intervention with or without Bolshevik approval. A few days earlier, during the formal opening ceremonies at New York's Metropolitan Opera House, President Wilson had spoken extemporaneously on peace feelers from the Central Powers. Wilson assured the audience that he would not be diverted from the grim purpose of winning the war by any insincere approaches upon the subject of peace. He would not approve of a peace that gave Germany a free hand, particularly in the East, to carry out the purposes of conquest and exploitation. His audience listened with sympathy, and when, on the spur of the moment, he exclaimed, "Now, as far as I am concerned, I intend to stand by Russia as well as France," there was a burst of applause and a standing ovation that amazed Wilson. How could such a prosperous audience react so enthusiastically? It was, he later said, rather too well dressed. It was not an audience, in other words, made of the class of people whom you would suppose to have the most intimate feeling for the sufferings of the ordinary man in Russia. How Wilsonian all this was, and how reminiscent of the 14 Points speech, commented noted Russian expert George Kennan. Here in this impromptu statement was still the favored image of the Russians as a simple people, clothed in a peculiar virtue compiled of poverty, helplessness, and remoteness from worldly success, a mass of mute, suppressed idealists, languishing beneath the boot of the German captor, yearning for justice, freedom, and union with the spiritual brothers in the West, sure to respond to the distant voice of sympathy and understanding. Wilson seemed to feel that American aid could pass directly to the noble Russian people rather than go through the Bolshevik government. He was sincere in his bold words about supporting Russia, but all this sympathy meant little unless it was also clearly extended to the Bolsheviks. Officially, America still opposed any hostile intervention in Russia, but there were whispers of a change in the wind. Several weeks earlier, Secretary of State Robert Lansing had discussed with the Japanese the possibility of an American expedition to Siberia. And 2 days after his inspiring talk at the Metropolitan Opera House, Wilson personally typed a note to Lansing asking for his comments and judgment on a recommendation for the establishment of an Allied commission to reconstruct Siberia. That same day, he also asked Lansing to follow very attentively what Semyonov, the White Russian general fighting against the Bolsheviks in Siberia, is accomplishing, and whether there is any legitimate way in which we can assist. Though he had not yet met the persuasive Professor Thomas Masaryk, who had come to America to plead the cause of the Czechs, Wilson had heard his praises from those who had. That he was a professor and the spokesman for a small freedom-loving people already made Wilson sympathetic, and the possibility now loomed that the battle between Bolsheviks and Czechs along the Trans-Siberian Railroad could tip the precariously balanced scales to intervention. Chapter 8. The Yanks Are Coming, May 20th to June 13th. 1. On the Western Front, the Allies had been uneasy early in May, but as 2 weeks passed with little action, the feeling grew that the Germans must be exhausted. Such optimism was not shared by Haig and Pétain. Why would the Germans cease attacking after driving 2 great salients in the British lines? They still had a large number of divisions in reserve, and vast numbers of men remained in the east. Both front-line commanders feared another major Ludendorff offensive, each positive it would fall in his sector. A young American intelligence officer, Captain Samuel T. Hubbard, Jr., predicted that it would come just south of Laon, where where the Big Bertha guns were still emplaced. Such a brash prophecy was politely ignored at the Supreme War Council, since this meant a direct attack on the Chemin des Dames Ridge. This had been a quiet sector since the Germans had lost it the previous autumn, and both Haig and Foch regarded the area as safe enough to transfer 4 tired British divisions there for rest and regrouping. Hubbard's reasoning that an attack in this direction offered a direct route to Paris and would be an extremely difficult area for the Allies to reinforce was ridiculed by the French. The American was obviously unaware of the rugged terrain. The Chemin des Dames, a ridge running from east to west, was named for the almost straight carriage road that had been hacked along its crest for the convenience of ladies of the court. The German lines lay to the north, the French to the south. In between spread a mile-wide no-man's land covered with stumps and bushes. The French felt supremely confident. The enemy would not only have to climb up the ridge, but then attack down slopes cut by numerous valleys, whose sides were often so steep that one had to clamber about on hands and knees. For more than a month, the Germans had been secretly planning to break across the Chemin des Dames and continue south toward the Marne. But it was only to be a diversionary attack, a ruse. Once German troops broke across the ridge toward the Marne, Ludendorff guessed that the French would panic, since it would look like a threat to Paris, which lay only 40 miles beyond that strategic river. Consequently, the Allies would hastily transfer all their reserves from Flanders. Then Ludendorff would launch his main attack against Haig with Ruprecht's group of armies. This would be the decisive blow to end the war, and curiously was codenamed Hagen, the slayer of Siegfried. Early in May, the 4 battle-weary British divisions occupied the eastern end of the Chemin des Dames. The French called this area the Californie Plateau, but to the Germans it was the Winterberg, since the bare white limestone on its sides looked from the distance like snow. To the battered Britons, the area indeed seemed like a rest area. Everything was peaceful. Trim, prosperous villages nestled in quiet hollows only 2 miles behind the front line, and the farmers toiled away as if there were no war. All the houses are standing, roofs on, shutters up, recollected Private R.H. Kiernan. There is Trigny, too, where business is as usual. It is all a scream to us. You can't find a shell hole anywhere. Our fellows are always joking about the French front. There is never any strafing here, and if there is a Boche plane, it is umpteen thousand feet up and is quickly plastered with anti-aircraft shells from miles around it. There was never any sound, no machine guns, no artillery. The atmosphere on this front is wonderful. From a road nearby I can see the towers of Reims Cathedral, as though it were only 100 yards away, yet it is some kilometers. Here everything was green and blue and bright, not like Flanders with its frightfulness, dullness, rain, mud, stench, and dead bodies. This place made war a pleasure. Kiernan did not know that a French officer had remarked as the British 50th Division took up its position, "You are like rats in a trap." On noon of May 20th, Ludendorff instructed Ruprecht to start the diversionary attack in exactly 1 week. Long-range plans for Hagen, the main offensive in Flanders, were already being drawn up, and positions were being unobtrusively strengthened from La Bassée Canal to Camel. For the past few days, the men in Private Howard Cooper's area just above the canal had been under attack. Only the day before, several hours before dawn, Captain Carr had ordered Cooper and 3 others to bury German dead out front. "They're smelling like hell." The quartet worked cautiously in the pitch dark, since the slightest clang of a shovel would surely bring on a sweep of machine gun fire. Cooper put on his gas mask to combat the overpowering smell, and by 4 a.m. that awful task was done. They then started on another, the burial of a great bloated cow at the side of the road. From behind the hedge, Captain Bentley Meadows of the adjoining unit, D Company, warned them to return to their trench. The first light of day was about to break. On their way back to the support line, they ran into their own captain. Upon learning they hadn't finished burying the cow, Carr became livid. "Then what the hell are you disobeying orders for? Get back, the lot of you, and don't return till the job's finished." They started back, but were stopped by Meadows, a kindly, impetuous officer. "Give my compliments to Captain Carr," he said, "and tell him it would be impossible for anyone to go and work in that position after dawn." They gratefully returned to their trench, passed on the message to Carr, who grunted and told them to get to their sections. No sooner had they finished breakfast than they were ordered to bury bodies in the orchard, a few yards to the rear. Fortunately, it was just out of sight of the Germans, but working in the daylight made their task doubly unsavory. They found 4 Germans and 2 English, all blown up like balloons, their hands and distended features jet black. Cooper and another man started with a fallen comrade from the machine-gun corps. As we lifted the body by levering with our spades, the back of the scalp came away, a seething mass of maggots. We levered the heavy weight towards a shell hole, which it eventually rolled into with the sound of a football bladder. They took the man's identity disc and a letter, obviously from his sweetheart. It asked why he had overstayed his leave, as he would only be punished. How incongruous, thought Cooper, to think that this bloated, black, abhorrent thing could recently have been reading that letter and living the life of a young machine-gunner. There was absolute silence in their sector while they worked. Neither shot nor explosion disturbed the quiet of the hot, sunny spring day. As Cooper returned to his trench, the awful stench of the dead clung to him. Everything I ate, drank, or touched seemed permeated with that nauseous odor for the rest of the day. With darkness, the silence ended. The drone of shells and wild bursts of machine-gun fire sounded almost continuously all through the night. After delivering rations, Cooper and his party were sent forward with barbed wire and corkscrew wire posts. They struggled over the dark shell-holed ground toward the front-line trenches, ever alert for oncoming shells. As the party squatted down to rest behind a hedge, Captain Meadows, the pleasant chap who had earlier saved their necks, crawled to meet them. "Oh, you men have been on a wiring party, haven't you?" he whispered. "That's done it," guessed Cooper with foreboding. "They were going to have to go out front." "Now Jerry seems to be on the lookout tonight," said Meadows, "and he's got a few machine-gun posts just opposite, and you're not to make any sound. Understand?" Feeling that someone had removed part of his insides, Cooper said, "Yes, sir." Meadows warned them to keep on the alert, dead still when the very lights go up and flat down if there's time, then disappeared into the darkness. The party crawled through a gap in the straggly hedge into no man's land. Some carried heavy rolls of barbed wire. Others, like Cooper, brought 4 corkscrew stakes. Once in position, the party began screwing the stakes into the ground. These were a welcome new invention. Formerly, heavy wooden stakes had to be thumped into place. Cooper was crawling back for a 4th load of stakes when he heard a splutter, a light going up. He flopped before it broke into flare. Flat on his face, he could see the area flooded with a shimmering silver glare. Abruptly, the Viper struck. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, sweeping in an arc, searching for its prey. Then silence. They kept working cautiously until another light and a hail of fire overhead. Silence. A figure came from the right, their corporal. "Make no noise here," he whispered. "Captain Meadows and Corporal Bridson have just been killed 10 yards from you. It was that last burst of fire. They've got a machine-gun just on the road in front." Just as they finished the wiring at 3 a.m., 4 men appeared in the gloom carrying a limp, sagging body. Meadows. Others brought Bridson. Stretchers were produced, and Cooper was one of the 4 selected to carry out Meadows. They wound their way, twisting and turning, expecting any moment to hear the deadly chatter. After passing the support line, they picked their way over obstructions and around gaping shell holes. Dawn was breaking as they tramped on. The body pressed the hard stretcher handles relentlessly on the bones of Cooper's thin shoulders. To relieve the aching, he would bring his other hand over and with both raise the handle from his shoulder. Then his rifle, slung by its strap on the right shoulder, would slither down to his elbow, and he would have to let go again with an "oh, hell." He sweated and stumbled out of breath, no match for the other burly bearers. Meadows's lifeless arm kept falling off the stretcher and swinging. Time and again Cooper lifted it back. He didn't know why he didn't let it keep swinging. He wondered what the captain's parents would feel when they heard the bad news. They would be sleeping now and probably spend the day enjoying a lunch or tea, unaware of the swinging lifeless arm and riddled body. I then suddenly hoped my turn wouldn't come. Finally, they reached the canal and a small cottage, brigade headquarters. A sleepy orderly came out, followed by 2 figures, the colonel and adjutant. "Captain Meadows and Corporal Bridson have been killed, sir," said young Cooper. "Oh, I am sorry," said the colonel. "Poor old Meadows, dear, dear." Cooper and his mates made their way back across the fields. It was light by the time they reached the reserve line, and as they crossed to the supports, 2 echoing shots rang out in the crisp morning air. Sniper, probably. They passed some stubby willows and reached their trench just in time to stand to, but too late, of course, to think of a bit of sleep. This had been just another quiet day on the South Flanders front, according to the communiqué, but Haig was not fooled by the deceptive calm. He knew that Ludendorff's main objective was to beat the British Army. To hold back the Boche, he needed reinforcements, and he hoped to find them among the mass of Americans that were streaming into France, 120,000 or more a month. Already more than 600,000 had landed. The next day, May 21st, he visited their 77th Division at training near Epernay. The divisional commander was away, but Haig talked with General Wittenegger, who commanded a brigade. A regular officer with 30 years' service, he seemed to Haig very old for his years, both physically and mentally. At first he spoke to me as if he felt that he was being hurried in the training and pressed to go into the battle before his men were adequately trained. But after I had been with him half an hour, he saw that I did not want him to do impossibilities. Wittenegger said he was ready to do whatever Haig thought right, but begged him to leave the British officers and non-coms who were helping his troops. Otherwise, it would be little short of murder to send his men into the trenches in their present ignorant state without them. Haig inspected the troops, appalled to find all ranks ignorant of their duties. The staff had only theoretical knowledge and no concept of how to supply their men. The non-coms were good material but had no idea of how to command and get things done. They and men all lived together. This must be changed. He noted that the Americans were lugging enormous packs. One man carried 83 pounds. Another had 12 bars of soap in his pack. While Haig was preparing to be attacked in Flanders, German batteries received orders to set up a creeping barrage for the assault on the Chemin des Dames. That night, Lieutenant Herbert Sulzbach and his captain rode off on reconnaissance through the weird ruins of a village, then onto the Snake Road. It was hot, and thousands of nightingales were singing as if it were high summer. They were so near the front the 2 men had to dismount and stumble around on foot until 4 in the morning in search of the command post allocated to them. This was almost the exact position their battery had held last year. There was just a little sweeping fire from the French. They seem not to be noticing anything, in spite of all the columns of ammunition being trundled up to the front. Many batteries will be moving into positions partly in advance of the infantry lines. The croaking of the frogs in the Ailette area is so powerful that it drowns the rattle of ammunition columns. So the frogs are what you might call our latest allies. I dare say that after this the French will be saying that the Boche have been bribing the frogs to do it. The next day, Sulzbach tackled a huge pile of administrative and tactical orders. This work of deploying troops for action is enormously exciting, and this time it is on just as great a scale as the preparations for 21 March. Everything was being worked out, conceived, and calculated down to the smallest detail. The barrage would be laid down on the very second and would last for 7 hours. The transformation from static to mobile warfare demands unbelievable accuracy and farsightedness, and I'm kept at work until 3 o'clock in the morning. On May 24th, orders swamped him. The new offensive was given the code name Turnstunde, physical training period. He was triumphant. Everything has been marvelously well worked out, and it's going to succeed. His battery would be stationed close to the front, and after laying down the barrage, would follow up as second-line infantry troops, and by the second and third days they would have the grand job of chasing the enemy, who should be in full flight. In Paris, Lord Derby was writing Balfour that if by any chance there was any serious reverse on the Western Front, and the Allies had to retire any considerable distance, Clemenceau would fall. He is absolutely omnipotent, and nobody can call their soul their own under his rule, and they have a slight resentment at his tigerish attitude. Later in the day, Derby commented about the next German attack. "I think everybody is puzzled as to why the offensive has not begun, and Monsieur Klotz, who was here the other day, seemed to think it is just possible that no offensive will take place, and that Germany will simply sit down where she is now and make some peace proposal. Personally, I do not believe in that." There were, in truth, influential Germans seeking an early end to the war. One was Max, Prince of Baden, who a week earlier had gone up front to appeal personally to Hindenburg and Ludendorff. Unaware that 2 more major offensives were already being mounted, Max urged Ludendorff to promise him one thing. Would he enlighten the government before Germany's last offensive strength had been thrown in? Negotiations must go to the conference table with an army still capable of striking. "Before you take your last horse out of the stable," he said, "make an end." Ludendorff absent-mindedly agreed, and there was no more Max could say. But he wondered why the general was so preoccupied. On the morning of May 25th, 3 exhausted men appeared at the front lines held by the British on the right flank of the Chemin des Dames. They were French poilus, escaped from a German prison camp. Interrogators were concerned by their report of activity on the enemy side of the ridge. Masses of troops, it seemed, were moving up while guns were being emplaced far to the front. The British reported all these portents to the French, who replied, "In our opinion, there are no indications that the enemy has made preparations which would enable him to attack tomorrow." It was ridiculous to think that any significant attack would be launched against the formidable barrier which had already cost so many German lives. The following morning, a British intelligence officer noticed blackboards raised in the enemy lines. These were apparently direction signs to guide tanks and transport. More definite information came from 2 prisoners captured near dawn, who admitted that an attack was coming an hour after midnight. But the interrogators were so skeptical that this warning was not sent to the French Sixth Army until mid-afternoon. General Duchesne's Sixth Army headquarters took it even more lightly. It was just another of the trench rumors that kept recurring. It was not until 3:45 p.m. that the British 23rd Brigade received the same warning. "Oh, well, it can't be helped," Major Howard Millis told Sidney Rogerson, his dog's body, who did anything not covered by others on the staff. "We're for it again." He set off to inform his general and prepare for the worst. Several hours later, a signal officer from Duchesne's army arrived to inspect communications and, seeing the bustle, smiled. The enemy attacked the Californie plateau? Nonsense. Those rumors had been going on for months. They are wiser than that. They could never break through here. All looked so peaceful up front that an attack did seem unlikely, but with darkness, an uncanny silence settled over the countryside, and there was not a single answering shot by the enemy to the nightly harassing fire on German communications and assembly points. On the Italian front, preparations for the Austrian offensive still lagged, and the launching date was put off until mid-June. The Italians themselves were in no condition to go on the offensive, remaining content to hold their positions. In Palestine, Liman von Sanders's Turkish army was melting away, with the number of deserters now exceeding that of effectives. Moreover, the military clique in Constantinople had lost all interest in Palestine in favor of adventures in the Caucasus and Persia. 2. Some of the German troops on the other side of the ridge also looked upon the Chemin des Dames as a rest area. They, too, had come from Flanders and were as battle-weary as the British. Many were almost totally exhausted and unfit for combat. For the past few days, Captain Fritz Wiedemann had been sent out front to listen to the enlisted men's complaints. Their regimental commander pleaded with Wiedemann to tell division headquarters the plain facts and not try to make things sound better than they were. The front-line troops needed time for recovery before going back into action. In the presence of the regimental commander that evening, Wiedemann reported all this to their division commander. After listening quietly, the latter announced that the regiment was to attack across the Chemin des Dames in the morning. "But that is utterly impossible," exclaimed the regimental commander. "Haven't you heard what Wiedemann has just reported?" "The attack must be carried out nevertheless," said the division commander coldly. "If we don't do it, then we must all request transfer to a quieter front, and in that case we'll be depreciated for the rest of the war." He thought for a moment, then added, "Perhaps we should change the order to read that the attack should be attempted." Someone protested that there was no such order to attempt an attack. One either did or did not, but the division commander instructed the order to be written, and after signing it casually asked his operations officer, "Do you think the regiments will attack tomorrow?" "By no means, General, out of the question." Wiedemann was completely confused. Speechless, he left the dugout and tried to calm himself. So we had come to the point where one played with orders which could cost the lives of thousands. He would not have believed the whole incident if he had not been present. There were similar reports from other units, but the majority of men being brought into position were eager to attack. There were many like Corporal Adolf Hitler, who had earlier served under Wiedemann. He certainly had lost none of the fervor he had taken to battle in 1914. He still volunteered for every hazardous mission. Like so many other Austrians, he was more pan-Germanic than the Germans. Lieutenant Sulzbach was also caught up in the excitement as he watched the final state of deployment. Battery after battery rumbled by. Then came long columns of infantrymen. For the first time he saw chasseurs and mountain machine gun battalions brought up for this hilly terrain. French harassing fire began falling on the road, but he and his companions galloped through it without losses. They dismounted and climbed up a ridge to their command post. The soldiers were in splendid spirit, and as they marched by would shout, "Make a good job of it." Telephone lines were rapidly laid from the command dugout to all the batteries. Then came the weather report, which enabled them to work out the exterior ballistics. By midnight, 1,321 batteries stood ready. There was no moon, and in the silence the assault groups of 30 divisions moved into position to wait for the opening barrage. At exactly 1 a.m., May 27th, it began. Moments later, the enemy harassing fire began to slacken. Sulzbach saw dozens of very lights shoot up as the batteries, again under the master, Bruckmüller, loosed Blue Cross and Green Cross gas shells. It all works marvelously. There isn't silence for a moment. It just went on uninterruptedly, rumbling and banging away. Rapid fire of every caliber was rattling down on the French, and we hoped they still had no notion of what was coming. Not a single battery had done any range firing, but our shooting was a masterpiece of accuracy, all worked out and plotted according to the latest principles of ballistics. Unlike the other massive Bruckmüller bombardments, guns and trench mortars used gas ammunition on all targets for the first 10 minutes. This was designed to create confusion and break down morale from the start. There followed more than an hour of mixed gas and high-explosive shells from the main batteries on the Allied artillery, while mortars systematically began knocking out all front defenses, including barbed wire. While the greatest concentration was on the center, held by the French, the British positions were also savagely punished. At 23rd Brigade headquarters, Sidney Rogerson was drinking a whiskey and soda when there was a sudden whiz-plop, whiz-plop. 2 gas shells burst nearby. A moment later came a thunderous roar as hundreds of enemy guns roared in unison. The night was rent with sheets of flame. The earth shuddered under the avalanche of missiles, leapt skywards in dust and tumult. Ever above the din screamed the fierce crescendo of approaching shells, ear-splitting crashes as they burst. All the time the dull thud, thud, thud of detonations, drum fire. The dugouts rocked and were filled with acrid fumes of cordite mixed with the sickly sweet tang of gas. The men scrambled for gas masks, grabbed their kits, weapons, message pads, and dived for deeper shelter. It was a descent into hell. Crowded with jostling, sweating humanity, the deep dugouts reeked, and to make matters worse, we had no sooner got below than gas began to filter down. The entrances were hastily blocked with saturated blankets. This excluded the gas, but also the air, and Rogerson, with clip on his nostrils and gag between his teeth, had to heave to get a breath of oxygen through his mask. At first my heart thumped and my head swam distressingly, but I found if I kept still I could just bear it. Down 40 feet, the clamor of the bombardment was muted, yet every so often a shell would burst overhead, causing the walls to shiver. They were in touch by wire and phone with the brigades on right and left. One was getting similar punishment, but the West Yorkshires cheerily reported, "We're all right. You're getting the worst of it. It's going over us." Then their line went dead. At 3:35 a.m., the Bruckmüller Concerto began a new movement. All batteries abruptly concentrated on the Allied front lines. 5 minutes later, shells began to creep forward steadily, and masses of German infantry, rising from cover, advanced. In a few minutes the first light of day appeared, but a thick mist gradually formed. This was made more dense by smoke shells, and the storm troops were almost across the wide no-man's land before they were sighted. Both the French and British were taken by surprise as their front-line trenches were quickly overrun. Now it was up to the support lines. "They have advanced 2 kilometers during the night," the support company commander of the 8 Leicestershires told his officers. "We will have the opportunity I know you have been waiting for, to get at close grips with the Boche." Overhearing this, Private Kiernan brought the news to his dugout. "He has come over and advanced 2 kilos. We are going to stop him." No one said anything. Someone began singing, "I want to go home, I want to go home, I don't want to go in the trenches no more." As they filed from the dugout and up a steep road to the top of a hill, they could hear a German machine gun slowly firing in the distance. Shells began to fall, but their officer shouted, "Keep moving there!" From the crest, Kiernan could see that the plain below was covered with drifting smoke. They hurried down to shallow trenches, shielded by low shrubbery. A small shell hit near his foot and slithered along. Thank God, a dud. An officer, a corporal, and 2 men went through the shrubbery to reconnoiter. Looking through it, Kiernan could make out hundreds of front-line comrades scurrying back toward him like a football crowd running for the trams. Jerry's machine guns were going, and they were dropping a score at a time and lying in heaps, khaki heaps. The officer was coming back, helping drag the corporal, whose face and body were covered with blood. He was gray and yellow. "Good luck, Corporal," said Kiernan. "It's you as wants the good luck," he whispered. "I'm out of it." They all retreated along a woody lane where they found an artillery captain sitting, listlessly holding the bridle of a chestnut horse. A colonel asked, "Where is your battery?" The captain pointed to his horse. "Here it is, sir." Back at 23rd Brigade headquarters, word came that the enemy had turned both flanks and was closing in. Their own position was no longer a stronghold, but a death trap, just as the French officer had predicted. Orders came to fall back across the Aisne River, and everyone scrambled up the steep stairs, abandoning everything except the confidential dispatch box. "What a scene met us as we floundered into the light of the young day," recalled Rogerson. Everywhere was ruin, desolation thinly veiled by mist and smoke. "Rogerson!" shouted Brigadier W.G. St. G. Grogan. "You know the way by the trench, don't you? Well, lead on." Rogerson put his head down and dashed down the trench, but the goggles of his mask soon fogged, and he collided into the trench wall. He turned to urge the others on, to find himself alone. He was petrified. At any second one of those shells would smash him. His greatest fear was not death, but disablement. To share danger with others was bearable. To be alone was terrifying. As he stumbled back, he ran into 2 gunnery officers. What merciful relief! No one knew the way, so all 3 started blindly toward the Aisne across shell holes, through barbed wire brambles and the shattered remains of shelters and gun pits. Rogerson stumbled, picked himself up, and hurried on, weighed down by the heavy pack on his back, his steel helmet bobbing rhythmically. He gasped open-mouthed into the mask, whose clip pinched his nostrils. Finally, the 3 reached the river, along which a steady barrage of large-caliber shells was sending up tall geysers of black mud. They searched vainly for a bridge until they heard the ominous, slow rattle of German machine guns just behind. The other 2 men, tearing off helmets and jackets, plunged into the Aisne. Still burdened by helmet, pack, and mask, Rogerson tried to swim, then realized that he had a signal book in his right hand. Holding this out of water, he tried to stay afloat, but the weight dragged him under. Water filled his mask, flooding into his nose and throat. He turned around and just made it back to the bank. He ripped off the mask and tried again. He sank, again barely made it back. Next time he dumped his pack first, but the sacrifice was in vain. He was too exhausted and returned to locate a bridge. Plunging through nettles, rushes, and shell bursts, he found it not 200 yards away. He staggered onto the bridge, stunned to see Brigadier Grogan calmly standing there, crook-handled stick in hand. He was quietly directing the walking wounded and collecting the stragglers. The French, taking the main force of the onslaught, were falling back even faster. By 5:30 a.m. they had been driven off the Chemin des Dames, and before 9 were almost back to the Aisne. Now that the sun had cleared away the mist, German artillerymen from the ridge were watching the advance with wonder. From the right, from the left, from behind, everyone was going forward, followed by the artillery, wrote Albert Zagowitz to his family in Wölitz. My God, where have all these people come from? It looks like the migration of a nation, with the hills and valleys crowded with men, horses, cannons, and wagons. All run forward like a wide river. Everywhere is activity, but not only around us, but above us. There are our airplanes, 8, 10, 12, no, 15 and more, all headed toward the enemy. You can't see an enemy plane anymore. From a hill on the other side of the river, Rogerson was also watching with fascination. The Aisne and its attendant canal glittered like silver ribbons in the sun, but in the vacated trench area beyond hung a pall of haze and dust, which, lifting at intervals, revealed the roads thick with marching regiments in field grey, with guns, lorries, and wagons. Above, like great unwinking eyes, rode observation balloons, towed along by motor transport. Never before in the war had he seen the Boche so rapidly follow up an assault. Battalions were advancing in fours across the British trenches, despite clusters of defenders. What a target the whole scene presented! What havoc even a few 18-pounders would have worked on those crowded roads! But the divisional artillery had not been able to get across the river. There was nothing to fire. By noon, pontoon bridges had been flung across both the Aisne and the canal, which was just south of it, and grey infantrymen poured to the other side, regrouping for an assault against the Allied Green Line, which lay beyond. The sensational advance, coming as a surprise to Hindenburg, caused consternation at Pétain's headquarters. Jean de Pierrefeu, who prepared the daily communiqué, was horrified to see the new pencil marks on the situation map. There was no news of one entire division, which must have been taken prisoner to a man. The only rampart between the Aisne and the Vale was the remains of units fighting a retreating action. What were we to say in the communiqué? We could not very well admit at the first mention of the battle the loss of the Chemin des Dames and the crossing of the Aisne, which was the bitter truth, without the risk of striking panic into the public. But unless we prepared the way, what arrears might we not have to make up? Besides, if the enemy communiqué announced the true position, we should forfeit all faith in our veracity. It was decided, after much discussion, to follow the usual habit of making no mention of happenings between dawn and 9 a.m. By dealing only with the events of the previous night, it would be natural to mention only the artillery preparation and state simply, "The battle is in progress." The people of Paris were already in a state of apprehension. Since early morning they could hear the distant rumble of guns. It was louder than that on March 21st, and, coming from the east, more ominous. It concerned them far more than that morning's shower of 15 shells from Big Bertha, silent for 27 days. As soon as the news reached England, the king sent for General Wilson, who, much upset, began railing at the brutes of French and how the British army was going to disappear. "This is really rather an amazing business, as all that country is so naturally strong," Wilson wrote in his diary. "I don't like this sort of thing at all." That afternoon the Germans pushed all the way to the Ville. Great numbers of French and British were captured, and General von Unruh noticed that the latter were fraternizing with his troops. Cigarettes, bread, and flasks were exchanged. As the British marched past the automobile of Crown Prince Wilhelm, several saluted him. His aides, in turn, passed out cigarettes to the prisoners. The Kaiser was also up front. He returned to Toland at 11 p.m., still excited by the events of the day. "Gentlemen," he told his entourage, "a great victory, 10,000 prisoners taken, a host of guns captured, including the heavy howitzers which had constantly shelled Laon. It was an astounding success. Ludendorff had driven a 25-mile-wide salient almost 12 miles into the Allied lines. His troops had destroyed 4 divisions and nearly wiped out 4 others. Such a sweeping victory presented an unexpected opportunity to Ludendorff. The primary goal had been accomplished, since Allied reserves were already being drawn away from Flanders. Why not exploit the success and convert this diversionary attack into a genuine breakthrough? His troops were steamrolling south and could easily reach the Marne. Then, turning west toward Paris, they might possibly take the capital itself and end the war. It was a temptation he could not resist. On to Paris. 3. The offensive resumed 2 hours after midnight. Sulzbach was excited. Yesterday, after the barrage, his troops had been in the second line. Today they would be in the front. As adjutant, he was busy all morning taking messages from brigade to the infantry commanders and back to the batteries. And all of a sudden we are right in the middle of a proper battle command. You can see how the individual attacks develop and how everything is thought out and prepared to the tiniest detail. The right wing of his corps turned southward toward Soissons, while the adjoining corps, led by General Larisch, assaulted that key town head-on. The latter was slowed down, but Sulzbach's brigade swept forward, taking many prisoners, including the commander of a battalion of French chasseurs who wore the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Sulzbach attempted to interrogate him, but he just stood, proud, serious-faced, not saying a word, bent in body and broken in spirit. To the right, the British front-line troops were slowly falling back to the Vesle, while all their vehicles and the remains of guns were hustled across the river and onto the high ground overlooking the valley behind. The exhausted drivers unyoked their weary horses, gave them their nose bags, and tried to get some sleep under the wagons. There were only 10 left in Private Kiernan's platoon, and they found themselves 50 yards behind a French unit, which was holding back the enemy with light machine guns. Many of the French looked quite old. They were stout with long black beards, but they ran like children as they dashed from one side of the woods to the other, firing brief bursts to give the impression of greater numbers. At 9 a.m., Pétain issued orders calling upon General Duchesne to re-establish the integrity of the line of the Vesle, driving the enemy back to the north of Mont Notre-Dame, with a view to recapturing the heights between Vesle and Aisne. By the time this order reached Duchesne an hour later, the French were already south of the Vesle River and only too glad to escape, let alone launch a counterattack. While Pétain remained at his headquarters, Clemenceau left Paris early that morning of May 28th to find out what was happening. First he visited Foch, who blamed Duchesne for sending almost all of the French 137th Division, which was back on the Aisne, to the support of the first position, thus leaving along a wide front the important position of security offered by the Aisne almost wholly unguarded. By a fatal chance, the Germans made their main effort in this direction, and they thus reached the river without striking a blow. Clemenceau went forward to see General Duchesne for himself and was told that the Germans were pushing on without pause, and there was nothing to oppose them but de la poussière, mere dust. Duchesne added without complaint that no grand chef had yet been to visit him. At his headquarters, Foch was writing Haig that the new offensive would force him to greatly reduce the French forces in the north. He warned the field marshal that the British might be entirely thrown on their own resources, and suggested that he form a general reserve. Haig did not protest, convinced that the Germans would give him a breather while diverting all their energy and divisions to exploiting the success on the Aisne front. Back in London, General Wilson was more concerned than Haig. He was praying that the present German attack was the main one. "I hope so. This would be good." He also wrote in his diary that Lord Milner, just returned from Versailles, was convinced that the French could not stand a disaster, and kept on saying, "I wish we had our army back in England." But, noted Wilson, we can't, so what is the use of saying it? By noon, the situation worsened. The two German corps were closing in on Soissons, and the British were being pushed across the Vesle. The Kaiser, along with the Crown Prince, Hindenburg, and General von Bühn, arrived early in the afternoon at the Californie Plateau, where General von Conte reported that all objectives south of the Vesle had just been gained. While General von Unruh was explaining the new position to His Majesty, an order came in by telephone from Ludendorff. "Pursuit to be continued at once. Forward to the Marne." Exuberant, the Kaiser dispatched Unruh immediately to the front to convey his thanks to the troops and their commanders and to give orders on the spot for a rapid prosecution of the offensive. By dark, Soissons was captured, and in the center, German troops were only 4 miles from Fère-en-Tardenois, an ancient town only 8 air miles from the Marne. Just as the French in front of Private Kiernan's platoon fell back, an officer announced that this was now the front line. A few exhausted Durhams arrived. "Old Jerry's swarming," said one of them. "Thousands of the bastards." This panicked the Kiernan group into retreat, and they fell back another 6 kilometers, finally settling in a trench near a long black wood. It was dark, without moon. No one spoke. Suddenly in the wood in front there began a shouting and screaming, high screams of warning and fear and hate, and the crack of bombs and the clashing of steel, the most horrible sound there is to hear. Their officer led them out of the trench up to the wood, rifles ready to fire. The clash of steel and screams continued. Then from the dark came French stretcher-bearers carrying men wringing wet with blood. It dripped through the stretchers on the bearers, oldish men who were trembling but grinned when they saw we were English. One man was groaning and crying and muttering words in a deep voice of agony. He was like a large piece of raw meat, so covered with blood. The wood grew quiet as Kiernan's platoon crept back to their trench. By evening, the people of France knew the extent of the defeat, and, according to one observer, there was a feeling that a most serious blow had been struck both to French prestige and to French armed forces, and perhaps a mortal blow to the Entente. Ambassador Darby wrote that many people were leaving the capital, and really, except for officials, Paris is a city of the dead. All this, I think, is rather demoralizing to the people who cannot get away, and I am afraid the result will be a reaction against Clemenceau. Meanwhile, the fact that it was our divisions, poor tired fellows who had been both in the retreat from the Somme and at Mount Camel, who had to bear the brunt of the fighting, not true, it was the French this time, and gave way owing to force of numbers, will mean a restarting of recrimination between French and English, which was very bad when I came here, though to a great extent had died down. He told of his long talk that day with Albert Thomas, the socialist. Many people want peace. They are war-weary to a degree which we do not understand, and that if we were now to have a reverse, especially if that reverse falls on French troops, he is very doubtful whether it would be possible to really go on with the war. He thinks Clemenceau would fall and be replaced by somebody else who might be in favor of making the best peace possible. Already Clemenceau was under attack, with certain members of the Chambers of Deputies evidencing an absolutely incredible fury against the commander-in-chief of the French army. Late that same evening, Pétain was visited by Foch. The latter got a hostile reception from the general's staff, who regarded him as the real villain of the rout. Why had he taken away all their reserves and sent them up to Hague? Pétain greeted his superior icily, yet they could agree on some points. Both were not only shocked at the size of the new Ludendorff attack, but puzzled that it should be launched against the Chemin des Dames. Why had he committed such a force in this unlikely area, and how long would he maintain the pressure? They also agreed on the defense. The shoulders of the salient must be held. True, Soissons was now in German hands, but the plateau to the south could possibly be held. Pétain was confident he could do this if he were given the 10th Army in reserve behind Haigue's centre, as well as 4 French divisions in Flanders. Foch reluctantly agreed to let Pétain have the 10th Army, but flatly turned down the second radical proposal. Foch returned to his own headquarters at Sarcus, where he received another visit from Clemenceau. He tried to calm the excitable tiger. This was not a genuine offensive, he said, only a diversionary attack to mask Ludendorff's real intentions. Clemenceau insisted on knowing what Foch intended to do about stopping the German steamroller. "Nothing at the moment," he calmly replied. The advance over the Aisne, he explained, was not as perilous as it seemed to those in Paris. Even if the enemy crossed the Marne and turned west toward Paris, the city was in no real danger, for this would place the French 10th Army on the German flank. Couldn't Clemenceau see that Ludendorff was only trying to divert Allied reserves from some strategically sensitive point, such as Flanders? Although Foch had perfectly read Ludendorff's intentions, Clemenceau didn't believe it and was not at all reassured. Still, he promised to do his best to quiet the critics in the Chamber of Deputies. "Stop the Boche tomorrow," he said, "and I will be able to handle the chamber." At 11 p.m., Pétain issued a new directive designed to limit the German attack by vigorous resistance on the wings. "It is the duty of all," he ordered, "to maintain their positions without troubling about the thrust of the enemy's advanced units. The Marne bridges were to be guarded to prevent raiding parties from crossing. On the east, the hills of Reims were to be held, and on the west the so-called Paris line was also to be maintained as far as a point 5 miles south-southwest of Soissons." That evening an important conference was going on at Crown Prince Wilhelm's chateau in Charleville. Hindenburg and Ludendorff came from Avesnes. The Kaiser, flushed from his trip to the front, was on hand to make sure that his son would be allowed to carry his victory to its conclusion. He remembered the first battle of the Marne, when the Crown Prince's 5th Army had been forced to break off a successful assault and retreat. Both he and his son felt that had been a grievous mistake. Siding with royalty, Hindenburg voted to continue the attack, but Ludendorff, who now wondered if it was wise to exploit their success further, reminded them that this was planned as a mere diversion, and the real target was the English front. But he did not press the argument, privately fearing that if the drive were stopped now, the French would simply patch up their lines and keep their reserves in Flanders. Then the whole point of the assault would be lost. He also was aware that time was growing short. The Americans were landing in hordes. Only that morning their 1st Division had successfully assaulted a village in Picardy, 55 miles northeast of Paris. Within 35 minutes the doughboys had taken the village and then, despite grievous casualties, turned back several counterattacks. While the encounter was of no consequence strategically, it was historic. For the first time, Americans had taken offensive action in France, and succeeded. They had exhibited such enthusiasm, vigor, and reckless valor that it was a warning what would happen when Pershing finally got his entire army into action. German victory had to come before then. And so Ludendorff added his vote to continue the attack. Once they crossed the Marne and the Paris gun continued its bombardment, the feisty Clemenceau would surely fall from power, and the French would seek a peace. The Germans directing the battle were not as sanguine as their superiors. They had punched a huge salient into the Allied lines, but their own flanks were hanging back. It was a strangulated hernia, a most undesirable situation, since the only railway communications into the salient ran through Reims and Soissons, the former still held by the enemy, and the latter under Allied guns. But they followed orders, and on the third day of the offensive, May 29th, kept pushing south toward the Marne. The attackers knew only that they were advancing as never before. Lieutenant Sulzbach smelled final success. Everyone around him shared the feeling of triumph. The morale was as high as in August 1914. It's wonderful to see the present look on the faces of our valiant regiments as they advance in an assault. They are almost laughing for joy, and all they can see is victory. If you people at home could only see it. The Crown Prince could restrain his own impatience no longer. I simply had to go forward and see with my own eyes how things were shaping. I wanted to visit the staffs, view the battlefield, and greet as many as possible of my brave soldiers. First, he thanked General von Bühn for his brilliant arrangement of the operation, then drove to the Chemin des Dames. What streams of blood had already flowed in fighting for this ridge! These thoughts flashed through his mind as he viewed the battlefield. The only road leading over the ridge looked as if a nation of ants were busy on it. Transports, batteries, and infantry simply poured along it. It was a wonderful picture of war. With difficulty, his car was pushed and pulled along a shattered road. Everywhere I met with a warm reception. How nice it was to be once more among my brave troops, with my finger on their pulse, so to speak, instead of sitting in the office at headquarters and waiting with uncontrollable impatience for every telephone or aeroplane report. The commander of modern times is denied the part assigned to a Frederick or a Napoleon on the battlefield. Standing on a knoll with General von Winkler, he saw before him a vast panorama. It was like maneuvers. The headquarters flag fluttered in the wind as runners and motorcyclists dashed in and out. The little party continued down into the valley and along the canal to a small mill where he had a moving reunion with his brother, Eitel Friedrich. They were both exalted by the victory, and 2 enemy bombs dropping close by helped to raise our spirits even higher. Captain Fritz Mattei, a battalion commander in the 36th Division, was experiencing the same rapture. He had just rejoined his unit after a leave. Everywhere was battle joy, battle enthusiasm, he wrote home. Victory called from every corner, prisoners and booty were brought past, and the shining May sun smiled success. The days of 1914 seemed to have returned. On his way to the front, his driver suddenly braked the car, and Mattei watched in awe as 2 gray figures drove past, stiffly erect, the Kaiser and Hindenburg. He jerked his hand to his cap, and His Majesty returned a gesture of thanks. The indomitable Clemenceau was also up front with his troops. Just as his car reached one end of Fère-en-Tardenois, German troops were entering the other end. The car spun around just in time to avoid capture. Undeterred, he and the chief of his military cabinet, General Mordac, continued on to 21st Corps. Its commander, General de Goutte, told of his divisions being flung into the battle one after another without artillery. A tragic sight, recalled Clemenceau, to see the general weeping over a tattered remnant of a map, and all the while a continuous stream of motorcyclists arriving with reports of the enemy's approach. I left him with no hope of ever seeing him again. For me, this is one of the most poignant memories of the war. By noon, Pétain began to wonder if he could hold the Marne, and requested Foch to bring their 10th Army back south at once. Ignoring his earlier promise, Foch refused. There were still sufficient enemy troops to launch another attack up north, and it would be premature to remove them. At the same time, he warned Haig that he might have to recall the 10th Army. In fact, he might even have to call on the British General Reserves. The desperation of the French increased as reports of new setbacks arrived. The French are bothering the life out of us, trying to persuade us to put our half-trained divisions on the front line. Colonel Fox Connor, Pershing's chief of operations, told Major Lloyd Griscom that afternoon. "They say it's the greatest emergency of the war. I don't know when to believe 'em. One minute they're on the crest of the wave, and the next at the bottom of the lowest trough." Suddenly, without a knock, 2 French officers rushed in. "C'est terrible! C'est affreux!" exclaimed General Ragueneau of the French military mission. "Les Boches sont arrivés au Marne! Au secours! We'll send buses, we'll send lorries, we'll send trains. Only give us men." Connor calmed the Frenchmen as if they were children. "We'll help you out," he said. "That's what we're here for. We'll send you our 2nd Division." "Fine," said Ragueneau. "But it's not nearly enough. We must have more." Connor studied his map. "Well, General, we hate to put an untrained division into the battle line, but if it really is a crisis, we'll go ahead." He decided to send another, less experienced division. "It couldn't be worse," said Ragueneau, and Griscom noticed tears welling in his eyes. Connor went to the telephone, asked for 3rd Division headquarters. "Hello, Bob, is that you?" he said after a minute. "Can you have your division ready tomorrow morning to go into the line?" Apparently, the staff officer at the other end was gasping. "Yes, I know you haven't had any trench training. Yes, it's an emergency. The French will get you there. How about it?" Connor turned to the French general for confirmation, then said, "Everything is arranged." Every available French unit was also being rushed to the Marne to form a defensive line, reminiscent to some of the desperate cavalcade of taxicabs in 1914. Kiernan's platoon had fallen back to a valley, and their officer was indicating targets on the skyline. "There you are," he told Kiernan, pointing up at a big German standing sideways so his pack showed clear and square. As Kiernan took aim, the officer pushed his barrel down with his stick. "Don't aim high." Kiernan looked along the sights and thought, he has come through all this fighting, and could imagine the German's mother receiving a telegram. Something gripped Kiernan, and he thought, I cannot do it. His officer was down the trench, so Kiernan hurriedly fired straight but high over the German's head. He must have heard it whistle past, for he trotted along the skyline to hide behind a tree. Late that afternoon it was unbearably hot, and there was no water. The Kiernan group filed out of the reeds, following a captain who led them at least to their own battalion. Their brigadier galloped up, shouting, "Fix bayonets!" He was big, young, and handsome. "Jerry is just over the hill," he shouted as he gestured with his whip. "Go at him and he'll run, simply run. He's a lot more frightened than you are of him." He wheeled his horse dramatically and galloped off. 2 officers conferred, walked up to the brow of the hill for a look, then trotted back. "Unfix," said one, and the men gratefully followed him to the rear. Fear at last had come to Kiernan. He had not known it during the hell of Ypres. "I do not want to go back to the line. When I think of it, my stomach turns sick," he recalled. While he was at Ypres, his mother had written him, "I know you will be a man and face it." He had done so for many nights, despite the cold and heat, misery, pain, and agony. "But I cannot feel the strength of that letter now. I am afraid of going up to the front again. I am afraid." Nothing could stop the Germans. In the east, they approached Ville-en-Tardenois the next morning, May 30th, and for the first time threatened to encircle Reims. In the west, they were approaching the Marne. In Paris, there was a growing demand for the heads of Duchesne, Pétain, and Foch. Although Clemenceau had his own doubts about Foch, he felt obliged to support Foch's authority and sent a reassuring telegram to the Allies. "We consider that General Foch, who is conducting the present campaign with consummate skill, and whose military judgment inspires us with the utmost confidence, does not exaggerate the necessities of the moment. Clemenceau also visited President Poincaré at 11 a.m., urging him not to hector Duchesne while the battle was raging. "Yesterday I saw him only 2 kilometers from the enemy, near Ferrand-Tardenois. He is very courageous and never ceases exposing himself." Pétain, he added, was preparing an operation to stop the enemy, and he begged the president to be patient. He should not listen to those criticizing the conduct of the war. "I know very well that you don't wish to shoot me in the back. I also know very well that you have friends." He was referring to former Premier Aristide Briand and others, who not only bitterly criticized Clemenceau's dictatorial methods, but railed at Pétain. Poincaré denied that there was any such cabal. It was only Foch's imagination. "I remain convinced," said the president, "that it is not necessary to disturb either Foch or Pétain." "Then we are in agreement," said Clemenceau. "That is what I myself wrote you some time ago, and I have not changed my mind." "Then all goes well." Poincaré thought, "Yes, all goes well, but one more time Clemenceau has listened to gossip and acts suspicious and defiant." The Tiger hurried back to the battlefield with General Mordac. Everywhere the news was bad. There was no artillery to stop the Boche, and, as Mordac recorded, the troops were starting to get discouraged because, as at the beginning of the war, they were being bombarded with heavy stuff and could only reply with rifles and machine guns. The game was all one-sided. The roads were crowded with despondent refugees hurrying to safety with their pitiful belongings stacked on carts. And to many Frenchmen it seemed as though Clemenceau was leading the nation to defeat, despite the so-called unity of command, American aid, and the heroism of the poilus. "Soissons taken," despairingly wrote Aristide Briand that day. "We are back where we were at the end of 1914. Poincaré was despondently strolling in his garden when a liaison officer rushed up to announce that the Germans were approaching Château-Thierry, a strategic town on the Marne some 50 air miles from Paris. To his further consternation, Poincaré learned that tomorrow's offensive aimed at the enemy's right flank was already being openly discussed in the corridors of the Chamber of Deputies. It was une indiscrétion criminelle. Critics of the government were also demanding a conference with Clemenceau to find out what was being done to stop the German advance. If the enemy came much further, he would have Paris under direct fire. Then what should they do? Remain in a city being constantly bombarded? How could the Chamber meet? Could they even continue the war under such circumstances? By evening, the Germans were at the banks of the Marne, just east of Château-Thierry. In some parts it was so narrow that a baseball player could throw a ball to the other bank. It did not seem possible that the few troops on the other side could stop them. The German commanders had high hopes. Already they had captured more than 50,000 prisoners and some 800 big guns. Further, the main object of the attack had been accomplished, that is, the drawing away of French reserves stationed behind the British front, and favorable conditions for the decisive blow planned against the British were developing. An American observer, Frederick Palmer, was appalled. It was nothing less than a rout. Among the French soldiers in disorganized retreat and along the lines of communication, and among the people, I noted an attitude of nervous despair far more than their attitude when the German drive of 1914 was at full tide. A little more pressure from the enemy, he thought, would bring defeat, for it was obvious that the French were now very near the breaking point. Early the next morning, the last day of May, a German assault group prepared to cross the Marne. Wagons heavily loaded with half-pontoons moved toward the bank amid shot and shell bursts. Captain Mattei led his battalion to Sedge near the river. Suddenly machine-gun bullets from a castle on the other side whipped into the bank. There were cries of "Medic!" then silence. Engineers were hit. The wounded and dead were dragged up the bank as a single boat started across, carrying a guide rope. "Third company up," shouted a lieutenant who sprang into another boat, quickly followed by 30 men. They whispered jokes and bantered with the engineers. Once on the south bank, the little group seized the bridge abutment. Their report came back. South bank clear of enemy, all quiet. By 4:45 a.m., Mattei's entire battalion was across the river. The sun was just creeping over the eastern horizon. Ahead lay a broad road. On both sides were wheat fields and meadows. Beyond, the castle of Varennes, shining in the bright sunlight, stood in ominous silence. Mattei gave the command to attack. A proud picture, the riflemen plunged into the high waves of the wheat fields. The railroad, the castle, must be ours. Then from every floor burst fire thick as hail towards the shock troops. Many fell in the wheat, yet the attackers did not stop. All at once, from the other side of the hills to the south, came a dull rolling. French shells began to fall among the Germans and into the barges. Too late. "We have the Marne, and our bridgehead is secure, but an advance is now no longer possible. We are cut off from the other bank. Nothing moves. We are alone and hold the conquered south bank with clenched teeth." Later that morning, Clemenceau assured Poincaré that Château-Thierry would not be taken, and the Boche would not cross the Marne. Pétain was going to attack on that flank. "Today?" "The operation has been delayed a few hours, but will surely start today." "What about the vexatious indiscretions in the matter?" asked Poincaré tartly. "They came, it appears, from your cabinet." He hoped it wouldn't compromise the attack. Clemenceau changed the subject, warning Poincaré to beware of such advisers as Briand. "I am a bit suspicious," admitted the president. "Be a good deal suspicious." The Tiger proceeded to the front, meeting with Foch and Pétain at Trilleport, the new headquarters of 6th Army, 20 miles east of Paris. Although he had been urged by his staff to put the blame on Foch, Pétain refused to stoop to such tactics, for he was convinced that the Generalissimo was necessary for victory. Usually he had been the pessimistic one, seeing dangers on all sides, but in this crisis he appeared the one least concerned. He assured Clemenceau that the Germans could be contained and the worst was already over. If the Allies could hold out until July, victory was a certainty. Foch also believed the Germans could be stopped. Clemenceau left not quite convinced. He never had liked Foch and suspected that the Generalissimo might have made a fatal mistake, but on the motor trip back to Paris, Mordac supported Foch. It was still odd that the Germans were attacking in the Champagne area. They would have to mount an entirely new offensive if they wanted to march on Paris, said Mordac, and even the fall of that city would not mean defeat. Such stout talk roused Clemenceau. "Yes, the Germans may take Paris," he said, "but that would not stop me from fighting. We will fight on the Loire, on the Garonne, if we must even in the Pyrenees. But as to making peace, never." At lunch, Foch's guest was Haig. The Generalissimo said that Pétain desperately wanted American divisions, no matter how untrained, to hold the long front on the Swiss frontier. That would release French troops. Haig gave some good reasons against the proposal, but said he would consider it and reply tomorrow. While they were talking, a message arrived from Pétain. The situation was critical. The reserves sent out to stop the Germans had melted away very quickly. Foch looked more anxious than Haig had ever seen him. American aid was already on the way. A 14-mile cavalcade of French camions, driven by little yellow dumb-looking Annamites, was moving the 2nd Division out of Normandy and Picardy. And the 3rd Division was already approaching Château-Thierry. 2 newsmen, Junius Wood of the Chicago Daily News, and Ray Carroll of the Philadelphia Ledger were ahead of them. They had learned there was a breakthrough and wanted a scoop. They passed Château-Thierry and a few miles later ran into the German bridgehead near Varennes. Narrowly escaping capture, they raced back to Château-Thierry, where they were stirred to see troops and trucks with American insignia. It looked like a machine gun company deploying on the outskirts of the town. Thank God there was at last something to stop the Germans. It was the spearhead of the 3rd Division. The first to come were 15 doughboys carrying 2 Hotchkiss guns, which had never been fired in combat. They were led by Lieutenant John Bissell, a recent graduate of West Point. While he was shifting his 2 guns from house to house, elements of the 7th Machine Gun Battalion began digging in across the Marne. By the time Major James Taylor arrived at dusk, 8 Hotchkiss guns had been emplaced on the south bank, covering the wagon bridge leading to Château-Thierry. At Versailles, a large contingent of British dignitaries had just arrived for tomorrow's Supreme War Council meeting. On the trip across the Channel, Henry Wilson had told Milner, Lloyd George, and Balfour that Foch was trying to hold too long a line with the troops at his disposal, and that either he must shorten it or he would crack. Upon arrival in Versailles, Wilson was told that Château-Thierry and Villers-Cotterêts had been lost. This last must mean they are not fighting. If this is so, we are done. 13 sat down to dinner, but apparently Cabinet Secretary Hankey was the only one who noticed it or was superstitious enough to note it in a diary. Afterward, he had an important conversation with Lieutenant General Sir John Duquesne, head of the British mission at French headquarters. Duquesne took a gloomy view of the future and was very anxious at the idea of our having 2.5 million hostages on the continent in the event of a French defeat. He envisages the possibility of the French army being smashed and cut off from us, the enemy demanding as a condition of peace the handing over of all the ports, from Rouen and Havre to Dunkirk, and in the event of a refusal, the remorseless hammering of our army by the whole German army. He does not think we could get our army away, and considers that if we wanted to go on with the war, we should have to face the prospect of over 1 million prisoners in France. He evidently thinks a situation of this kind might develop quite soon. Duquesne also told of the disagreement between Foch and Lawrence, Haig's chief of staff, who wanted to abandon the Channel ports and fall back behind the Somme while it was still possible. Hankey promptly reported this to Milner and Lloyd George. The latter was furious at the thought of sacrificing the Channel ports in order to shorten the line. "I am sure," Hankey added in his diary, "he means to get rid of Haig as soon as there is a lull in the fighting." In his own book, Hankey records the entire day's entry, except for this telling sentence. Lloyd George, Wilson, and Haig stayed up late discussing the holding of Dunkirk until the last was thoroughly tired of them. Fortunately, an air raid started and the lights went out. Wilson went to bed in an anxious frame of mind. "Tomorrow," he wrote, "will be a critical day. If Ruprecht now attacks south from Montdidier to Noyon and takes Compiègne, the French army is beaten. It is not easy to follow what would happen after that." 4. The British Chief of Staff awoke on Saturday, June 1st, in the same frame of mind. Writing now before breakfast, I find it difficult to realize that there is a possibility, perhaps a probability, of the French army being beaten. What would this mean? The destruction of our army in France, in Italy, in Salonika? What of Palestine and Mesopotamia, India, Siberia, and the sea? What of Archangel and America? Would they be able to answer any of these questions at the Versailles conference that afternoon? Lord Milner was even more depressed. For more than 6 months his object had been to conclude a tolerable peace for the Empire and the Allies. Was this the moment? He was prepared to negotiate with the Germans, but not to give way to them. He was not the only one thinking in these terms. A few weeks earlier, during the April crisis, the Prime Minister had privately discussed with some of his cabinet, ex-ministers, and members of the Labour Party the possibility of ending the war in the West by giving the enemy a free hand in the East. Lloyd George was still shocked at the incredible ineptitude of the French generals. First, they had been swept out of Mount Carmel, a position well behind the British front line, for years, and now the disaster on the Aisne. Was their principal ally about to crack? If the French had so readily given up elaborate entrenchments when the Germans were advancing on their capital, what reason was there to expect that they would hold on to positions when there was no time to prepare adequate defenses? He, like other British, was forgetting that their own troops on the Chemin des Dames had fallen back as quickly and as far as the French. Even though he had been warned by Lord Derby of the wave of pessimism sweeping Paris, Lloyd George was surprised to find general despondency in France. "I did not anticipate it. I did not share it. I thought it was unjustified. I was convinced we had got over the worst." After breakfast, he went for a stroll in the park with Milner, Duquesne, and Wilson. It was a really glorious morning, he said to Hankey, who accompanied them, notebook in hand. They discussed the line to be taken with Haig, who was due to arrive soon, and agreed that if he would not use the Americans, the French should have them. Upon return to their quarters, the Villa Romaine, they found Haig, and the group proceeded to the balcony on the shady side of the house. Hankey slipped away, feeling it was wiser to leave them to talk freely without notes being taken. The field marshal was as wooden as usual, thought Wilson. First, they discussed the size of the American army and agreed that President Wilson should be asked to aim for 100 divisions. By when? As soon as possible. Haig suggested that the Americans be allowed to have a definite organized force within a year. He also hoped to quicken their training so that 4 divisions would be fit for the line in 2 weeks. Most important, said Haig, was to find out whether the French army was fighting or not. From what he had heard, their reserves in the recent attack just melted away, and this, according to Haig, was due to coddling them last summer and to want of discipline and to the lack of reliable officers and NCOs. In view of all this, he concluded that it would be a waste of good troops to send Americans to the French. The British would make much better use of the doughboys. So spoke the wooden soldier. In Paris, Clemenceau was preparing for the momentous conference by conferring with Poincaré. Looking gray, the Tiger reported that last night he had found a very sombre Pétain who envisaged the evacuation from Paris by the government. "I will not leave Paris," said Poincaré. "I don't want to risk the fate of France in one battle," said Clemenceau. "We must endure and wait for the Americans." Poincaré protested that it was necessary once more to stop the Germans at the Marne and so save Paris. Clemenceau agreed, but pointed out that their reserves could not get to the front any quicker. All the roads were jammed and railroads could be cut off. "It appears certain to me that the Germans will come close enough to bombard Paris." "That is not reason for leaving," said Poincaré, suspecting that the Tiger wanted him out of the capital so he could reap all the glory in case of a siege. And so both decided to stay in the city to the end. Clemenceau went on to the Trianon Park Hotel in Versailles, where a preliminary meeting was held in his office with Lloyd George, Wilson, Haig, and Foch. The 2 Frenchmen began accusing the British of failing to bring enough men to France. Lloyd George stoutly denied this, insisting that his government had made great efforts to get men across the Channel before the March 21st offensive. Foch insisted that Haig keep up the total of divisions promised, adding bluntly that if he did not, the war was lost. "And so," confided Haig to his diary, "these people went on wrangling and wasting time." Finally, Lloyd George agreed to let Foch send to England an expert to examine the British manpower figures, and this appeared at last to satisfy Clemenceau. It was almost 2 hours past the scheduled opening of the Supreme War Council. The large waiting room was crammed to overflowing with Italians and Americans, secretaries and interpreters. Not a single window was opened, observed Haig as he entered the meeting room. The place was stifling. It turned out that the only subject discussed by this impressive gathering was the appointment of a supreme commander to control all the Allied fleets in the Mediterranean. The British and French somehow managed to agree, but the Italians protested. Their object seemed to be to stay in port and keep their fleet safe, noted Haig. I was disgusted with their attitude. Nothing, of course, was settled, and after 2.5 deadly hours, Haig left for a walk in the garden with Balfour. Later, he wrote his wife, "I spent all day at Versailles listening to much talk. There is no doubt that a democratic form of government is a bad one as compared with the Germans for controlling a war." The important business of the day was discussed by Pershing, Foch, and Milner in Clemenceau's office. Foch began by painting a desperate picture of the military situation. He proposed that the Americans send nothing but infantry and machine gun units in June and July, 250,000 each month. The battle, nothing else counts," he exclaimed, waving his arms. Pershing was just as positive. America had to build up its army as a unit to carry on the battle to the end. Already the program had been seriously interrupted by concessions. The French railway system, moreover, was breaking down, and the ports would be hopelessly blocked unless they were improved. Furthermore, the restriction of shipments to infantry and machine gun units would be a dangerous and short-sighted policy. Foch seemed to be paying little attention and impatiently insisted that all these things could be postponed. The argument went on without anything being accomplished until Pershing proposed that they adjourn for the day. In the meantime, the Germans continued to advance. The railway stations in Paris were filled with those escaping the city. Baggage was piled haphazardly on the platforms since there was no room left in the baggage rooms, and travelers had to pick their way through the stacks to find an exit. The Kaiser returned to his headquarters, dust-stained from a long trip to the front, but in good spirits. "He is quite intoxicated by the successes of the army," wrote the exasperated Admiral von Müller in his diary, "and makes marginal notes on the dispatches with such comments as, 'the victors of Craonne.' Pity that he should thus lose all sense of proportion." His Majesty would have been particularly proud of one of his corporals, Adolf Hitler, who had single-handedly captured 4 French soldiers. Armed only with a pistol, he had shouted so commandingly that the poilus thought he was leading at least a company. Hitler delivered his 4 prisoners to his regimental commander, Colonel von Tuboeuf, and was commended. "There was no circumstance or situation," recalled Tuboeuf, "that would have prevented him from volunteering for the most difficult, arduous, and dangerous tasks, and he was always ready to sacrifice life and tranquility for his fatherland and for others." A little later, Hitler was awarded the Iron Cross, First Class, for former achievements, and not this outstanding feat. The coveted medal was presented to him by the battalion adjutant, who had initiated the award, a Jew named Hugo Gutmann. The next morning, Sunday, Clemenceau again called on Poincaré. After discussing at length the peril that Paris was facing, he unexpectedly turned emotional. "If I had died before the war, I would have died convinced that my country was lost. The vices of the parliamentary regime, the intrigues, the shortcomings, the idiosyncrasies, all made me believe we were decadent. But this war has revealed to the entire world a France so beautiful, so admirable, that now I am full of confidence." Poincaré was thinking that although this display was genuine, it unhappily seemed more sentimental than rational. "And if," continued the tiger, "it is our bad fortune to die, I wish at least that my country die battling for its independence, and that it dies in beauty." Sentimentality became bitterness by the time the mercurial Clemenceau met with Pershing and the British early in the afternoon. He had since learned that the British had received an option on the 120,000 American troops sent in May. Why shouldn't half these reinforcements be assigned to French divisions, he accused rather than asked. If not that, would the Americans let the French have 120,000 men from the June allotment? Pershing stiffly declined to commit his government on this point. An acrimonious debate ensued until Clemenceau finally agreed to postpone the question until a later meeting. Then he began to berate the British. "How strange," he said sarcastically, "that the Germans, with a population of 68 million, could put 204 divisions in the field, while the British, with 46 million, could only assemble 43. This sparked another long wrangle, with Foch reiterating rudely, according to Hankey, that he could not conduct the war unless the British maintained their divisions. Everyone seemed at odds. Pershing obstinately refused to consider the British proposal to make Haig the authority for deciding when Americans were to go into the lines. And both the British and French were annoyed because Pershing stoutly resisted their demand for exclusive shipments of American infantry and machine gunners. Lloyd George became so frustrated that he dejectedly admitted that the Allies were in a sense in the hands of the United States. All they could do was call on President Wilson to come to their aid in this crisis. It appeared as if nothing would be accomplished for the second day in a row, until it was suggested that Pershing, Milner, and Foch get together and draw up an agreement. What 18 could not accomplish, the three did in short order. They agreed that of the 250,000 Americans sent to France in June, 170,000 would be combatant troops, 25,400 would service the railroads, and the rest would be determined by Pershing. For July, 140,000 would be combatant troops, and the rest designated by Pershing. During the lunch break, Foch and Lord Balfour strolled in the garden. The elderly Foreign Secretary deferentially asked the Generalissimo how he was going to stop the Germans. "I will hit here," he said, kicking with one foot, "then hit here," kicking with the other foot. He repeated the footwork, adding arm gesticulations, to the delight of Lloyd George and others watching from a distance, who had no idea what all these pugilistic gestures meant. The entire group walked back to the conference chamber to discuss the Mediterranean once more. The little they had settled yesterday, appointing Admiral Jellicoe as overall commander, was undone by the Italians, who now demanded that one of their own officers, Admiral de Revel, be in charge. Revel, noted Hankey, distinguished himself by boasting that the Italian fleet had not been to sea for 18 months, and consequently had not lost a ship. The argument dragged on for hours until everyone began shouting at once. "What is going on in there?" someone in the corridor asked. "I guess," remarked the quick-witted General Bliss, "they are all at sea except the Italian admiral, who won't go there." Lloyd George became so annoyed he bellowed that they wanted to make the appointment a sham. He wouldn't think of asking a man of Jellicoe's eminence to accept it, whereupon he withdrew the original suggestion. Wilson was disgusted. There was terrible waste of time all day, what with Foch and his inaccurate figures, with Pershing and with the Italian admiral. And all the time the Boches are gaining ground below Château-Thierry and towards Villers-Cotterêts, and west of Soissons and south of Noyon. A council is a pathetic and maddening thing. On Monday, June 3rd, the final session of the Supreme War Council ended with comparative amicability, but little accomplished. Afterward, Hankey went shopping with Lloyd George for souvenirs to take to his family. The Prime Minister, Hankey noted, was attracted by the pretty girl waiting on them. Like Clemenceau, Lloyd George was known for his partiality to women, particularly favoring his secretary, Francis Stevenson, to whom he was sending almost daily passionate notes, usually addressed to "my darling pussy." The next day, Clemenceau was tried for his political life in a hearing of the Chamber of Deputies at the Palais Bourbon. If he fell, his successor would surely dismiss Foch and Pétain and seek a negotiated peace with Germany. From the beginning it was obvious that the opposition was after Clemenceau's blood. He was greeted with noisy derision and two demands: to negotiate for peace and to fire Pétain and Foch. Controlling himself, the tiger maintained his poise as Deputy Frédéric Brunet charged that the recent fighting proved that France's leaders were incapable. When we saw the first onrush of the Germans on the Somme, not a soul faltered in the entire country. We all said, with you they shall not pass. But when we have seen the debacle at the Chemin des Dames, along which so many of our men have fallen in order to keep it in French hands, we could not but feel a momentary pang, and ask ourselves if those in command had really done their whole duty, and if the law comes down with crushing force upon the soldier who fails to do his duty, it ought to deal still more drastically with the leader who, through negligence or lack of foresight, may well be the cause of irretrievable defeats. After a demand for a secret session, the tiger mounted the tribune to do battle. "What would we achieve by an immediate discussion?" he said. "Sow doubt in anxious minds, add further misapprehensions to those already established. I cannot lend myself to this." There were hoots and jeers, but Clemenceau ignored them. "If, to win the approbation of certain persons who judge in rash haste," he continued scathingly, "I must abandon chiefs who have deserved well of their country, that is a piece of contemptible baseness of which I am incapable, and it must not be expected of me. If we are to raise doubts in the minds of the troops as to the competence of certain of their leaders, perhaps among the best, that would be a crime for which I should never accept responsibility." He admitted that mistakes had been made, and it was his duty to correct them. "That is what I am devoting my energies to, and in that task I have the support of two great soldiers whose names are General Foch and General Pétain." This brought another storm of boos. "Our allies have such high confidence in General Foch that yesterday at the Conference of Versailles it was their wish that the communiqué should contain reference to that confidence." "It was you that made them do it," shouted someone. And after Clemenceau continued imperturbably to describe the battle they were waging near the Marne, he was interrupted again and again. "Is it for us, because of some mistake that occurred in this place or that, or even never occurred, to ask for, to extort explanations before we know the facts, while the battle is still raging, from a man exhausted with fatigue, whose head droops over maps, as I have seen with my own eyes in hours of dreadful stress? Is this the man we are going to ask to tell us whether on such and such a day he did thus or thus?" There were as many cheers as jeers, for he was beginning to speak with inspiration, but the opposition made such an uproar that at one point Clemenceau was literally driven from the podium. Once the riot stopped, he was back again. "Turn me out of the tribune, if that is what you want, for I will never do it." He caught fire as he began to rouse the chamber to a pitch of enthusiasm. The words seemed torn from him, and there was such painful appraisal of tragic truths, such a heavy sense of his responsibilities and grim determination to fulfill them, observed Geoffrey Brun, that lesser minds were awed and silenced. In moving terms he told of the heavy odds the poilus were fighting against and the enormous losses sustained. "Yet we shall not surrender." And they were not fighting alone. "French and English effectives are becoming exhausted, but the Americans are coming. This brought a spontaneous cheer. "We are giving ground, but we shall never surrender." They would surely be victorious if only the public authorities were equal to the task. "I myself am fighting before Paris. I shall fight in Paris. I shall fight behind Paris." This brought more shouts of approval. "Dismiss me if I have been a bad servant, drive me out, condemn me, but at least take the trouble to put your criticisms into plain words. For my part, I claim that up till now the French people, and every section of it, has done its duty to the full. Those who have not fallen in vain, for they have found a way to add to the greatness of French history. It remains for the living to finish the glorious work of the dead." Although the opposition still clamored, they were drowned out by those who approved. And by the lopsided count of 337 to 110, the Chamber voted down the proposal for further explanations. The Tiger had won despite a strong and well-armed opposition. "Not reason and logic alone," commented Brun, "but reason and logic stated with contagious courage and honesty enabled him to compel assent even when he failed to convince." "This is a very good thing," Haig wrote his wife, "because if Clemenceau were to go, there would be a government of all sorts of scoundrels. Clemenceau is a good, strong patriot who only thinks of winning the war." While General Wilson undoubtedly agreed, he still questioned Foch's ability to stop the Germans. The following day, June 5th, he came to 10 Downing Street with Milner to discuss the question of the reserves and the proposed evacuation of Ypres and Dunkirk. "Foch could not see beyond his nose," said Wilson, "and would surely lose the war unless he shortened his line up north and made greater use of saltwater inundations in the Dunkirk region. It is simply damned nonsense saying he won't lâcher un pied, turn tail, and then run from the Chemin des Dames to Château-Thierry." They then discussed the possibility of withdrawing the entire British army from France if the French should crack. "It was a very gloomy meeting," recalled Hankey. "In the end it was decided that Wilson and Milner would return to Versailles the next day to see Foch and Clemenceau." "This will be a delicate business," glumly commented Wilson. "Foch will lose this war." Just before he and Milner left for France, Wilson told Lloyd George flatly that if Foch would not agree to our proposals, viz. either to take 4 of his French divisions from the north and to leave us our Americans, or else to shorten the line in the north, and in any case to allow Haig to fight his line in any way he may choose, then Lloyd George would get a letter from me to say the British army would be lost. 5. The vaunted principle of unity of command was tottering and would probably fall unless the Marne line held. The Hinge was a pretty little wooded area some 5 miles northwest of Château-Thierry. It was known as Belleau Wood. Germans infested most of it and were driving south to take the rest so they could reach the village of Lucy-le-Bocage. From there they would only be 45 air miles from the Eiffel Tower. It was not a large wood. The trees were about 6 inches thick, and so densely planted that one could scarcely see 20 feet ahead except where axe or shell had cut a swath. Unlike American forests, it had been constantly under care of a forester who cleared out the underbrush and those trees ready for timbering. Despite the lack of undergrowth, there was ample shelter in the high rocky ground, which was scarred with gullies and crags. It was an irregular area, not much more than a square mile, that from the air reminded some of a seahorse, some of a twisted kidney. It had once been the hunting preserve for the ancient chateau of Belleau, which was a half-mile north of the wood and was connected to Lucy-le-Bocage by a farm road. At the southeast corner of the wood was another small village, Bourèche. This was held by the Germans and had to be retaken before the Allies could clear the wood. By June 5th, the U.S. 2nd Division was stretched out below Belleau Wood, eager to show the world that Americans could fight as well as talk. It was a hybrid division with 1,063 officers and 25,602 men in 2 brigades, 1 army and 1 marine. The Leathernecks were commanded by a regular army officer, Brigadier General James Harbord, former Chief of Staff to Pershing, who had told him that he was getting the best troops in France, and if he failed, he'd know whom to blame. Their race to Belleau Wood had been a hectic one. We rode day and all night. It was an awful cold and dirty trip, Second Lieutenant Clifton Cates wrote his mother and sister. If you can imagine about 1,000 trucks lined up one behind the other and running as fast as possible. We passed through the outskirts of Gay Paris and on through numerous towns. All along the way he saw refugees plodding their way back, and old men, women, and children, some walking and others on carts trying to carry their valuables back. It was the most pitiful sight I have ever seen, and there is not a man in our bunch that didn't grit his teeth and say, "Vive la France!" Do or die is our motto, and the mother that can furnish a boy should say, "America, here's my boy. God grant that he may come back. If not, I am glad he died for a noble cause, and I am willing to give him to you." The French cheered these outlandish, boisterous young men from overseas who stuck their legs out of the trucks and acted as if they were going to a party. The sight of their cheery, cocky faces gave new spirit to the people. The Yanks were finally coming, and now there was hope that the Boche could be stopped. Striking was the contrast in appearance between the Americans and the French regiments, whose men, in torn uniforms, hungry and hollow-eyed, were scarcely able to hold themselves erect, recalled Jean de Pierrefeu. New life had come to bring a fresh, surging vigor to the body of France, bled almost to death. Thus it came to pass that in those crucial days when the enemy stood for a second time on the Marne, thinking us disheartened, then, contrary to all expectation, an ineffable confidence filled the hearts of all Frenchmen. The 2nd Division, ordered to hold the line at all hazards, had already stopped the Germans in the wheat fields 5 miles west of where the Marne dipped abruptly south. Now the Americans were eager to attack, and that night they got their wish. Major General Jean Dugutte of the 21st French Corps ordered them to drive into Belleau Wood the next morning. At 3:45 a.m., June 6th, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment arrived at the front-line trenches. He found some of the men had already gone over the top and were 25 yards out front, so he gave the word to advance. Heavy machine gun fire from the wood killed some and sent the rest to the ground for cover, and the attack would have stopped but for Captain George Hamilton, commander of the 49th Company. Realizing they were up against something unusual, he ran along the line, getting the men onto their feet, urging them to attack the wood. Back and forth he went, inspiring his troops to follow, and they did. They rushed forward, bayonets fixed, thrusting themselves at the gray-clad enemy. Some Germans threw up their hands with a scream of "Kamerad!" and were saved, but most were not spared, and some Marines remembered that they squealed in an undignified way. Hamilton, an outstanding athlete, was everywhere. I have vague recollections of urging the whole line on, faster, perhaps, than they should have gone, of grouping prisoners and of sending them to the rear under one man instead of several, of snatching an Iron Cross ribbon off the first officer I got, and of shooting wildly at several rapidly retreating Boches. He was carrying a rifle and using it to good advantage. Farther on we came to an open field, a wheat field full of red poppies, and here we caught hell. Again it was a case of rushing across the open and getting into the woods. 3 machine-gun companies were holding the wood, but Hamilton and his men plunged forward to take the position. Then Hamilton realized that they had come too far. The crest of the hill they had just rushed over was his objective. They had to get back, reorganize, and dig in. It was a case of every man for himself. I crawled back through a drainage ditch filled with cold water and shiny reeds. Machine-gun bullets were grazing his back, and since he was 600 yards too far to the front, friendly shells were falling dangerously close. At last he got back and began reorganizing the survivors. He had lost all 5 of his junior officers, so, with no thought for his own life, he ran from group to group, setting up a defensive line. The company behind Hamilton was also advancing to its objective against heavy rifle and machine-gun fire. The situation was critical all morning, but by noon counterattacks had been beaten off, and at 2:15 p.m. General Harbord ordered another attack, this one a 2-phase assault, the first to seize the eastern edge of Belleau Wood, and the second to take the strategic village of Bourèche. 0 hour would be 5 o'clock. An enterprising correspondent was on the way to the scene of the action. Floyd Gibbons of the Chicago Tribune had motored down from Paris that morning with Lieutenant Oscar Hartzell, formerly of the New York Times, in hopes of seeing the Americans in their first major engagement. Gibbons reached 5th Marine Headquarters at 4 p.m. and told its commander, Colonel Neville, that he wanted to get out to the front line. "Go wherever you like," said Neville. "Go as far as you like, but I want to tell you it's damn hot up there." It took Gibbons and Hartzell almost an hour to reach Lucy-le-Bocage. Shells were falling. Farmhouses were in flames. The ground under the trees was covered with tiny bits of paper. Gibbons examined several and saw that they were letters from American mothers and wives which the weary Marines had removed from their packs and destroyed, so the enemy could make no use of them. He came upon a pit containing 2 machine guns and their crews. Out front was a field sloping gently down 200 yards to another cluster of trees. Part of it, apparently, was held by the enemy. At 4:55, a young platoon commander arrived with the order to advance. "What are you doing here?" he asked Gibbons, looking at the green brassard and red C on Gibbons's left arm. "Looking for the big story." "If I were you, I'd be about 40 miles south of this place," said the officer. "But if you want to see the fun, stick around. We are going forward in 5 minutes." The Marines waited, stripped for action. No extra clothes or blankets and only 20 pounds in their packs. Colonel Albertus Catlin, commander of the 6th Marine Regiment, came up to find his men cool and in good spirits. "Give 'em hell, boys," he told several of them. At exactly 5 o'clock, everyone leaped up simultaneously and started forward. There was a sickening rattle of machine-gun fire. German artillery increased the fury of its attack. The 3rd Battalion of Major Berry faced a large open field of wheat, still green but about 2 feet tall. It was swept by machine-gun bullets. The wheat bowed and waved in the metal storm. The advancing lines wavered until someone shouted, "Come on, you sons of bitches! Do you want to live forever?" It was the legendary Gunnery Sergeant Dan Daly, recipient of the Medal of Honor, whose voice had been striking terror in recruits for the past 25 years. The line moved forward, but 100 yards from the wood the enemy fire was so brutal that the men had to fling themselves down. Many died trying to crawl back. A few got safely into the woods. The rest hugged the ground and waited for dark. Floyd Gibbons and Hartzell were just behind Major Berry when he turned and shouted, "Get down, everybody!" They fell on their faces. Withering volleys of lead scissored the top of the wheat. It was not coming from the woods, but from the left. Up ahead came a shout. Gibbons lifted his head cautiously and saw the major trying to struggle to his feet. He was grasping his left wrist in pain. "My hand's gone!" he exclaimed. "Get down! Flatten out, Major!" shouted Gibbons. "We've got to get out of here," said Berry. "They'll start shelling this open field in a few minutes." Gibbons looked around cautiously. "You're about 20 yards from the trees," he called to Berry, and said he was coming to help. The correspondent crawled forward, keeping as flat as possible. Suddenly it felt as if a lighted edge of a cigarette touched his upper left arm. It felt like a minor burn. There was no pain. A bullet had gone clean through his bicep muscle without even leaving a hole in his sleeve. Then something nicked the top of his left shoulder. Again the burning sensation, but he was surprised to find he could still move his arm. It wasn't anywhere near as painful as a dentist's drill. He continued moving, occasionally shouting words of encouragement. As he swung his chin to the right to keep close to the ground, he moved his helmet over. Then came a crash like a bottle dropped in a bathtub. Sergeant M.K. McHenry was so close he saw Gibbons get hit in the face. To Gibbons it seemed as if a barrel of whitewash had tipped over and everything in the world turned white. He didn't know where he had been hit, but surely not the head. If so, everything was supposed to turn black. He began taking mental notes. Am I dead? It wasn't a joke. He wanted to know. He tried to move the fingers of his left hand. They moved. Now the left foot moved. He knew he was alive. He brought his hand to his nose, something soft and wet. He found his hand covered with blood. There was a pain in the entire left side of his face, so he closed his right eye. Dark. He tried to open his left eye. Still dark. Something must have struck him in the eye and closed it. He didn't guess that a bullet had gone through his eye and crashed through his forehead. He could not reach the Major now, but moments later he saw Barry rise and, in a hail of lead, rush forward and out of his vision. Merwin Silverthorne, a rather small, energetic, and bright sergeant, was just to the left with his platoon commander, an Army lieutenant named Coppinger. They had set off in approved trench warfare formation, holding rifles at high port and moving at a slow, steady cadence. They started down a ravine and near the bottom were raked by machine gun fire. They hid behind a pile of wood. After 5 minutes, Coppinger shouted, "Follow me!" and ran bent over up the other side of the ravine. At the top he looked back and said in wonder, "Where the hell is my platoon?" They had started with 52, and now they were 6. "I'm going back," he told Silverthorne, who thought, "Here's where you and I part company because we just got across that place, and that's the last thing I'm going to do, go back." Silverthorne figured that in the military no one ever got into trouble for advancing toward the enemy, so he kept going until he found the remnants of another platoon, led by Sergeant Gay. They finally reached the wheat field. And there Silverthorne saw one of the most magnificent sights of his life, Major Sibley's battalion marching across the field in slow cadence under terrific fire. As Gay's platoon started up toward the field, he was hit in the back. Silverthorne bound the wound, told him it wasn't too bad. "You stay here, and I'll come back after dark to get you." He took charge of the few men left, and they all went forward in rushes. The din was deafening. As Silverthorne hit the ground on the second rush, he thought he'd struck a rock. He looked down. There was no rock. It felt as if someone had swung a baseball bat across the kneecap. Yet there was no pain. He told the only man left, an automatic rifleman, to move on into woods where they probably needed him. "I'm going to stay right where I am until it's dark and can get out under cover." He thought of his father, who had been shot in the lung at Gettysburg, yet lived to be 96. On the right, Major Burton Sibley's battalion was having better luck, and Colonel Catlin watched with admiration as the battalion pivoted on its right with the left sweeping the open field in 4 waves, as steadily as though on parade. It was one of the most beautiful sights I have ever witnessed. There was no yell or rush, but a deliberate march with lines at right dress. Catlin's hands were clenched, all his muscles taut as he watched the Marines march in the face of machine-gun sweeps. Men fell, but fortunately Sibley's men had slightly better cover than Barry's, and the rest plodded on stolidly, listening for orders. Closer and closer they came to the wood, and it must have been a terrifying sight to those holding it. Catlin had no field telephone. He hurried to a little rise so he could see what was going on ahead. Through his glasses he watched Sibley's men plunge into the wood. Captain Tribault-Laspierre, a French liaison officer, begged Catlin to get to a safer place, but the colonel ignored the bullets whipping around him until one hit him in the chest. It felt exactly as though someone had struck me heavily with a sledge. It swung me clear around and toppled me over on the ground. When he tried to get up, he realized his right side was paralyzed. Captain Tribault-Laspierre rushed to Catlin's side and dragged the big man to a shelter trench. No simple matter, since he was so small. The bullet had gone through Catlin's lung, but he felt little pain and never lost consciousness. The bleeding was internal, and there was little to be done for him as he lay in the trench, waiting for first aid treatment. In the meantime, Major Thomas Holcomb of the 2nd Battalion had instructed Sergeant Don Paradise of the 80th Company to take Private Slack across the wheat field. They were to locate the 80th Company commander, Captain Koffenberg, as well as Major Sibley, the adjoining battalion commander, and get their map locations and any other information. Paradise, followed by Slack, safely crossed the deadly field and soon found Sibley. "For God's sake," said Sibley, "tell Major Holcomb not to take Captain Koffenberg and the 80th Company away from me. We've lost at least half our battalion." "Come on, Slack, let's get back," said Paradise, but the other man was horrified. "You aren't going the same way we came?" "It was the shortest route," said Paradise, and headed back alone. Sometimes the shell smoke was so thick he couldn't see where he was going, and wounded men kept calling for help, but a runner couldn't stop to be a medic. He finally found Holcomb on the side of a hill and lay down beside his hold to give him the message. He then asked permission to go back to help the wounded, but Holcomb said he'd have to carry more messages, so he crawled into a nearby hole until needed. He could see Buresh and, figuring that the Germans could see him, crawled over to a hedge where other runners were digging in. A moment later, a shell exploded directly in his evacuated hole. Sergeant Silverthorne was still lying in the wheat field. It felt as though machine gun bullets were passing only an inch or two over him. Every so often a speck of dirt flicked up nearby. He guessed a sniper was zeroing in on him. Then shells began falling, and he decided to get up and run whether he had one leg or not. It was about 200 yards to the woods. He dashed across plowed ground into tall grass hip-high. Here he found a friend named Pilcher, who was weeping and moaning. He had been hit in the stomach. Silverthorne repeated what he had told Gay. "I'll come back after dark and get you." Then he crept through the grass, which hid him until he could lunge safely into Bellow Wood. Here it was quiet, peaceful, deserted. It was eerie, and for the first time he was frightened. He was alone, yet he knew that the Germans were near. He limped along and was lucky enough to find a dressing station where he was tagged to go to a hospital. But he located a stretcher and convinced someone to go back to the wheat field with him. On the way he looked for Sergeant Gay but couldn't find him, so he started for Pilcher. He looked for the wheat field in the dark, at last finding it by instinct. He softly began calling Pilcher's name. "Of all the screwy situations," he told himself, "here you get out of this thing once and you're right back where you started from." He felt his way until he stumbled upon Pilcher. He was motionless. "Pilcher, we're here," he said, shaking his friend. "I've got a stretcher. We're going to take care of you now." But he was dead. Silverthorne was a religious man, and finding the stiff body of Pilcher intensified his Christianity. "It convinced me that the Lord had something for me to do." Gibbons was still waiting in the field for a medic. Lieutenant Hartzell, hiding nearby, called, "I don't think they can see us now. Let's start to crawl back." Gibbons had no idea where he was and crept toward the voice. They met halfway. "Hold your head up a little," said Hartzell. "I want to see where it hit you." Gibbons lifted his head, painfully opened his right eye, and looked directly into Hartzell's face. I saw the look of horror in it as he looked into mine. 20 minutes later they reached the edge of the woods in safety. In the meantime, Lieutenant Clifton Cates of Holcomb's 2nd Battalion was leading his platoon across the wheat field toward Buresh. Men were falling on both sides. A machine-gun bullet knocked off Cates's helmet. He dropped, stunned. A few minutes later, Cates came to. He tried to don his helmet, but it wouldn't go on at first because of a dent the size of a fist. The machine-gun bullets were hitting around, and it looked like hail. My first thought was to run to the rear. I hate to admit it, but that was it. Glimpsing 4 Marines in a ravine, he staggered toward them and fell at their feet. One took off the dented helmet and poured wine from his canteen over the lump on Cates's head. "God damn it," said the lieutenant, "don't pour that wine over my head. Give me a drink of it." This revived him. He then grabbed a French rifle and led the quartet into Buresh. Several miles to the west, Major Wise's battalion was in reserve. About midnight, a runner from General Harbord brought an order to go into the line to the left of Berry. "This was the damnedest order I ever got in my life, or anyone else ever got," Wise wrote. "It went on the calm assumption that all the objectives of the 1st and 3rd Battalion had been secured. I was between the devil and the deep sea. If I didn't move, I knew I'd catch hell. If I did move, I knew I was going right down into Germany." They set out at 2 a.m., June 7th. It was black as pitch, impossible to see even 1 foot ahead, as Wise led the battalion in single file along a road which led to sloping grain fields like a bottleneck opening into a bottle. Wise had a hunch and stopped the column. It was too deadly quiet. He led several squads forward about 200 yards until sharp rifle fire burst out on the left. Wise recognized the sharp bark of Springfield rifles and shouted out to hold fire. From the dark, someone shouted, "Look out! The Germans are on your right in the Bois de Belleau." Wise went back, shouted to his men, "About face to the rear, on the double." Like everyone else, Lieutenant Lemuel Shepard was confused. He had been taught never to obey such an order without saying, "By whose command?" This word went back up the line and was answered with, "By orders of Major Wise. We're in the wrong spot." Those in the rear decided that if a major said it was time to run, it was time to move fast. "We picked up our feet," recalled Lieutenant E.D. Cook, "and galloped back in the direction from which we had been going." Those behind could not go as fast. They would take a few steps, then halt before taking a few more. This continued until the first light of day, as they were emerging from woods into an open field at the point where the road made a sharp curve to the left. Wise gave orders to take cover on both sides of the road and dig in. The 55th Company of Captain Blanchfield was in the lead, and Lieutenant Lemuel C. Shepard, Jr. led his platoon to the left, distributing them along the edge of the woods facing the clearing. All at once, firing broke out. In the light of dawn, Shepard could see Germans moving in the clump of woods up ahead and on the right. What Major Wise had unwittingly done was lead his battalion into an open field at the left of Belleau Wood, and this was heavily defended by the enemy. A fierce firefight erupted. Mortar shells began falling on all sides, landing with dull thuds and then exploding with a tremendous concussion which was truly frightening. A breathless runner told Shepard that Captain Blanchfield had been seriously wounded and ordered him to command the company. As Shepard headed along the edge of the wood, his orderly went down. While trying to help him, something struck Shepard in his left thigh. It felt like the kick of a mule. He crumpled in a heap, not realizing in the excitement of the moment that he had been hit. As I lay there unable to move, I glanced down, and what should I see on the ground beside me but the bullet which had struck me? Blood was oozing from his breeches. Close beside him, with his head on Shepard's leg, was his little dog, Kiki, who had tagged along behind him all night. He was so quiet, Shepard thought he was dead. "Damn it, they shot little Kiki too," he said, and pushed him to one side. But Kiki jumped up and placed his head again on Shepard's leg. apparently sensing something had happened to his master. Later that day, newspapers throughout the United States headlined the attack. "Our Marines attack, gain mile at Vuilly, resume drive at night, foe losing heavily," announced the New York Times. And in Chicago, the Daily Tribune, "Marines win hot battle, sweep enemy from heights near Thierry." At last, America had something to cheer about, and the Marines were lauded incessantly. Everywhere one went in the cars, on the streets, in hotel or skyscrapers, the one topic was the Marines who are fighting with such glorious success in France. So commented the New York Times. Reports received at their recruiting headquarters in New York indicated that applications had increased more than 100%. To read these papers, one would have thought it was the most important battle of the war. The wounding of Floyd Gibbons had much to do with the spate of publicity. Before the attack, he had sent to the censor in Paris a skeleton dispatch, intending to fill in the details afterward. When it was rumored that he had been killed, the Paris censor, a friend, said, "This is the last thing I can ever do for poor old Floyd," and released the dispatch. Later, Gibbons's detailed story added more luster, not only to himself but to the Marines. All this was to the detriment of doughboys who were fighting in the same division, as well as those in the 3rd Division holding the Marne River line west of Château-Thierry. Everything accomplished near that city was now assumed to be done by the Marines. Small as the action was at Belleau Wood, it put new spirit in the French and deeply impressed the German soldiers who had faced the Americans. The dash and raw courage of the Leathernecks struck terror in those defending the wood, and word was passed to beware the wild Americans. To their officers, the reckless display at Belleau was even more ominous. They saw the charge over the wheat fields multiplied many times. There were already almost 700,000 Americans in France, and more than 1 million others were on the way, and these were not worn and dispirited, but strong, young, and brazenly confident. 6. In the excitement of the American fight at Belleau Wood, the most important event of the day was ignored. The German High Command decided to end the 3rd Ludendorff offensive. Serious offensive action along the Marne was halted. Paris was saved, but didn't yet know it, and there was still talk of getting rid of Foch and Pétain. The Allied leaders had no idea the Germans had abandoned their drive, and that same afternoon again met in Versailles in an atmosphere of anxiety. Lord Milner started by revealing that Lloyd George was quite concerned by the constant withdrawal of troops from Haig's command in view of the large numbers of German reserves still available for action against the British. Haig then read a memo stating that he fully agreed with Foch as to the necessity of making all preparations for supporting the French in an emergency, then asked that he should be consulted before a definite order to move any divisions from the British area were given. Perturbed, Foch finally made a threat of sorts. Unless the British kept up the strength of their army, he could not carry on. Moreover, if the British attacked on a wide front from the Somme to the Marne, he would have to take all of Haig's reserves. At this, Haig bristled, and Milner tried to calm him by explaining that Foch had only said if such an attack, as he suggested, took place. Surely Foch did not intend withdrawing any more American divisions from Haig. When Foch replied no, Haig promptly reminded him querulously that the Generalissimo had previously withdrawn both the American and the French divisions without informing him. "I never saw old Foch so nonplussed," wrote Wilson in his diary. "He simply had not a word to say." Despite the wrangling and display of nerves, both Foch and Haig returned to their headquarters free to concentrate on their own problems. Haig's on the growing evidence of yet another large offensive on his front, and Foch's on the threat at the Marne. This meeting has done a vast deal of good and has been well worth the trouble," concluded Wilson. The French still dreaded a German breakthrough to Paris. Ambassador Sharp reported to Washington that plans for evacuation of women and children were underway but could not be made public. A good many Americans had already left the capital, and arrangements had been made for orderly evacuation of others if it should be necessary. This exodus has been without doubt very much hastened by the almost nightly raids of hostile aeroplanes and the daily visitation of the shells from the long-range guns. After 2 days without alarms, a terrifying report came on the morning of June 9th that the Germans were launching still another mass attack less than 60 miles northeast of Paris. And this time there was no formidable Chemin des Dames ridge to bar the way, only 2 small rivers and 9 worn French divisions. Major Lloyd Griscom was preparing to leave the capital for London on a special mission for Pershing, and stopped at the French War Ministry for the latest information. He found utter despondency, and the Chief of Staff, a perfect stranger, began pouring out his despair. "France is on the brink of catastrophe," he exclaimed. "She is exhausted. Every bayonet is on the front line. We've drained our factories of their best workmen. We've crippled our service of supply. Our railroads can hardly operate." He continued in this vein for almost an hour, then looked questioningly at Griscom, a consular officer before enlisting in the army. "If you will, you can render us a great service. You see, the British take the war differently than we do. Their able-bodied men by the thousands are mining coal to sell at a profit all over the world. In their munition factories they have far more healthy, sound men than they need. It is well known the number who can go on their fighting fleet is limited, yet their navy is crowded. Now is the moment for forcing the embusqués, soldiers not at the front line, into the battle lines of France. But we cannot make them comprehend our desperate straits." He picked up a thick report, a comparative study of the utilization of French and British manpower. Would Griscom please give it to the British War Office? "Do, I beg you, bring home to them the urgency of putting more men into the fighting line." Griscom was impressed, for the document was indeed a most damning indictment of the British government, if the figures were correct. He left Paris for Pétain's headquarters at Chantilly. The general was away, but his chief of staff, General Antoine, spoke openly. "All is lost," he told Griscom. "Nothing can save Paris, nothing." Griscom tried to calm him by saying that Pershing felt quite the reverse, and that Antoine's own superior at the War Ministry wasn't that gloomy. "What do they know about it? It is we who are fighting the war who know. You as a stranger can have no idea of what losing Paris means. Paris is not only our capital, but also our greatest manufacturing city. Without it we are lost." Every Frenchman realized that. Griscom spent an hour trying to reassure him, all the time aware of the absurdity of an American major just 2 months over from the United States consoling a French veteran who had headed armies in the field. As Griscom was leaving, Antoine shook his hand warmly. "You Americans are giving us du courage." Back in Paris, Griscom's chief, General Pershing, was asking Clemenceau what would happen if Paris should fall under the new offensive. The Tiger said he had discussed this possibility with Lloyd George, and that they had both concluded that even so they would keep on fighting, for above Paris is France, and above France is civilization. Just before his departure, Pershing said, "Well, it may not look encouraging just now, but we are certain to win in the end." Clemenceau clung to his hand, and in a tone of utmost solicitude said, "Do you really think that? I am glad to hear you say it." The general motored to Foch's new headquarters at Bonbon, arriving in time for luncheon, and asked the same question. Foch's tone was so positive that Pershing sprang to his feet, vigorously shaking his hand. Then he made an offer that surprised and delighted Foch. Taking it upon himself to speak for the entire United States, Pershing gave positive assurance that the American government and people would stick with France to the last. By this time, the new Ludendorff offensive northeast of the capital, consisting of 15 divisions, had already driven well into the French lines along the valley of the Matz River. This advance continued during the afternoon, and by dusk General von Houtier's 18th Army had taken over 8,000 prisoners and smashed 3 French divisions. The Germans had not only driven an important bulge in the French line, to quote Foch, but had crossed the Matz River and now threatened Compiègne, which lay little more than 40 air miles from the capital. Once this strategic town fell, a second road to Paris was virtually open. Similar panic was also spreading among the British leaders in London. That day Lord Milner wrote Lloyd George, "We must be prepared for France and Italy both being beaten to their knees. In that case, the Germans, Austro-Turks, Bulgar bloc will be master of all Europe and northern and central Asia, up to the point at which Japan steps in to bar the way, if she does step in. In any case, it is clear that unless the remaining free peoples of the world, America, this country, and the Dominions, are knit together in the closest conceivable alliance and prepared for the maximum of sacrifice, the Central Bloc will control not only Europe and most of Asia, but the whole world. In such a case, the whole aspect of the war would change, and the fight would be for Southern Asia, and above all for Africa. All this is assuming the worst and looking far ahead. Perhaps I should not say far. Last year we discussed the terms of peace. If this year we were seriously to consider the necessities of the new war, it would be more to the purpose. One thing more, intimately connected with the above. Of course, all this depends on what America may do. Unless he, President Wilson, can be shaken out of his aloofness and drops co-belligerency or whatever halfway house he loves to shelter himself in, for out-and-out alliance, I don't see how the new combination can have sufficient cohesion and inner strength. Moreover, he will have to be made to see, and so will the Dominions, who are just as stupid about this, that he must wholly alter his attitude to Japan if that country is to be part of the new alliance. Across the Channel, not far above Compiègne, the French 53rd Division collapsed the next day, June 10th, dragging back with it the division on its left. This exposed the entire right wing of General Humbert's Third Army, leaving Compiègne in dire danger. In this emergency, General Fayolle, commander of the Reserve Army Group, placed his troops, as well as the 35th Corps, under General Charles Mangin, who was momentarily without a command. Perhaps the most dynamic and ruthless commander in the French army, he had been relieved in disgrace after his infantry suffered 60% casualties in the Nivelles debacle of 1917. But Clemenceau had such faith in Mangin that he now placed the fate of France in his hands. At 4 p.m. he was ordered to re-establish the crumbling line to his left by attacking the Germans in the flank. As if it were a play, Foch abruptly appeared at Mangin's field headquarters to deliver a stirring speech calling upon the general to launch his assault like a thunderbolt. It was not until after midnight that all the commanders of the assembling force arrived at Mangin's headquarters. Then, with Foch, Fayolle, and Humbert silently watching, the man who had finished at the bottom of his class at Saint-Cyr issued his orders. The counterattack near Compiègne, said Mangin, would begin the following morning. Some of his subordinates begged for more time, while others protested they were asked to do the impossible. His hard face expressionless, Mangin listened without comment, then in quiet but menacing voice said, "You will do exactly what I have ordered you to do." 0 hour would be an hour before noon. There will be no preliminary artillery bombardment. The attack will be ruthlessly pressed to the limit. This would be the end of all defensive battles waged since March. From now on we attack. We must succeed. Go back to your men and tell them just this." Fayolle protested. They should postpone the attack for 48 hours to set up a proper artillery barrage. But Foch backed Mangin, and for once that spring the weather favored the Allies. At dawn a thick mist hid Mangin's deploying troops. It held until 10:30 a.m., when a pitiful artillery barrage opened up on German positions, but it was so feeble that many of the poilus didn't even hear it. An hour later, 4 French divisions in the front line advanced with friendly aeroplanes hovering overhead. Battalion Commander Henri de Sagnaud couldn't understand an attack under such conditions. No artillery, and the terrain out front as flat as a billiard table. They would be in full view of the enemy, for the sun was now shining brightly and their uniforms were already getting soaked with sweat. It was utter madness. To make it worse, there would be no tank support until they reached Courcelles, 4 kilometers distant. Almost immediately, German shells began to blossom all over the plain. "We think we must be dreaming. Is it possible that they have ordered the division to attack under such conditions?" But de Sagnaud's unit plodded on silently despite clods of earth flying in all directions. They advanced under the burning sun and the fierce enemy fire, pushing their way through a cornfield, stumbling over bodies. Finally, Courcelles appeared in a swirl of smoke, in a hurricane of fire. This day seems crazier and crazier, yet we advance, frightened and worn out as we are, hastening on with the idea that the quicker we go, the sooner we shall reach our goal. Goal? Who knows what it is? Do the big chiefs alone know what we are supposed to be doing? There was a reason. These troops were being sacrificed to create a diversion while the other divisions assaulted Ressons-sur-Matz. Mangin's daring plan worked. The Germans were caught in the open, for there had come no warning artillery preparation, and no tanks were in sight. And who would have guessed that such a considerable attack would unexpectedly develop just before noon? The villages of Méry and Bellois were rapidly seized and the entire valley of the Aronde cleared. Finally, about 4 p.m., the advance was stopped, but Mangin had turned the tide, stalling Ludendorff's Compiègne offensive. The following noon, the Kaiser was in very low spirits at lunch and would eat nothing but chocolate mousse. "Those in the know," Admiral von Müller commented in his diary, maintain that the repulse of yesterday's attack was the reason. The next day, June 13th, Ludendorff ordered the offensive stopped, and at last all was quiet along the entire French front. The crisis was over. And the future was bright. Haig wrote his wife on the 14th after inspecting 2 American divisions. "When they appear on the front, I am sure it will be a great surprise for the enemy, and I doubt whether he will be keen to go on with the war in view of the tremendous resources and the determination of the American people. But we will see." Part 3. The Road Back. Chapter 9. Intervention 2. June to July 17th. 1. In the meantime, under continued British pressure, President Wilson had withdrawn his objections to a limited operation in northern Russia. It had been made official early that June at the Supreme War Council by the American representative, General Bliss. "The President," he said, "is in sympathy with any practical military effort which can be made at and from Murmansk and Archangel, but such efforts should proceed, if at all, upon the sure sympathy of the Russian people, and should not have as the ultimate objects any restoration of the ancient regime or any interference with the political liberty of the Russian people." While the words were grudging and camouflaged by democratic phrases, it opened the door, and the council members quickly approved a program for occupation of northern Russia, advocating seizure first of Murmansk, then Archangel. Czech detachments supposed to be moving in that direction would shore up the Allied force. But the Czechs were trying to fight their way east of Vladivostok at the other end of Russia, and there were still local conflicts all along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Perhaps local negotiators could have brought the Czechs to Vladivostok without bloodshed. They had already found an amicable settlement at Chelyabinsk, but this had been disrupted by interference from Moscow in the form of an inflammatory Trotsky telegram. Foreign interference came later in the day, the Allied diplomats vastly irritating the Bolsheviks by sending a delegation to the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs with expressions of sympathy for the Czechs. The attempted disarming of Czechs, they said, was causing the Allied representatives great concern. Leader in the protest was Bruce Lockhart, who was now in Moscow. It was a shock to the Bolsheviks, who had always found him so tractable. I told the two commissars that for months I had done my best to bring about an understanding with the Allies, but that they had always put me off with evasions. Now, after promising a free exit to the Czechs who had fought for the Slav cause and who were going to France to continue the fight against a foe who was still the Bolshevik enemy as well as ours, they had yielded to German threats and had wantonly attacked those who had always been their friends. Lockhart noticed that Foreign Commissar Chicherin looked more like a drowned rat than ever, and stared with mournful eyes, while his assistant seemed stupidly bewildered. After a painful silence, Chicherin coughed and said, "Gentlemen, I have taken note of what you said." The Allied representatives shook hands awkwardly with the Russians and filed out of the room. "I must explain the motives which had driven me into this illogical situation," wrote Lockhart. He had gone to Russia with no special sympathy for the Bolsheviks, but grew to admire men who were obviously inspired by the same spirit of self-sacrifice and abnegation of worldly pleasure which animated the Puritans and the early Jesuits. Now that he had reversed himself, he felt that he should have resigned and come home, but did not for two reasons. He was unwilling to leave Russia because of the woman he loved, Mura Budberg. The other motive, and it was the all-compelling one of which I was fully conscious, was that I lacked the moral courage to resign and to take a stand which would have exposed me to the odium of the vast majority of my countrymen. There was, perhaps, he added, a third, more creditable motive. In my conceit, I imagined that if the Allies were bent on a military intervention in Russia, my special knowledge of the Russian situation would be of some value in aiding them to avoid pitfalls. He knew the Bolsheviks more intimately than any other Englishman. The clam-jamfery of military experts who, from outside, were screaming for intervention, and who regarded the Bolsheviks as a rabble to be swept away with a whiff of grape-shot, was deprived by its geographical situation of that knowledge. Having gone over to intervention, I did my best to ensure that it would have at least some chance of success. In doing so, he had fallen between two stools. To the Bolsheviks, he was now the incarnation of counter-revolution. To the interventionists, he remained the obdurate pro-Bolshevik doing his best to wreck their plans. It would have been humiliating had Raymond Robbins remained in Moscow to see the volte-face. One consolation, he still had the love of his Mura. During his long trip across Siberia to Vladivostok, Raymond Robbins had lost neither his enthusiasm for the young Soviet regime nor hope that America would not intervene. At the same time, what he had seen on the long railroad trip made him wonder if the Siberian Soviets could win. A fellow American, even more pro-Bolshevik, saw him off for home at the pier on June 21st. Albert Rees Williams had preceded him to Vladivostok and intended to stay longer. "Look, Williams," said Robbins sternly, "don't you want to get away from Vladivostok?" They said little about the possibility of American intervention, and Robbins mentioned none of his plans, but there was no mistaking Robbins's gloom as he told Williams off the record that there was small chance the Siberian Soviets could make a comeback without help. Was he still hoping for American rejection of intervention? Recalled Williams. I could not tell. Robbins only said that it was ironic he had been blamed for acting unofficially when everything he did was with the full knowledge of Francis, and now he was being rushed away because certain Americans are aching to act fast, before authorization, in case it does not come. Williams noticed that Robbins's face as he climbed the gangplank was sad and set, with jaw thrust out grimly. For as long as we could see him, he stood at the rail looking back at the city that was so many thousands of miles distant from the iron battalions of the new Red Army. After dinner, Robbins went out on deck. "Sunset," he wrote emotionally in his diary, "and the flame dies in the western sky, and the headlands of Asia fade from view, the only sound the sweep of the surging sea. The stars shine out, the sea ahead is blue-black, and the Russian tale is told, and I have had my day. Our Father, I thank Thee. Oh, how I thank Thee. Amen and amen forever." The next day, Sunday, he spent reading Ivanhoe in his dirty cabin. Sabbath and rest. Rebecca, Rowena, Ivanhoe, and the Black Night all so clear. Youth and the call of quest. How it surges again and again. Help us, our Father, amen. The sunset and Margaret and beauty and love of life. It was the end of his diary, the end of his great Russian adventure. On June 8th, while Americans were exulting over the action at Belleau Wood, their consul in Moscow, DeWitt Poole, cabled Washington that the immediate future in Russia depended on whether Germany acted before the Allies did, and in what manner. German influence in the capital was becoming much stronger. Specific evidence accumulates daily to show that the Allies, having failed to act, liberal and conservative elements alike are finally prepared to accept German support. He was convinced more thoroughly, if possible, that the Soviet government was only a shell. Industrial leaders, including bankers, professional men, landed proprietors, commercial men generally, have formed combinations regardless of party to appeal again to redeem Russia before industry ruined by Bolshevism. This combination, with headquarters Moscow rapidly extending throughout Russia, favors allies, but will treat with Germany for establishment of strong government. If allies support Soviet government or fail to show responsiveness or to manifest disposition to assist in restoration order, and any longer delay by allies is dangerous. Bruce Lockhart was also continuing to urge intervention, and with the same vigor he had formerly urged the opposite. He wired Balfour that all Russians, even the Bolsheviks, now expected intervention momentarily. The Czech uprising had created the perfect opportunity for decisive action. Never would the Allies have so favored an opportunity. I feel it is my duty to state that I must be freed from my responsibility in the event of any further delay. Balfour's answer on June 11th was a gentlemanly scolding. You need not fear that your work is unappreciated here, or that you have in any way lost the confidence of His Majesty's government. I fully understand the difficulties of your situation. Then he added with a touch of sarcasm that Lockhart's telegrams of the past 5 months doubtlessly faithfully reflected the variation of opinions as well as the constantly changing aspects of the present transitional period of Russian history. But he was not sure that Lockhart equally comprehended the difficulties as seen from the Allies' viewpoint. You constantly complain of indecision, as if all that was required was that His Majesty's government should make up their minds. But there has been no indecision on the part of the particular members of the alliance. The various governments, he painstakingly explained, had not failed to make decisions. They had disagreed. Britain, France, and Italy have thought the dangers of intervention less than its advantages. America has thought the advantages less than the dangers. Japan will do nothing on a grand scale until she receives an invitation from her co-belligerents. The only thing on which everybody agrees is that without the active participation of America, Nothing effective can be accomplished in Siberia, and the active participation of America has been so far refused. We can therefore do no more at the moment than press our views on the administration at Washington, and hope that by the time the necessity for intervention is universally admitted and common action becomes for the first time possible, it may not prove too late. 2. American military leaders were making a concerted effort to persuade President Wilson to halt any intervention. "If I had my own way about Russia and had the power to have my own way," Secretary of War Newton Baker told the President on June 19th, "I would like to take everybody out of Russia except the Russians, including diplomatic representatives, political agents, propagandists, military representatives, and casual visitors, and let the Russians settle down and settle their own affairs." Similar advice came from General Bliss at Versailles the following day. In a long letter to General Peyton March, the Army Chief of Staff, Bliss agreed with Colonel House that intervention would undermine American prestige abroad, even though there was increasing bitterness in Europe toward the Soviets. March needed no convincing. Like others in the War Department in Washington, he felt that intervention would only strengthen Germany's hand in Russia. Ambassador Francis completely disagreed. "I have recommended Allied intervention, and the government at Washington has it under consideration," he wrote his son on the 20th. "We have no forces, however, to send to Russia, as we are sending all of our available men to France. The only country that can send a formidable army into Russia at this time is Japan, against which there is a strong prejudice among the Russians, who fear that Japan will have a covetous eye towards Siberia." Trotsky issued a statement on that very issue 2 days later. "There was no difference," he said, "between a German offensive and a friendly intervention by Allied armies. To think that a Japanese army would enter Russian territory in order to help the Allies and to liberate Russia from the Germans would be foolish. Japan could intervene in Russian affairs only in order to enslave Russia, and upon meeting German troops would stretch to them a hand of friendship." And so Russia was put in a nutcracker, with little to choose between friend or foe. In the meantime, the Czechs were scoring victories along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and those 17,000 Czechs who had already reached Vladivostok, infuriated that their comrades en route were still having to fight their way east, finally took action on June 29th by demanding the immediate and unconditional surrender of the local Soviet. The chairman of the Soviet Executive Committee was arrested, along with any other Bolshevik leaders who could be located. All this was done so quietly that Albert Rees Williams was unaware of the takeover until he met a commissar having his shoes shined near the Red Fleet building. "In a few minutes I may be dangling from a lamp-post," he said nonchalantly, "and I want to be as nice-looking a corpse as possible." Williams stared at him in wonder. "Our days are done for," the commissar explained with a smile. "The Czechs are taking over the city." Their troops were already filling the streets. Launches from British, Japanese, and American battleships landed soldiers and Marines. The Japanese seized the powder magazine while the British occupied the railroad station. American Marines were throwing a cordon around their consulate. "I felt sick and sick through," wrote Williams. Was intervention, then, all decided even on the part of my country? He watched Czechs converge on the Soviet headquarters. With loud shouts they crashed through the doors. The red flag was pulled down and the banner of the Tsar run up. "The Soviet has fallen," someone shouted, and the call was passed from street to street. People rushed out of cafes, yelling and flinging their hats in the air in joy at the fall of the Bolsheviks. By evening, all Vladivostok belonged to the Czechs. 3 days later, the Allied Supreme War Council gathered for its 7th session in Versailles and immediately took up the Japanese agreement to intervene in Vladivostok if America approved. The Council did approve and prepared a memorandum to gain President Wilson's support, indicating that its members felt bound to point out that in their judgment, failure to intervene immediately must inevitably cause effects which can only be described as disastrous to the Allied cause. The Council also argued that unless the Allies acted immediately, the gallant Czechs would be placed in dire peril. Moreover, there was such widespread sympathy in America for the Czech Legion that its presence in Siberia would lessen home opposition to the proposed expedition. Large-scale intervention by the Japanese would relieve the pressure on the Western Front by forcing the Germans to transfer troops to the east. Adding force to the document were the signatures of the Prime Ministers of Britain, France, and Italy. The proposal reached Washington on the afternoon of July 3rd, shortly after word arrived of the Czech seizure of Vladivostok. It was met with mixed reactions, but the State Department, supported by Colonel House, had been so affected by the gallant Czech Armistice, as well as other developments in June, that it now leaned toward some form of intervention. Wilson himself, moved by the Council's arguments, concluded that his policy of absolute opposition to intervention was obsolete. At the same time, how could he condone what he had so forcefully and eloquently denounced to the world? In short, commented one observer, President Wilson hoped to maintain his own policy while seeming to accept the Entente proposal. The next day, the 4th of July, was extremely hot, and the President took an excursion on his yacht, the Mayflower, to Mount Vernon. He discussed the crisis with his Secretary of State, and sometime during or after the trip on the Potomac, Robert Lansing had time to draw up a memorandum for the President. It declared that the seizure of Vladivostok and other Czech successes had materially changed the situation by introducing a sentimental element into the question of our duty. It was America's responsibility to aid the Czechs with arms and some troops, to assist in guarding the Trans-Siberian Railroad and in disarming and dispersing German and Austrian prisoners of war. After reading Lansing's memorandum the following day, a Friday, the President telephoned the Secretary of State asking him to come to the White House on Saturday at 2 p.m., along with General March and the Secretaries of War and Navy, Newton Baker and Josephus Daniels. They arrived and were escorted to an upper room. After seating themselves, somewhat in order of rank, as March put it, Wilson entered, pad in hand, and taking a position standing and facing us, somewhat in the manner of a school teacher addressing a class of pupils, read from his pad his views on the matter at issue. The present situation of the Czechs, he said, required this government and others to make an effort to help the Czechs. Since the United States could not provide any considerable force within a short time, the Japanese would furnish small arms, machine guns, and ammunition to the Czechs at Vladivostok, with America sharing the expense and supplementing the supplies as rapidly as possible. In addition, a military force of some 7,000 Americans would be assembled to guard the line of communications of these Czechs proceeding toward Vladivostok. In the meantime, a similar force of 7,000 Japanese would be sent to Siberia at once. All this, Wilson concluded, would be announced publicly with the explanation that it was being done only to aid the Czechs against German and Austrian prisoners of war, and there was no purpose to interfere with internal affairs of Russia, whose political and territorial sovereignty would be guaranteed. Wilson turned to Lansing, who commended the paper. So did Secretaries Baker and Daniels. But March shook his head vigorously. "Why are you shaking your head, General?" the President asked with some asperity. "You are opposed to this because you do not think Japan will limit herself to 7,000 men, and that this decision will further her schemes for territorial aggrandizement." "Just that," said March, "and for other military reasons which I have already told you." "Well," said Wilson, "we will have to take that chance." America at last was bound on the course of intervention, and those who felt that the President had betrayed his principles in cold-hearted disregard of the Russian people did not realize that his icy exterior masked warm sentiment. When Madame Botchkarova, a Russian introduced to him that summer by Mrs. J. Borden Harriman, told of the terrible privations of her countrymen in the Revolution, tears streamed down his face. He was, in fact, possessed of the idea that it was his God-given mission to ameliorate the misery of all people ravaged by war, and was now convinced that this new policy in Russia could help do so. His conscience was driving him in his endeavor to save mankind and become the peacemaker of the world. He truly burned with religious zeal. A man of genius, he was burdened at times with crippling temperamental defects. Compulsive and impatient of delay, he demanded instant solutions and too often would make no compromises. Wilson himself was aware that this compulsive, insatiable ambition was dangerous. He confided to House that he had nightmares reliving his struggles at Princeton, where his failures almost equaled his triumphs. He feared, he said, that this same pattern might repeat itself while he was President of the United States. 3. Undaunted by defeat at the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which had opened on the 4th of July, the left social revolutionaries were still bent on rekindling war with Germany and bringing down the Bolshevik regime. The best way to do this, they decided, was to assassinate the German ambassador. On July 6th, 2 executioners, posing as Cheka agents, called on Count Mirbach at the German embassy in Moscow. One, named Blumkin, revealed that there was a terrorist plot to murder the ambassador, and they had brought papers giving particulars. Blumkin put his hand into his briefcase and suddenly drew out a pistol. He fired 3 shots, but all went wide. To avoid the other assassin, Mirbach ran behind Blumkin, but the second man shot him. This was the signal for uprising. Moscow's central post office was seized by surprise, and telegrams were hastily dispatched all over Russia, revoking any Bolshevik decisions. With 60 machine guns, a half-dozen field guns, 3 armored cars, and no more than 1,500 men, the left social revolutionaries were attempting to take over the capital. Some anarchists and Black Sea sailors joined them, and the citizens watched with indifference. The Bolsheviks could only depend on the Latvian Praetorian Guard, which had already done such yeoman service, a few detachments of the Young Red Army, and an international brigade comprised principally of Hungarian prisoners of war, led by Bela Kun, a communist. But by the following noon the uprising was crushed. Almost 300 left SRs were arrested and several executed. It was not only the death of their party, but the end, apparently, of Allied hopes to bring Russia back into the war against Germany. 4. In Washington, President Wilson was sweating blood over his recent decision to intervene in Russia. He had done this in opposition to his generals, then had outraged his allies by failing to inform them of his decision until the morning of July 9th. The British ambassador, Lord Reading, was astounded, particularly upon learning that the Japanese had known the day before. He was also disturbed at the ambiguous part America would play. His displeasure was made plain to the Secretary of State, who reported it to the President. This in turn irritated both Wilson and Lansing, and the matter was aggravated in the afternoon by Reading's appearance at Lansing's office with the French and Italian envoys. Speaking for all 3, Reading demanded to know whether the Allied governments were not to take part in the initial landings of troops at Vladivostok, or whether it was the American purpose to confine the enterprise to Japanese and American troops. For months the Allies had begged the United States to join in a Siberian venture, and now the Americans were so determined to act quickly that they couldn't wait 48 hours. It was an insulting attitude which George Kennan put down to wartime strain and weariness. Wilson and his Secretary of State had both now worked themselves into a high state of suspicion of British motives and resentment of British pressures in the Siberian problem. "I know exactly what the President had in mind," commented Colonel House in his diary. "He knows what the French and English want, therefore he thinks it essential to work out a plan with the Japanese. When he does this, he will undoubtedly advise the other powers, but until then he considers it unnecessary. In this he is mistaken. The better way, the diplomatic way, and the way to keep from offending sensibilities, would be to have them all cognizant of everything that is going on." Lord Reading, a consummate diplomat himself, allowed none of his personal pique to colour his cable to London. After summarizing the American decision without comment, he suggested that with all its shortcomings it was a distinct advance in the direction of the policy advocated by the Supreme War Council. Hankey happened to walk in the next day just as Lloyd George got the news, and found him furious with Wilson and most sarcastic, comparing him to Gladstone and the inadequate Gordon relief expedition. The Prime Minister shot off a long reply to Reading marked "private and secret." The American proposal, he said, was really preposterous, and he again compared it to the fatal error of the Khartoum expedition to relieve Chinese Gordon. It was obvious, he added, that the Bolsheviks were going over to the side of the Germans, and it was now really a race between the Germans and ourselves for control of Siberia. The Allies should send a force which can make sure that the Czechoslovaks will not have their throats cut by German and Austrian prisoners, as well as definitely secure Siberia to the Urals against German Bolshevist attack. He feared that American insistence on having as many troops in Siberia as the Japanese would deeply injure the latter's national pride and drive them into resentful neutrality. "I am sure that the proper way to deal with Japanese is to ask them to undertake same obligations towards Russia as rest of Allies, and to make expedition part and parcel of Allied plan of campaign against Germany, and in future to agree to trust them completely." He concluded with the hope that these personal observations might aid Reading in convincing the President of the total inadequacy of his present proposals, and induce him to amend them in line with the Supreme War Council's resolution. "Of course, if we can get this expedition and cannot get more, we must accept it and press on with it as fast as we can, for essential thing is that we should get movement started without delay. We have only a few months before Russian harbors freeze, and if we are to save Russia from becoming a German province, we must have firmly established ourselves before the winter arrives." Like his ambassador in Washington, Lloyd George knew how unwise it was to take umbrage at an ally's bad manners and limited vision. He had not yet come to share the patience of those like Lord Milner, who felt that any American intervention was better than none, but at least he had not provoked American feelings with a show of temper. 5. President Wilson was still being bombarded from all sides, and finally, without consulting any advisers, he typed out an aide-memoire on intervention in Russia. Presented to the Allied ambassadors on July 17th, it preached idealism and disinterestedness while ignoring reality. After opening with superficial friendliness, Wilson abruptly announced that it was the clear and fixed judgment of the government of the United States that military intervention there would add to the present sad confusion in Russia rather than cure it, injure her rather than help her, and that it would be of no advantage in the prosecution of our main design to win the war against Germany. It cannot therefore take part in such intervention or sanction it in principle. Apparently he had heeded his military advisers and civilians like Raymond Robbins. Yet this forthright statement was immediately followed by ambiguity. Military action is admissible in Russia as the government of the United States sees the circumstances, only to help the Czechoslovaks consolidate their forces and get into successful cooperation with their Slavic kinsmen, and to steady any efforts at self-government or self-defense in which the Russians themselves may be willing to accept assistance. The next minute, Wilson compounded ambiguity with outright confusion by agreeing to establish a small American force in Murmansk, to guard military stores at Kola, and to make it safe for Russian forces to come together in organized bodies in the north. Did he mean White Russian or Bolshevik forces? Not in the entire document had he mentioned the apparently unmentionable word Bolshevik. But it owes to frank counsel to say that it can go no further than these modest and experimental plans. It is not in a position, and has no expectation of being in a position, to take part in organized intervention in adequate force from either Vladivostok or Murmansk or Archangel. A little bit of intervention, like a little lack of virtue, seemed to be acceptable. To soften the blow to Anglo-French hopes and sensibilities, Wilson then stressed that none of the above conclusions were meant as any criticism of the Allies or Japan. All that is intended is a perfectly frank and definite statement of policy which the United States feels obliged to adopt for herself and in the use of her military forces. She had no intention at all of limiting the action or defining the policies of her associates. But such pious protestation could not hide the fact that the aide-memoire would probably bring about the very thing it professed to renounce. At the same time, it was a flat rebuff of the Supreme War Council and the Allies. What the President had belatedly offered on June 9th with his right hand, he was now taking away with his left. Although he had bowed to powerful Allied pressure momentarily, he appeared to be back to his original 14 points. Or did he really know where he was? The British military representative in Washington perceptively cabled London that he thought it probable that the President would be forced into full-fledged intervention by events, and until then Britain should accept the situation and make no further representations until the troops were on the spot. Chapter 10. The Turning Point, July. 1. It was not until late June that an Austrian offensive was finally launched across the Piave. But within a week the attackers were forced to retreat across the river in disorder. It was a major victory, proving that the Italian army was at last superior to the Austrian. This meant that Ludendorff could now hope for little help from his strongest ally. By this time the planning for his new offensive was completed, and it had an uninspiring code name: Operation Road Construction. It was another attack on the French, even though Ludendorff still intended launching the main blow, Operation Hagen, against the English in Flanders. That would have to be postponed for several weeks. In the meantime, he thought the time was ripe to strike again from the great bulge they had just driven into the Champagne area. Here the prospect of massive captures of prisoners and war materiel was too tempting to resist. It would also enable him to wipe out the baneful Reims salient. And so attacks on both sides of that city were planned for July 12th. The one to the west of it was designed to cross the Marne on a broad front all the way up to Château-Thierry. This would so endanger Paris that the French would insist on help from the British. Immediately following this operation, wrote Ludendorff, we meant to concentrate artillery, trench mortars, and flying squadrons on the Flanders front, and possibly attack that a fortnight later. There was considerable opposition to Ludendorff's plan, and he complained that these pessimists were so depressed that he had to carry the whole burden. They were advising him not to continue the offensive, a colonel at headquarters wrote in his diary, saying that he was overdrawing the bow, but he must risk it, he thought. Ludendorff felt they had to strike before the Americans became a decisive factor. Admittedly, battalion strength was reduced, but was still high enough to allow us to strike one more blow that should make the enemy ready for peace. There was no other way. By the beginning of July, the army group of Crown Prince Wilhelm was already covertly moving into position, and the date had been postponed until the 14th. Advising him on the opening artillery barrage was the redoubtable Colonel Bruchmüller, and it promised to be as effective as the others. The utmost secrecy was demanded. All reconnaissances, marches, and ammunition deliveries were to be made without any noise whatever. The wheels of vehicles were wrapped, and a guard line established. The preparations took a little longer than anticipated, and on July 3rd Ludendorff sent a coded telephone message to the Crown Prince. "Y-Day has been set back one day." This meant that the offensive would definitely start on the 15th. In the previous offensives, the Allies had been surprised, but this time both the French and Americans were sure of an imminent strike in the Reims area. Even so, Foch felt that the moment was propitious to launch his own attack on the Champagne Bulge from the woods just east of Villers-Cotterêts. "Why not wait until the enemy has involved himself in his own attack?" asked Pétain. "That will facilitate our offensive, seeing that we now have the advantage of superior numbers." Foch conceded that the idea was tempting, but he was determined to cease adapting Allied movements to those of the enemy. Pershing had complained there had been too much of that already and was urging an attack to catch the enemy off guard. This eagerness for a rush against the enemy amazed the French because of the Americans' lack of artillery, but their willingness to risk everything upon a single action apparently made a convert of Foch. When Colonel Hélé, Mangin's chief of staff, ventured to advise Foch that he was certain Crown Prince Wilhelm would attack soon, Foch said simply, "Our plan will go through." A general offensive? Foch nodded gravely. They would attack west of the Bulge while staying on the defensive along the Marne. "Who will lead?" asked Hélé, expecting that 2 commanders had been selected. "General Pétain will conduct both battles." Mangin's army would spearhead the attack. He was to emerge from the forest of Villers-Cotterêts and strike east across the plateau of Soissonnais toward the strategic Soissons-Château-Thierry highway, and so strangle the German pocket in Champagne by cutting off its supply lines. The date was set for July 18th, and would come, therefore, 3 days after the Ludendorff offensive. On the 7th, the order went out from the German 7th Army that from now on all marching by day, even by headquarters, small units or single vehicles, is strictly prohibited. Having no suspicion of the French trap, the confident Ludendorff was tirelessly pressing his own offensive. This energy, recalled Colonel Merz von Quirnheim, was all the more astonishing since in so doing he had to override so many different considerations put forward by his colleagues. It was telling on Ludendorff's nerves, and he was becoming increasingly irritable with anyone who dared to have a contrary opinion. By this time, Pétain was positive that Ludendorff was going to attack not only along the Marne but at Reims, and he convinced Foch to seek help from the British. Since Haig was on leave in London, Foch summoned General Lawrence to his headquarters on July 12th and asked him to move 2 British divisions south of the Somme and another 2 astride the river. This would enable Foch to transfer 4 French divisions to the threatened Champagne area. Lawrence sent off 1 division immediately, with another to follow. But, sharing Haig's belief that the main German offensive would be aimed at Flanders, he held back the other 2 so the field marshal could make that decision upon his return. That same day, German regiments were finally given attack orders. The 5th Grenadier Regiment, for instance, was told that they were to cross the Marne just east of Château-Thierry on the 15th. It came as no surprise to the men. Those on leave had come back with the same information. It seemed everyone in the homeland, despite Ludendorff's strict order for secrecy, knew when and where the attack was coming. This concerned many front-line veterans who feared the enemy might also know what was coming. Their premonitions were justified. All French army commanders had been warned that the German attack would come within 48 hours. After that had been turned back, General Mangin would launch his own offensive. But the German commanders remained supremely confident. "The picture we have gained of the enemy," read the 7th Army War Diary of July 14th, "induces us to believe that our offensive intentions have been kept hidden from him, that we may expect to take him by surprise." By this time, Operation Road Construction had a more dramatic, if still misleading, name: Friedensturm, Peace Assault. In Paris it was drizzling at dawn, but the sun finally came out to shine upon the Bastille Day celebration. One would have thought that the war had just been won, as troops of a dozen nationalities paraded from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde. In the van was the Garde Républicaine, in shining helmets and astride spirited horses. Then came detachments from all the Allies, each led by a band playing its national anthem. There were French chasseurs alpins sporting berets and black tunics, British Life Guards, Italian bersagliere in rooster-tail hats, Portuguese with their dishpan helmets, anti-Bolshevik Cossacks wearing astrachans. There were Poles, Romanians, Slavs, Montenegrins, Greeks in stiff white skirts, Bohemians, and Slovaks. And when the Americans in battle-stained uniforms, soiled but trim knapsacks, and battered tin hats appeared, the onlookers spontaneously shouted, "Vive les Américains! Vive nos alliés!" "I thought then," recalled Mildred Aldrich, an American living in France, "that the kind of crowd which was gathered that day could not make any more noise than they made for the Americans, who, with their guns on their shoulders, marched as steadily as veterans, though their faces were the faces of boys. But I was mistaken, for with a fine spirit that I loved, they had justly reserved their most ardent acclamations for their own war-torn troops, and the shouts of Vive nos poilus, Vive la France, were as near hysterical as anything I have seen in France since the war began. I saw women laughing and crying at the same time, and only able to wave their hands in greeting." Probably no one enjoyed the pageantry of Allied unity more than Clemenceau. He good-naturedly joked with Lord Derby, who was about to leave for London. "I suppose you will get back to England and talk of those damned Frenchmen. That is what many of your colleagues do." He asked Derby to carry out 2 commissions. "The first is to tell Lord Milner that they are quite mistaken in thinking that I want to interfere in their home affairs. I have not the least intention of doing it, nor have I the least intention of stopping what they are doing now, interfering in my own. They may do that as much as they like, and the more of my work they wish to do for me, the better I shall be pleased." All this was said in the most friendly, chaffing manner, but like everything with Clemenceau, observed Derby in a letter to Balfour, there is something at the back of it, and there is no doubt he is very resentful against L.G. and Milner. Clemenceau's second commission to Derby was to bring back an Aberdeen terrier. His own had just died, and he says he cannot live without one. The gaiety of Bastille Day was marred by the death of Quentin Roosevelt, son of the former president, who had been such an ardent advocate of military aid to France. His plane went down in flames over the German lines in a dogfight north of Château-Thierry. His death, wrote America's leading ace, Lieutenant Eddie Rickenbacker, was a sad blow to his comrades. Everyone who met him for the first time expected him to have the airs and superciliousness of a spoiled boy. This notion was erased after the first glimpse one had of Quentin. Gay, hearty, and absolutely square in everything he said or did, Quentin Roosevelt was one of the most popular fellows in the group. We loved him for his own natural self. His father's brief statement was typically Rooseveltian. "Quentin's mother and I are very glad he got to the front and had a chance to render some service to his country and to show the stuff that was in him before his fate befell him." Upon his return to France that day, Field Marshal Haig sought an interview for the morrow with Foch, with the request that the dispatch of further British divisions to the Champagne be delayed until then. After informing General Wilson of the dangers which would be run by lending his reserves, Haig wrote a memorandum reminding Foch that he had promised that the British reserves should only be used to support the French if the enemy decidedly concentrated his forces in the direction of Paris. Such a situation has not yet arisen, nor can it be truly said that the enemy has begun a concentration with this object. In England, Lloyd George was equally concerned and sent for Milner, who was at his home in Surrey. After dinner there was a long conference. The Prime Minister was very strong, almost violent about the withdrawal of divisions, recalled Hankey. He evidently suspected Clemenceau of using unfair political influence on Foch to save the French army in Paris at all costs. But Milner and Wilson were so inclined to support Foch that they managed to persuade Lloyd George merely to send Haig a telegram reminding him of the Beauvais Agreement, which authorized him to appeal if he thought the safety of the British army was endangered. 2. Under cover of darkness, German assault units were already moving into position in a snake-like line from the outskirts of Château-Thierry, along the Marne to Dormont, then northeast to Reims, around that salient and east for another 20 miles. Their supreme command still had no suspicion that the French were ready. General Gouraud, commander of the French Fourth Army defending the west flank, was so positive the attack was about to come that he had just ordered a patrol in depth to capture live prisoners at all costs. Sergeant Joseph Darnaud and his squad left at 7:55 p.m., creeping all the way to the German fourth line. There they fell upon a group of enemy and, after a savage knife and bayonet fight, captured 19 prisoners. They were turned over to Gouraud's intelligence section, which shortly learned that the German artillery bombardment was to start at 10 minutes past midnight. Gouraud decided to take a chance and unmask all his batteries on the chance that the prisoners' information was correct. He ordered his own artillery to start counter-battery fire at 11:30 p.m. It caught the German troops massed along the line of departure in the Reims area completely by surprise. Where was their own artillery? Gouraud's own chief of staff was wondering the same thing. He entered the commander's room, watch in hand. "They have not begun," he said. "It is past 0. We have been betrayed by the prisoners." But the red-bearded Gouraud was not at all perturbed. His exploits in Algeria had won him the nickname of Le Lion d'Afrique, and he was still that despite the loss of one arm and half a leg. "There are still minutes," he said, also watch in hand. They waited breathlessly for the German barrage, and finally there was a roar like a railway train passing overhead, followed by a deafening explosion. All the lights went out. Gouraud had not risked his guns in vain. Crown Prince Wilhelm had been driving forward in his Protos automobile. He noted what a lovely summer night it was, but as he neared the front he heard the irregular thunder of guns. His ear was so well trained after 4 years of trench warfare that he realized it was harassing enemy fire, a conclusion which filled me with a certain anxiety. At last he reached his destination, an artillery observation post near Pont Fabergé. He climbed up to the little wooden platform to receive the report of the artillery commander there. "Moderate harassing fire. In general, the enemy is quiet." The Crown Prince said he could not accept that view. It seemed to him that the French were keeping up a very lively fire on the German rear areas. Many explosions were now heard, and they could see several ammunition dumps on fire. Wilhelm's doubts increased as they all waited, keyed up to the highest pitch, for their own bombardment. An officer counted off the last seconds. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. And then, recalled the Crown Prince, There was a thunderous roar, as if the end of the world had come. The whole front vomited fire and flame. More than 2,000 batteries of all calibers hurled their iron hail at the foe. It was an overwhelming scene, the pitch-black sky stabbed by quivering flashes of lightning, bursts of flame, a scene from the inferno, an apocalyptic symphony of destruction. Colonel Billy Mitchell, commander of the American Air Service, was enjoying a late snack in a Paris restaurant with a Red Cross friend, Donald Brown, when they heard a rumbling sound. Mitchell looked at his watch. It was exactly 10 minutes past midnight. From the street they could see tremendous flashes in the sky. Mitchell guessed the main attack of the Germans had begun. If Brown wanted to see the greatest battle in history, he could come along. They leaped into Mitchell's fastest staff car and sped toward his headquarters. The continuing rumble wakened Parisians. Housewives hurried to see that gas meters were turned off. Bridge players shaded their lamps. Those awake waited for the warning sirens, but none came. It was no air raid, but something worse. The noise first reminded Pearl Adams, an Englishwoman living in Paris, of an immense symphony, then like a funeral march, finally like a heavy truck a half-mile away. People whispered to each other fearfully, "The front." This noise we had only heard vaguely before, and those of us who had heard it were laughed at by those who heard it not. These lights we had never seen. It meant the long-waited-for offensive, the new attempt of Polyphemus to catch the valiant and undaunted Ulysses. Like his son, the Kaiser wanted to watch the artillery softening up, but he didn't arrive at his observation point north of Reims until 1 a.m., July 15th. It was the 13th anniversary of his accession to the throne, a fitting day for the offensive that could crush the enemy. Already he had issued a message describing the war as a conflict between the two approaches to the world, either the Prussian-Germanic approach, right, freedom, honor, morality, is to remain respected, or the Anglo-Saxon, which would mean enthroning the worship of gold. Like Ludendorff, he saw England as the main enemy, not the French. For the first time, the Allies were not significantly outmanned. The opposing forces were about even, with 48 German divisions against 43, all French except for 3 American and 2 Italian divisions. The French bombardment had caught the 5th Grenadier Regiment just east of Château-Thierry by surprise. Points of assembly for the assault across the Marne were hit so badly that 2 companies were completely routed and others were crippled. The impact of the incessant artillery fire, recalled Lieutenant Hesse, shattered the nerves. Men, panic-stricken, run this way and that, seeking only one thing, to get under cover. And again the shells whistle all around us. The explosions are now dull gas shells. Before they could hardly see anything. Now the darkness was complete. A somber discouragement seizes many. If only daylight would come. At last a company commander shouted, "Form ranks! Has everyone his rifle?" And they advanced down the narrow shell-ravaged ravines to the river. At 4:30 a.m., the 5th Grenadiers and others in the 36th Division began launching pontoons hidden by reeds and bushes. The gas and smoke of both friendly and enemy bombardments had mixed with the morning mist to form a dense fog, and under this cover the Germans were halfway across the Marne before the Americans of the 3rd Division sighted craft loaded to the gunwales with infantry and machine gunners. The doughboys of the 38th Infantry Regiment promptly opened up with rifle and automatic weapon fire. Scores of these boats, recalled an American lieutenant, were shattered or sunk or else disabled and sent drifting harmlessly down the river. Hundreds of Huns jumped into the water and were drowned. Those who reached our side by swimming were either killed or wounded. But in other places the Germans swarmed over the south bank of the river to overwhelm American advance posts and clamber up the hill toward the main defense line behind the embankment of the Paris-Metz Railroad. Here the Americans held, despite heavy casualties. The French on both sides began to fall back, but the 38th Infantry would not budge. By this time Colonel Mitchell had taken off to find out what was happening. The ceiling was quite low in places, but he saw no German planes or movement of ground troops. There was artillery fire all along the front. He passed Château Thierry and started up the Marne, flying low on account of the fog and clouds. Suddenly, as I rounded a turn of the river east of Dormont, I saw a great mass of artillery fire hitting the south bank, and, spanning the river, 5 bridges filled with German troops marching over. He looked around for enemy planes, but saw none. No one was paying any attention to him, although he was flying within 500 feet of the bridges. Looking down on the men marching so splendidly, I thought to myself, what a shame to spoil such fine infantry. He continued a few minutes, then followed the front lines northeast along the river toward Reims. A fierce battle was going on there, with the air full of German planes, so he came back to the Marne. By that time, a terrible combat was taking place on top of the hill just south of the bridges. The opposing troops were almost together. This was the nearest to hand-to-hand combat than anything I had ever seen so far. He guessed he was seeing Americans in action, and he was right. It was the 38th Infantry making its gallant stand. Some 50 miles east, beyond Reims, the Chief of Staff of the American Rainbow Division, Colonel Douglas MacArthur, was watching the battle from the main line of defense. As the Germans stormed the abandoned front-line trenches, he saw the American barrage descend on them like an avalanche. But they came on, emboldened by the easy conquest of the first trenches, and by the time the enemy troops reached the real line, they looked exhausted, uncoordinated, and scattered. "Their legs are broken," MacArthur told his sweating cannoneers. The legs of the Germans in this area were indeed broken. Although they managed to pierce through in a few spots, they were thrown back. The enemy was making some progress west of Reims, where some 6 divisions smashed into the line held by the Italian 8th Division and drove it back to its second line. To the left, the French also felt the weight of the assault and were being pressed back. By 9:30 a.m., the enemy had driven a dangerous salient into Allied lines from Dormont on the Marne up to the heights of Reims. Help was needed, and Pétain telephoned General Fayolle, commander of the French reserves, to rush up the 168th Division and the 2nd Cavalry Corps. He also sent orders to temporarily suspend preparation of the Mangin offensive. A little later, Foch met Fayolle on the doorstep of his headquarters. 60 years ago they had been schoolmates. "How's your attack? Is it going ahead all right?" he asked. "No, it isn't," said the troubled Fayolle. "General Pétain has just ordered me to suspend the counteroffensive because he needs the troops to support the defensive battle." "Let Gouraud take care of himself," exclaimed Foch, and rushed into the office. Hurriedly, he dictated an order to be telephoned to Pétain. "It must be understood that until there are new developments that you let me know about, there can be no question in any way of slowing up, much less stopping, the Mangin preparations. In case of urgent and absolute need, you will take from there troops absolutely indispensable, informing me at once." His message, sent without even consulting Pétain, was insulting, but it was gleefully welcomed by Fayolle and his staff. We were delighted after having been consternated by Pétain's decision. At heart, the latter is very timorous. It was evident that the counteroffensive should be allowed to go forward, since on the right Gouraud's line had held. Although the Germans had succeeded by now in driving substantial bridgeheads across the Marne on either side of Dormont, Crown Prince Wilhelm was unhappy. He had seen reports that the enemy had evacuated his front line according to plan, and there was little forward progress. This had a discouraging sound, and I saw my first doubts in the way of being confirmed. He decided to see his father and arrived at the observation tower while the Kaiser was in the middle of his victory breakfast. A general staff officer came to meet the Crown Prince in the expectation of good news. He was horrified when I told him my impression that we should probably be held up after taking the first line. The Kaiser awaited his son eagerly, and it grieved the latter to have to say that I regarded the situation as unpromising. They rang up the Crown Prince's chief of staff for confirmation to learn that their troops were being held up before the enemy's second line. The Crown Prince ordered this line prepared for assault by a fresh bombardment, but in my heart of hearts I had to admit the bitter truth that the offensive had failed. In deep and anxious thought he returned to Charleville. There I found grave and resolute men. My chief of staff confirmed on the map what I already knew, that the French plan had been to evade our blow, so that our artillery preparation had destroyed a trench system which had been almost entirely evacuated. Soon after noon, Foch was having lunch with Haig. In the best of spirits now, he listened to the Scotsman's objections to giving up reserves, and then said he only wanted the British divisions in case of necessity, and would return them at once if the British front were threatened. Under these circumstances, Haig agreed. It was a grave responsibility, particularly knowing of Lloyd George's hostility, but this was the moment to help an ally. At his headquarters, Pétain read Foch's telephone message with care. By now the urgency of mid-morning had somewhat abated. The thrust across the Marne was slowing, and it was now evident that Gouraud had the situation well in hand east of Reims. At 1 p.m. he ordered Fayolle to continue the Mangin attack, news that, of course, came as no surprise to Fayolle. 3. Ludendorff still hoped they could break through, and told a staff officer, "If my blow at Reims succeeds now, we have won the war." Dissatisfied with the progress of the Third Army held up east of Reims, he telephoned its chief of staff. "Why isn't the attack getting any further?" he stormed. "It must be pressed home at once." Lieutenant Colonel W.J. von Clausewitz calmly replied, "The Army commander has ordered it to be discontinued because the prerequisites of the Chemin des Dames are not in evidence here. The French have pulled their artillery back a long way, and the present French positions are laughing at the withering fire." Such common sense brought Ludendorff back to earth. "I quite agree about the discontinuation of the attack," he said. "I'm the last man to order an attack that merely costs blood." The battle raged in the afternoon with the intense heat adding to the torture of combat. Georg Bucher, who had fought as a private for almost 4 years, had gone into the fray that morning with enthusiasm. He had fought across the Marne, which ran red with blood, and then continued up the hill watching the company ahead get mowed down. Undeterred, his company followed, shouting madly. But the murderous fire forced them to hide in the corn. If only fresh storm divisions had been with us during those hours, we should have broken right through, even without artillery for support, for the devil was in us. But by late afternoon they had to dig in across that same cornfield after a disappointing advance of only 3 miles. We lay there exhausted and dispirited. They had asked us for more than we could give. We had given all we could, our strength, our eagerness, our courage. For us, the end had come. It wasn't the intense shell fire that unnerved him and his comrades, but the helplessness of exhaustion, the consciousness that they could do no more. I almost envied those who had fallen in the advance. They at least had escaped the agony of that trench. What good was there hanging on to that tiny bridgehead across the Marne with almost no ammunition? Were we, I asked myself, really a nation's hope? I dared not believe it, for we were at our very last gasp. The carnage was even worse on the other side of the river, where Allied artillery throughout the day had blasted the reserve units. "Never had I seen so many dead," wrote Lieutenant Hesse. "Never contemplated a spectacle of war so frightful as on the northern slopes of the Marne." On the southern side, the Americans in a hand-to-hand fight had completely wiped out 2 of our companies. Hidden in the wheat in a semicircle, they had let our men advance, then had annihilated them with a fire at 30 or 40 feet away. This enemy has coolness, one must acknowledge, but he also gave proof that day of a bestial brutality. "The Americans are killing everyone!" Such was the terrifying word that spread through all our ranks on the 15th of July. Lieutenant Rudolf Binding was writing in his diary, "I have lived through the most disheartening day of the whole war." His unit had only advanced 2 miles before seeking refuge in a trench. He had pointed out the absurd exposure of the position to division, but no one listened, and a few minutes later a shell burst a few yards from him. "I was simply mad. How could one expect to put one's heart into such a business? It was no courage to behave as these people did. At the most, it could amuse a few irresponsibles who were prepared to gamble with their own and other people's lives." Worse was to follow. All telephone wires were cut, so no orders could be carried out. Everything seemed to go wrong. My own work was useless. But Pétain still had qualms, and at 4:45 p.m. sent a message directly to Foch, again requesting permission to postpone the Mangin offensive for 24 hours. A little later, good news came from Gouraud. "At 1700 hours, the first parallel of the position of resistance is in our position on the entire front of attack." In other words, the entire right wing of the line was safe. Moments later, the French 6th Army announced that they had repulsed the enemy which had crossed the Marne near Château-Thierry. Even the French 5th Army, which had taken the hardest blow, reported that the Germans showed signs of tiring. At last it was evident even to Pétain that a great victory had been scored. He telephoned Foch that he felt the Mangin attack could proceed as planned. The Kaiser returned to his headquarters at 7 p.m. "His mood," wrote Admiral von Müller, "was slightly less ebullient than usual. I have the impression that the day's objectives have not been reached." Ludendorff, telephoning General von Kuhl, sounded very depressed about the poor outcome of the attack. Kuhl advised him to continue the assault and mentioned March 21st, when the Second Army had made no progress either. At first Ludendorff felt they could not risk the losses. Then he ordered the Crown Prince to resume the attack in the morning. But the feeling at Supreme Headquarters on July 16th, so wrote Colonel Merz von Quirnheim in his diary, was depressed. Difficult question what to do next. Heavy fighting continued along the Marne front, and some minor successes were achieved. But by afternoon the situation of the 6 German divisions in the bridgehead was becoming precarious because of gun and air attacks on their bridges. The Crown Prince got no orders from Supreme Headquarters, so that evening he stopped not only the assault across the Marne, but that east of Reims. Only the 2 corps between the Marne and Reims were to attack on the morrow. When the Kaiser returned after another day at the front, he told his courtiers that 15,000 prisoners had been taken, and that Chalon-sur-Marne had been successfully shelled. Then he read aloud a report from Vienna. It was very pessimistic and forecast a catastrophe in the autumn. The mood that evening was low, particularly since Müller and the others had heard by the grapevine that the entire Champagne offensive was about to be abandoned. It dragged on through July 17th, although any chance of a breakthrough seemed hopeless. "I am so convinced," wrote Merz von Quirnheim, "that neither Wetzel, head of the operations section of the General Staff, nor Ludendorff know what they must do next." Ludendorff had managed to convince himself that the main object of the offensive had been attained, because the French reserves were irretrievably committed to the Champagne front, and he could now, with easy mind, unleash Hagen in Flanders. He was gambling that this offensive would surely succeed and end the war. That evening he drove up north to the headquarters of the Army Group of Ruprecht, Crown Prince of Bavaria, to review the state of their preparations for the crucial blow against the British. Mangin's troops were assembling at the east end of the Champagne Bulge in the great forest just northwest of Villers-Cotterêts. He had 24 divisions against 11 German, and Mangin's troops were of first quality, 4 being American with their complement of 17,000 men each, as compared to an average of 7,000 in a German division. Crown Prince Wilhelm's troops in this area were of low grade. Many had been transferred from Russia and had no experience with tanks, which Mangin planned to use in masses. The main assault was to be made by the tough Moroccan division, which included the legendary Foreign Legion, flanked on each side by a big American unit, the 1st Division on the left and on the right the 2nd, which had fought so courageously and recklessly in Belleau Wood through the month of June. It was mid-afternoon of July 17th before the American units reached the depths of the forest. The doughboys and Marines marveled at the great number of camouflaged tanks. There were big ones that looked like prehistoric monsters and tiny ones that seemed like wind-up toys. They all rattled, roared, and snorted and sent up clouds of noxious fumes. The roads were jammed with rolling kitchens and mule-drawn water wagons, as well as thousands of cavalrymen carrying long lances like King Arthur's knights. The greatest menace to the marching infantrymen was the endless line of artillery, howitzers towed by tractors, the deadly 75s hauled by 6-horse teams, and the larger field guns each by 8 dray horses. The traffic reminded Marine Sergeant Gerald Thomas of a turgid stream, flowing slowly, irresistibly forward. It was much as though we were moving through a tunnel, as everywhere the boughs of the great trees reached out well over the roadway. And the foot soldier had small chance for a piece of the road, drenched by several showers on the day's march. Their uniforms steamed in the sunlight, and the forest was like a great Turkish bath. There was little water, and thirst became a torture. In the meantime, Mangin and his staff were working industriously, but it was not until 4 p.m. that the plan of attack was finished and instructions relayed to the artillery and infantry commanders. The infantry was to charge out of the eastern edge of the forest at 4:35 the next morning. The foot soldiers trudged single file along a ditch. There were dark Moroccans in khaki, black Senegalese, and French in their blue, carrying pots and pans that jangled. The Americans hadn't eaten for more than a day, and there was no hope of food till next morning. With the twilight lasting for hours, it didn't become dark until almost 11. There was no moon, and the forest was suddenly pitch black. This was the hideout of the 15th-century monster Gilles de Rais, the original, according to some scholars, of the infamous Bluebeard. With darkness came a fearful rumble, thunder. Rain began pelting down. The marching men were protected at first by the leafy roof of the forest, but within minutes the clay roads were mud. Vehicles slipped into the ditches. Horses stumbled, and the men, already exhausted, found the footing miserable. In the downpour, maps became indistinct or worthless, and the rest of the night was spent by staff officers frantically trying to gather up scattered remnants and searching for lost platoons and companies. As we groped in single file, Private McCord wrote in his diary, we cling each man to a pack strap of the man in front, as blindly, doggedly on we go, in spite of the mud, the heavy packs, and the rain that comes down in torrents. Blindly feeling our way with the help of God and our own intuition, we, the lousy infantry, SOL, shit out of luck, as always, until they get us to where they need us, manage to miraculously accomplish the impossible by getting from the right to the left side of this dark, seething, confusing stream of traffic to follow other lousy troopers, men like ourselves, the other battalions and companies of our regiment, in single file off through the woods to our left. Wherever General Harbord, now commander of the entire 2nd Division, went, he found the same story: no information, no maps, no guides, no orders. And they had to get in place in time for the early morning attack. All realized that the task was almost superhuman, but the honor not only of our division, but of the American name was at stake. At 4 a.m. on July 18th, his two regiments, the 5th Marines and the doughboys of the 9th Infantry, were pressing hard to arrive in time. Exhausted and hungry, they began to hustle double time, arriving at the point of departure almost out of breath. Floyd Gibbons, only a month out of the hospital, was with the Marines again, a black patch over his destroyed eye. He was worried that the Germans might guess that an attack was coming and pour gas shells into the forest. It would be a massacre. But there was no noise, no confusion, no shouting of commands or waving of swords. Officers whispered their orders, and the only noise was the roll of thunder and the eternal dropping of water from wet leaves, and an occasional ear-splitting crash of lightning. At 4:35 a.m., with the first light of July 18th, silence was broken by the bark of a 75. Almost instantly there was a tremendous roar as the Allied barrage opened up. To Marine Sergeant R.M. Gano, it was a grand, glorious, terrific, ear-gouging explosion. The earth shook up and down and sideways. Once he had heard 1,600 guns discharged simultaneously and thought it was the peak of din. But this barrage, it shook the leaves off the trees. The heavens came down and the earth went up. I can't describe it. He and the others forgot their hunger and thirst, blistered feet, aching joints, and wet clothes. Our eyes shone like a zealot's and our hearts filled with the glory and splendor of that mighty thunder. Oh, man! What a grand and glorious feeling that was. Gano heard someone nearby say, "I never want to have a grander feeling or I'd just naturally die of joy." The enemy was completely taken by surprise. The racket of the tanks was terrifying, and so were the battle cries of the Americans. The Germans fell back in disorder. All along Mangin's line there was little resistance. Some German units out in the fields harvesting the crops the farmers had abandoned took to their heels in panic. The Allied barrage roared on steadily, and occasional German shells exploded between the first and second waves of advancing Marines. One group captured a 4-inch gun, a telephone station, and several prisoners. They found hot coffee with German war bread, which the men devoured after making the prisoners first sample it. Other Marines liberated a barrel of sauerkraut and continued attacking through a wheat field, carrying a rifle in one hand and a fistful of sauerkraut in the other. Germans in the front lines were holding up their hands in blank astonishment, and those in the second lines were still shocked by the Allied barrage, which was creeping forward to allow their own tanks and men to mop up. Gano's battalion in the second wave was plunging through a huge wheat field. Someone shouted, "Here they come!" Gano looked ahead at a column of men marching toward him, 4 abreast. Germans, but they were prisoners. At least 20 officers were at the head of the column. They were the happiest prisoners alive, I believe. The ones who spoke English cheered on the Americans. One shouted, "Give 'em hell, boys, it won't last long." Those who spoke French shouted out, "Fini la guerre!" Gano made a rough count. There were at least 1,300, and most of them were young. It made one's heart ache to think of how recently they had been dragged from their mother's hearth by the Kaiser's mailed fist. Nothing but rosy-cheeked, red-lipped, bright-eyed boys. For miles to left and right across the rolling fields could be seen successive waves of assault, with small and large tanks rumbling on ahead. Just behind were Marines, doughboys, Senegalese, foreign legionnaires, and poilus. As they advanced through the wheat, the German lines wavered, then broke. Here and there stubborn groups held out, but these were soon bypassed or overwhelmed. Some Germans died fighting, others threw down their rifles and shouted "Kameraden" at the sight of any attackers. The heat was punishing, and there was almost no water to quench parched throats. The canteens of dead Germans were avidly drained, their leather packs searched for food. Even moldy bread was gulped down, and occasionally someone would find a real treasure, a comb of honey. To the left of the 2nd Division, the Moroccans, the best assault and shock troops of the French army, were living up to their reputation. Perhaps they were fighting so courageously to show that men of a different race and color could fight as fiercely as the white man. There were coal-black Senegalese as well as Moroccans, and they all were battling with desperate bravery. To their left were the doughboys of the American 1st Division. Private First Class James Rose's unit walked into sheer hell. A shell exploded in the midst of a dozen men to his left. We were transfixed as we watched the Holocaust. Some of them fell and never moved again. Some flew through the air and miraculously walked away. Others just disintegrated before our eyes. Private Lewis got it behind the ear and Oleson in the hip. Lewis went wild, and I had to tussle trying to head him to the rear. Many were dazed, but still on their feet. By a freak of chance, Rose wasn't scratched, but his machine gun was disabled, and he gave his ammunition to the loader of another crew. Their gunner suddenly went berserk and turned his gun on the French in the trench ahead, thinking they were the enemy. "They are Germans!" he kept shouting. Rose couldn't make the gunner understand in the din of battle, so he pushed his gun muzzle up in the air. The French piled over the parapet and began smothering the embarrassed Rose with kisses, and I believe they would have decorated me then and there with the Croix de Guerre if they could have. The doughboys leapfrogged the French line, continuing into a vast wheat field, hip-high in grain. Rose abruptly realized that he and Sergeant Manning were alone. Those who had fallen were hidden in the wheat. All of a sudden the two came upon a young enemy officer, horribly mangled. He screamed to them in German, pointing to their rifles and his heart. "Rose, can you do it?" said Manning. "I can't." Neither could Rose, and they both cursed their lack of guts as they continued forward. Watching the battle was Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a stretcher-bearer who was also a priest. He had no specific duties, except to observe. You can imagine the vast uplands of the Soissons country dotted with groups of men advancing in single file, then halting and taking cover, he wrote his sister. On all sides great bursts of smoke appeared, white, black, and dirty gray, in the air and on the ground. Over all this there rose the sound of a continuous light crackling, and it was a shock to see among the ripening crops little blotches that lay still forever. Here and there a tank slowly made its way through the tall corn, followed by a group of supporters, like a ship sailing the seas. Too often you'd see that it had been hit and was burning in a thick cloud of black smoke. From above this turmoil, groups of planes would suddenly sweep low to machine guns, seemingly at random. There was something implacable about all this. Above all, it seemed inanimate. You could see nothing of the agony and passion that gave each little moving human dot its own individual character and made them all so many worlds. All you saw was the material development of a clash between two huge material forces. He had a close-up view of the neighboring Americans. Everyone says the same. They're first-rate troops fighting with intense individual passion, concentrated on the enemy, and wonderful courage. The only complaint one would make about them is that they don't take sufficient care. They're too apt to get themselves killed. Their wounded walked back erect, almost stiff, impassive, and never complaining. I don't think I've ever seen such pride and dignity in suffering. There's complete comradeship between them and us, born fully fledged under fire. From above, a Canadian in command of the 1st Pursuit Group, U.S. Air Service, had a grandstand seat of the battle. Lieutenant Colonel Harold Hartney's 16 planes were several miles high when the barrage opened up, and he could see the ground being churned to powder, the air full of smoke and dust. No man ever saw a more magnificent, or rather a more significant sight. Here was the tide of a world war involving 20 million men actually turning before my very eyes. There were the Americans, fresh, vigorous, and engaging in their first major battle, sweeping across the wide fields along with the French and Moroccans. Floyd Gibbons, despite his condition, was following the advance. He too saw the great line of prisoners, 4 abreast. The first 8 Germans were carrying a wounded American on one litter and a Frenchman on the other. These 2 were half sitting, half reclining, smoking cigarettes and chatting gaily as they rode high on the shoulders of their captors. The prisoners told Gibbons that the British were in the war because they hated Germany, France because the battling was in their country, the Yanks only to collect souvenirs. Gibbons stopped one of these collectors bound for the rear. He was one of the shortest men he had ever seen in U.S. uniform, and he was herding 2 huge prisoners who towered above him. A white bandage ran around his forehead, and there were blood-stained strips of cotton gauze on cheek and neck. He carried a huge chunk of German black bread. Dangling from his right hip were 5 holsters containing Lugers. Suspended from his right shoulder by straps to his left hip were 6 pairs of expensive field glasses. His filthy face was wreathed in a remarkable smile. The reporter asked a German officer what he thought of the fighting capacities of the Americans. "I do not know," he said as if talking to an inferior. "I have never seen him fight." He had been in a dugout when the terrible bombardment landed. Once it stopped, he looked up the stairs to behold his first American soldier. "I did not like his carriage or his bearing. He wore his helmet far back on his head, and he did not have his coat on. Nor was his collar even buttoned. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and he held a grenade in each hand. Just then he looked down the stairs and saw me standing there, saw me, a major, and he shouted roughly, 'Come out of there, you big Dutch bastard, or I'll spill a basketful of these on you.'" 4. At 10:54 a.m., Crown Prince Wilhelm realized that the divisions on the right flank had been pushed back, and even supporting divisions were already engaged. He ordered resistance organized on the general line from Soissons to Château-Thierry, pointing out that the fighting divisions should not retire back to this line at present. If they did, however, they must hold this rear line to the last. At the same time, he ordered preparation of a second line of resistance 5 miles behind the first. This unique command indicated that the Crown Prince had little faith in his men's ability to stem the tide. If further proof were needed, it was his next order: evacuation of the bridgehead south of the Marne. His superior, Ludendorff, was far away in Flanders, conferring with the army group of Crown Prince Ruprecht. Ludendorff was confident and eager to attack, recalled General Fritz von Lossberg, Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, and to the joy of us all still held to the intention of carrying out an attack in Flanders. While discussing the date to launch Operation Hagen, a telephone message was brought into the room. An unexpected tank assault had pierced the German line southwest of Soissons. There was consternation among the conferees, and Ludendorff himself was naturally in a state of the greatest tension to learn that all local reserves had been committed, as well as all those of Crown Prince Wilhelm's army group, which had been about to launch another all-out attack on Reims. This meant that his cherished hope of capturing that key city, and thus forcing Haig to send further reinforcement from Flanders, was dashed. In the space of 3 days, all his hopes in Champagne had dissipated, and the enemy was threatening him. It was an incredible turnabout. He immediately ordered the 5th Division to proceed by train from Saint-Quentin to Soissons. Lossberg counseled him to adopt a systematic policy of defense in the Soissons area by yielding ground. Ludendorff was impressed, but after a long pause said, "I think your proposals are pertinent, but I cannot follow them for political reasons." "What political reasons?" "I must think of the impression on the enemy, on our own army, and on the home front." Lossberg protested that when military necessity was sacrificed to political expediency, trouble always followed. Despairingly, Ludendorff said that he would have to resign, then ended the conference and started back to Avesnes. On the way he was deeply disturbed and disgusted. His own grand offensive of July 15th had failed because the French knew exactly what was coming. He had been victimized by his own men. While the commanders were doing their utmost to keep these secrets, the love of talking and boasting that is inborn in Germans betrayed to the world and to our enemies matter of the greatest weight and significance. Now he must devise means of stopping the surprise French attack. As his train pulled into Avesnes at 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Allied time, Hindenburg was waiting with veiled impatience on the platform. En route to the red brick house that was headquarters, Hindenburg brought him up to date. Apparently 12 German divisions had already been destroyed or seriously damaged. The 5th Division, coming by rail, was being held up by enemy artillery fire, and those divisions being rushed to the critical area by trucks could not get there for hours. The discussion continued at lunch, but Ludendorff, apparently under no strain at all, said little until Hindenburg turned to Colonel Merz von Quirnheim and said, "The simplest and most complete solution of the present crisis is, in my opinion, to summon up all troops immediately, including those from Flanders, and to start an offensive across the high ground north of Soissons in a southerly direction against the left flank of the enemy's attack." This instantly brought Ludendorff to life. He declared that anything of that sort was utterly unfeasible and must therefore be forgotten, as he thought he had already made abundantly clear to the field marshal. At these insulting words, Hindenburg left the table without a word. Ludendorff, annoyed and scarlet of face, followed. He was faced with a difficult decision. Should he send south those precious reserves he had been collecting for Operation Hagen? Finally, he concluded there was no alternative. He ordered the 50th Division sent to Soissons immediately, with the 24th to be held in readiness. By early afternoon, the Americans were pinned down by a murderous crossfire of machine guns near the Vierzy ravine, a precipitous and wooded gash in the earth. They watched in wonder as French cavalrymen abruptly emerged from a nearby woods and began spreading out in preparation for a mass attack. It was like something from a movie, with the prancing horses and the beautifully uniformed dragoons, lancers, and armored cuirassiers. Shells began falling. Gunnery Sergeant Paradise watched in horror as men on horseback tumbled down, but others galloped by unharmed, and began mopping up isolated positions of Germans bypassed by the Marines. Less than a mile away, doughboys were also enthralled witnesses. As those precision riders moved out, it was the most inspiring sight my hillbilly eyes had ever beheld, recalled PFC Rose. So brave, so proud, and so beautiful. It was just as he had pictured Napoleon's armies. Then the shells fell, and the slaughter was horrible. Horses, men, gore. My God, only a handful survived. I shall never forget that sight. Still shaken, Rose and his mates advanced with the French Foreign Legion until they came to a huge cave with 4 machine guns guarding its mouth. They were pointed at the open fields Rose had just crossed, but the doughboys and the Foreign Legion rushed inside, and in a few minutes some 1,200 prisoners marched out in columns of 4. At another cave fortress, which was holding up the 1st Division advance, a French tank waddled up to the entrance like a huge turtle as machine gun pellets rattled off its armor. With its own guns roaring away, it trundled into the cave and disappeared. Minutes later, it backed out, followed by about 600 prisoners, including a colonel. As soon as the Kaiser learned of the breakthrough, he rushed to Avesnes. It was late afternoon by the time he mounted the steps to Hindenburg's headquarters. Coming out to meet him was the old field marshal, dignified, stately, and unhurried. Wilhelm stretched out his hand and nodded vigorously. His lips moved, and his personal news reporter, Karl Rostner, was close enough to notice that he could not speak. "Your Majesty has seen much in these hard days," said Hindenburg with understanding. "The war has shown a hard face." Wanting to be alone with Hindenburg and know the truth, the Kaiser hurried into the red-brick villa. At his desk, poring over papers, Ludendorff looked up. The monocle fell from his eye. He quickly rose and advanced. "You have had a strenuous tour, Excellency," said Wilhelm. Hindenburg interrupted. "I believe that your Majesty may desire, first of all, our opinion as to how we got into the critical position in which we are at present." The Kaiser nodded, closing his eyes as Hindenburg briefly explained that the troops had given way and many Germans taken prisoner. He told of the French use of small whippet tanks and the consequent breakthrough at several points. But a new line of defense had been organized. Wilhelm nodded, said nothing, finally tugged at his coat and asked abruptly, "Will the new line hold?" "That really can't be foretold, Your Majesty. The enemy offensive might continue for days." Wilhelm was excited and perturbed, yet eager to appear deliberate, but he could not control his voice, and the words came tumbling out rudely. "So we shall retire still farther, give up more ground?" He checked himself and almost apologetically added that they had to consider the restive sentiment back home and in the rest of the world. The significance of this opposition cannot be overestimated, in the interest of the throne. Hindenburg quietly replied that he had to be first occupied with purely military responsibilities. He paused, then turned to Ludendorff. "Perhaps my comrade?" The quartermaster general cleared his voice and stiffened slightly. "I beg to impress upon your Majesty that I received news that the enemy had broken our line only this morning while discussing our new Flanders offensive. This painful surprise—" Wilhelm interrupted. "Then we were all thoroughly taken by surprise?" He was angry, threatening, but Ludendorff continued unperturbed. The surprise, he said, was not in there being an attack, but in the failure of the front line to hold and the extent of the enemy's initial success. He stepped to the chart table and, adjusting his monocle, began explaining what had to be done. "Unless we can be certain of our western flank, we cannot undertake operations around Reims or withdraw in an orderly way from the south bank of the Marne. They must erect a new front before resuming the initiative. Here is where we have got to settle things. Here we must decide our further plan of campaign." It was obvious to Rosner that the Kaiser was furious at the thought of any further withdrawal. The blood rushed to his face. He tapped his foot. "No," he at last blurted out. "I trust we shall not give up a single foot of the soil we have won." As they were leaving the room, a young officer handed a paper to be approved by Ludendorff. It was the text of the evening announcement of the Wolf Telegraph Agency. The Kaiser took the paper and read the official notice. "The French attacked with heavy forces and tanks between the Aisne and the Marne and made some gains. Our reserves have been brought into action." How harmless it all sounded, thought Rosner. And yet, he concluded, unless God works a miracle, this is the turning of the tide. At almost that moment, Mongin's chief of staff, Colonel Hélé, telephoned that Generals Pétain and Fayolle were on their way to Mongin's forward command post. He had heard Pétain remark, "It is good, it is very good. It is almost too good, but it is necessary to stop." There were no more divisions to throw into the attack. Half an hour later, the two generals arrived at Mongin's observation tower in the forest of Retz. It was about 60 feet high, and all day had afforded Mongin a bird's-eye view of the most important part of the battleground. Pétain congratulated Mongin, but decried his unconventional notion of such a forward headquarters. "Here you don't command anything," he said. Mongin explained that he had his staff at the foot of the tower ready to gallop forward with orders. Then he impatiently asked for more reserves. "I don't have any," said Pétain. "I know that you are very persuasive, but this time I'm very strong, for having absolutely nothing myself, I can give you nothing." Mangin acidly protested that one should not stop an attack of such importance at the moment it could lead to decisive results. Otherwise it would have been better not to have started it in the first place. But Pétain repeated that he had no reserves, and he himself regretted it. Besides, I am obliged to assume that the Germans are south of the Marne. That is what concerns me particularly, and that is what I must prevent. Here I must adopt a defense in depth and, in a pinch, adjust the actual line. Mangin argued that it was easier to force the Germans to evacuate the bridgehead south of the Marne and even the Château-Thierry pocket by following the present attack than in trying to patch up the Marne breakthrough. But Pétain insisted that he could not possibly give Mangin another division, and he left with Fayolle. Mangin thought a moment. Setting his aggressive jaw, he finally told his chief of staff, "In short, General Pétain says that he will give me nothing, yet has not really ordered me to stop the attack. So we will continue with what we have, and the attack will resume tomorrow." Late that afternoon, 2 U.S. Marine battalions attempted to take Vierzy. 3 companies started down the ravine in 2 waves, but were riddled by the machine guns emplaced on its other side. While the Americans were trying to destroy these emplacements, 6 French tanks headed back through their lines, drawing intense enemy artillery fire. Many Marines were killed or wounded, and 4 of the tanks were knocked out. The Marines tried again at 6:30 p.m. This time, after reforming their lines, they attacked with 15 tanks and were supported by machine guns and a powerful artillery concentration. They swept through Vierzy with amazing rapidity as doughboys came in from another direction, and by 8 p.m. the deadly ravine was taken and it would be possible to push forward the next morning. By nightfall of the 18th, the Allies had pushed forward almost 6 miles, but at appalling cost. General Harbord moved 2nd Division headquarters up near Vierzy to a large farm that had been wrested from the Germans. "It was an advanced dressing station and a very distressing scene," he wrote in his diary. "The congestion on the one country road prevented ambulances from getting to the front, and the men had lain there in the yard of farm buildings all day and were to continue to lie there 12 or 14 hours longer. Water was unobtainable, the buildings were in ruins from shell fire, and the Boche still dropped an occasional bomb as they circled over. But from these wounded there was no word of complaint, nothing but patience in suffering. There were wounded Germans, Americans, and dark-skinned Moroccans side by side on the ground, blood over everything, clothes cut away, some were dead, and a ceaseless stream of traffic still pouring to the front with ambulances and supplies for fighting. Harbord's division had outrun its communications, and there were no wire connections at all to the rear. But finally a corps order was brought by a French officer. The division was to attack in the morning. The men tried to get some sleep. Most of them had eaten little or nothing, but they suffered far more from thirst. All the springs and wells from miles around had been almost drunk dry, and long lines stood with empty canteens at the few remaining water holes. Lieutenant Sulzbach's artillery unit was on the road, hoping to get into position before dawn so they could help stop the Allied advance. "So we are moving along behind the front. It looks as though we are being thrown into the largest enemy offensive of all time. And it was supposed to be our offensive. We couldn't even have dreamed this would happen. Never. We seem to be coming to the exact site of our offensive of May 27th, or else into the battlefield of early June. But in spite of everything, it was a lovely night, cloudless and warm. Although the roads were packed, they were making good progress. Troops in trucks continuously passed and would be soon thrown into the new critical position before the artillerymen. And what was the present situation? We are all in the grip of incredible tension and can hardly speak for excitement and anticipation. The Kaiser was back at his camp. He told Admiral von Müller that operations had been abandoned on the right flank, then blamed the failure of their own attack on one of their own engineer officers, who had swum over the Marne to betray their plans. Müller permitted himself to observe that it was highly unlikely that an engineer officer would have any real knowledge of the plans, but the Kaiser said it must have been someone who had to do with the pontoon bridge. His son and heir was still reflecting on the situation with his own chief of staff. They were both a prey to a great fear that their Seventh Army was heading straight for catastrophe unless the wings at Soissons and in the hill region of Reims held. It was certainly the most critical situation I had found myself in as commander during the whole war. At Avesnes, Hindenburg was waving his left hand over a map at the high ground northwest of Soissons. In a subdued but clear voice he said, "This is how we must direct the counterattack. That would solve the crisis at once." At these words Ludendorff straightened up sharply. His face flushed with rage, and he started for the door, exclaiming, "Madness!" Hindenburg took after him. "I should like a word with you," he said. Both of them disappeared into Ludendorff's study. Later that night Hindenburg wrote his wife that if the war were lost it would not be his fault, but Germany's lack of spiritual strength. 5. There could be no surprise on the second day of attack, so the Allies found themselves faced by a stubborn enemy reinforced during the night, and now hidden in the wheat and cornfields. At 4:30 a.m., July 19th, the doughboys of the 1st Division were rousted out and told they were going over the top in an hour. Private Rose's unit started up a small ridge. At the summit they were met by a solid sheet of machine-gun fire. He saw his major fall, then the first sergeant. Soon there were no officers, and Sergeant Manning took charge. He was hit, and as he sank, strangling in his own blood, he gasped, "Follow Rose." Now a private first class was in command of the remnants of the company, and for some strange reason Rose was not the least bit frightened. All he could hear in the din of battle were the dying words of his sergeant, "Follow Rose." He motioned the others to follow, but by the time he reached the Paris-Soissons road, he had lost all but one man. He knew they had to cross the highway to a trench on the other side. The other grabbed his arm. "My God, man, we can't cross that road. We'll get killed." Rose jerked away from him and started, but slipped halfway across, falling flat on his face. It was providential, for a hellish crossfire began ripping just over his body. He lost a piece of a front tooth, but otherwise was untouched. He scrambled to the trench just as a spray of machine-gun bullets buried itself in the mud behind him. He had advanced 500 yards and was all alone. The shooting stopped all at once, and the lull was unbearable, for he could now hear the heart-rending cries of his buddies in the rear. As he watched the sunrise, he felt he was the last person left alive on earth. He wondered if he would see that sun set. To his right, Harbord's division was moving up for its attack. The 6th Marine Regiment, not used the day before, was to make the infantry attack. Lieutenant Clifton Cates led his platoon down the ravine to Vierzy. Just as he was getting his men into position outside the town, shells and machine-gun bullets came over the hill. Something hit the back of Cates's shoulder. A rock, he thought. It was a red-hot bullet. He pulled it out and called to Major Holcomb, "Well, I got the first blessé. Here's the first wound." He handed the bullet to Holcomb, but it was still hot, and the major dropped it. Others were hit, and Lieutenant John Overton shouted to a friend to send his skull and crossbones pin to his mother if he were killed. At last the French tanks they were waiting for arrived, and the attack began with the lumbering vehicles in the lead. It was about 1,000 yards to the German lines, and enemy shell fire was concentrated several hundred yards in front. It looked to Sergeant Paradise like a great black curtain as Major Holcomb led them toward the blackest and thickest part of the German line. Men were going down on all sides. Someone behind him yelled, "Paradise, help me!" Paradise looked back, saw a friend grab his stomach and fall. He started back, but Holcomb yelled, "Let the medics take care of him." Paradise was wondering how the new commander of their company, Captain Lloyd, would do in action. The men had little confidence in him, for he came from a desk job. But now Lloyd was out front brandishing his cane, urging them forward. Fire was getting hotter and the dust of battle thicker as the 4 lines of Marines advanced straight as a die, with their bayonets shining in the bright sunlight. It was a picture that Major Robert Denig would never forget. He yelled to an officer that each gun in the enemy barrage was working from right to left. Then he noticed a rabbit darting ahead and wondered if it would get hit. Good rabbit. He took my mind off of the carnage. He shouted to a friend that he had $100 on him and to be sure and get it. The friend yelled back that his own chances of living that long could be bought for a nickel. There were 8 waves of men moving across the open wheat fields with the big tanks out in front. Shells were bursting all around, and Cates called to a sergeant, "Look at Captain Woodsworth and Robinson getting right together there. That's bad business." Just then a shell hit, and they both went down. 2 other lieutenants were also wounded, and that left Cates, the only officer in the company. A shell burst to the right, and a fragment ripped Cates's breeches, hitting his knee, but he led the men toward the German trenches. The enemy leaped out, streaking to the rear like wild deer. The Marines swarmed after them, shooting and yelling like cowboys. It was too funny for words, Cates wrote his mother and sister. We ran off and left the tanks far in the rear. But he could never reorganize his men in the bedlam, and after less than a mile the attack petered out. He gathered what men he could, about 20 of them, took refuge in trenches near an old sugar mill, and waited for an enemy counterattack. The man next to Private Carl Brannan was killed in that same charge by a shell, but he himself only suffered powder burns. He left his comrade writhing and groaning on the ground, and to continue the attack he caught up with Lieutenant Overton, who was walking backward, shouting something. The din was so terrific that Brannan had no idea what Overton was saying, but from his expression, Brannan figured he was encouraging the men. Then Overton was killed, and so was the gunnery sergeant. Brannan leaped barbed wire just as a shell hit to the left. By this time all the tanks had been crippled or stopped, and everyone near him was down. He found refuge at last in an old sunken road. Bullets kept passing over him. In less than an hour his regiment had been almost annihilated. The field he had just crossed was strewn with the dead and dying, and he could hear their cries for water and help weaken as the hot July sun got stronger. Here he was almost in the enemy lines, all alone. When German enemy planes flew low, he lay still, feigning death. The sun made his thirst almost unbearable. Nearby, his friend Lieutenant Cates was becoming very annoyed with the strafing planes. One came down so close that Cates saw the gunner's eyes. He fired 3 shots with his pistol and saw fabric fly from the plane. "I would have given $1 million if I could have downed that guy with my pistol." Those Marines still alive were also dug in, praying for darkness so they could get back to safety. Major Denig was in a beet field, desperately digging with a spade he had picked up, while shrapnel rained about him. Holcomb asked if he could borrow it a while. Denig said yes when his hole was deep enough. It was as hot as a furnace, there was no water, and the Germans had their range. The Marines lay there all that torrid afternoon. Denig wound his watch, smoked, drew pictures, and wrote the names of his sons on the clay walls of his hole. When shells landed nearby, he could feel himself bouncing in the air. He lay on his back, visualizing pictures in the clouds. Finally, near twilight, he saw Captain Lloyd walking toward him with the aid of a long staff. He looked like a shepherd. Lloyd reported that he was occupying some trenches near a sugar mill. He only had 6 men, and with more he could easily hold the place. There were none to give him, so he walked sadly back. He bore a charmed life, and stuff was bursting all about him. Water parties came back with tales of dead Marines all over the place, so Denig set out in the dusk on a reconnaissance. In a shallow trench nearby he found 3 men blown to bits, another had lost his legs, a fifth his head. At the end of the trench, an insane man looked at Denig. With a shrill laugh, he pointed and said repeatedly, "Dead men!" Sulzbach's artillery unit had finally arrived near Soissons. They found mattresses and dropped off to sleep in the broiling sun until evening. "So here, near Soissons, the bastards are at it on a large scale," the German lieutenant wrote in his diary. "The fact that they are driving us back at such a pace must mean that the situation has really got ticklish. Let us hope that this may be the final display of strength by a desperate adversary." Lieutenant Binding was writing in his diary, "Since our experiences of July 16th, we know that we are finished. My thoughts oppress me. How are we to recover ourselves? Kultur, as it will be known after the war, will be of no use. Mankind itself will probably be of still less use. We must get away out of ourselves, away from folly, away from delusion, from stupidity, shallowness, lower pleasures, and from the commonplace." Ludendorff was irritable and short-tempered, and when General von Lossberg arrived for a conference, he found the quartermaster-general in a really agitated and nervous state. To my regret, he made some very unjustified remonstrances against the chief of the operations section and others of his colleagues who, he implied, had failed in their assessment of the fighting forces. The scene was a really painful one. The chief of the operations section, Wetzel, said nothing like a good soldier, but he obviously found these rebukes hard to take. His eyes grew wet from inward emotion, which he otherwise fought down bravely. After his reconnaissance, Major Denig reported to Holcomb. They wondered if they would get relieved. At 9 p.m., a welcome message was received. Algerians would take over at midnight. The two began collecting the wounded in the dark. A Marine who had lost his eyes asked Denig to hold his hand. Another, with his back ripped up, wanted his head patted. One youngster struggled to his hands and knees. "Mother, look at the full moon," he said, then collapsed, dead. By the light of the moon they buried their comrades even as bullets snarled by, but there was no shelling, and Denig prayed it would hold off while the wounded were being evacuated. The dead and wounded were covered with clotted blood, and having laid all day in the boiling sun, the odor from them made me sick in the stomach. Such signs as these show you what a sordid affair a battle is. Since Captain David Bellamy knew a little French, he was sent back to guide the troops relieving Major Holcomb's battalion. He figured that the French would not come in if they knew they were relieving a front-line unit, so he told the newcomers that they would be in reserve. They were disgusted when they saw their place, and one company refused to take over the sector occupied by one of our companies. But by midnight all problems were solved. Holcomb and Denig showed the relieving officers the extent of the battalion front, where the Germans were, wished them good luck, and pushed on out. In the relative quiet of the night they could hear German commands, the crack of whips, and the rattle of artillery wheels as the enemy got guns into position for the next day's battle. The Marines walked out under German flares and the light of burning houses. They tramped through the gully to Vierzy, now in ruins. Private Bannon and two others were carrying a comrade in a blanket. They lost their hold several times, letting him slip to the ground. Each time he groaned. Finally they got to a well, and Brannan drank almost a gallon of water within 20 minutes. Paradise and 7 others were carrying out the last wounded Marine. This man had a broken leg, and Paradise put one belt, his own, around the knees, and another, a dead comrade's, around the ankles. There was no stretcher, and they sat him on a rifle held by 2 men. 2 others kept his back upright. It was so tiring they had to be relieved after 100 yards by another 4 men. It was daylight by the time they reached the aid station and deposited their burden. Scattered artillery was falling, so the 8 men headed for the rear as fast as they could. Coming upon Major Holcomb sitting on a stump, Paradise asked if he needed any help. "No thanks. Just get yourself out of here as fast as possible." A very weary and dejected man, if Paradise ever saw one. The remnants of the battalion finally reached their starting place, the forest of Retz. Of the 726 men who had gone into battle, 146 came out. They just melted away, Denig recalled. Throughout Harvard's 2nd Division, it was the same story. In 48 hours, they had suffered 4,925 casualties. To picture a fight, Denig wrote his wife, mix up a lot of hungry, dirty, tired, and bloody men with dust, noise, and smoke. Forget the clean swords, prancing horses, and flapping flags. At night, a gas-filled woods, falling trees, and bright, blinding flashes. You can't see your neighbor. That is war. We advanced 10 kilometers with prisoners and guns, and the bells rang in New York for the victory, while well-dressed girls and white-shirted men, no doubt, drank our health in many a lobster palace. The 1st Division was still in the line, and at 9 that morning they followed the edge of a ravine, advancing a mile across a wheat field before heavy artillery began firing point-blank. Private Rose and a comrade found refuge behind an embankment. As they were peering over to locate the big gun that was harassing them, a huge shell plowed through the embankment between them. Petrified, they watched in fascination as it skidded about 75 yards before coming to a stop. A dud. Rose looked at his buddy. His eyes were like saucers. He was white as a sheet. On audibly knocking knees, we left that spot tout sweet, and with the rest of our outfit we continued on toward Berzy-le-Sec. Within an hour they had captured the village. The Germans appeared to be in confused retreat, and Rose could see smoke and flames rising from Soissons. The Boche must be putting the torch to their supplies. Field artillery units were moving forward behind the advancing American infantry. When the Huns retreated, Eldon Canwright of Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, wrote home, they threw away some of their equipment. The woods are full of German ammunition of all kinds, hand grenades, rifles, bayonets, steel helmets, mess kits, canteens, and even clothes. So at last the souvenir-hunting Americans can get all the souvenirs they want. The Huns must have stolen everything they could from the towns they captured, as there is everything from baby carriages to sewing machines lying around in the woods, and all kinds of civilian clothes, dishes, etc., and even tables and chairs. News of the French-American counteroffensive stunned the Germans. Princess Blücher, the Englishwoman in Berlin, wrote in her diary, "People here may well look grave. The meaning of America is coming home to them at last. They comprehend now that it means an increase in the French reserves at the rate of 300,000 fresh, well-equipped men per month, whilst Germany can bring up no fresh reserves." In 4 days, General Foch had completely transformed the situation in the West, and the German blow at Paris had failed. It is sadly tragic to look on and see the slow fate of Germany overtaking her. I, who have watched the people struggling and seen their unheard-of sacrifices and stolid resignation, cannot but pity them from my heart, in spite of their odious officialdom, which makes the Prussians so disliked everywhere. The whole world must admire them for the plucky way they have held out, and even the enemy says how pathetic it is to see the poor, half-starved, half-clothed German soldiers going bravely forward to meet all those fresh, well-fed Americans. She was by no means alone in realizing the desperation of the German situation. At the beginning of the month, Chancellor Georg von Hertling had felt sure that the enemy would send peace proposals before September. But on July 18th, even the most optimistic among us knew that all was lost. The history of the world was played out in 3 days. The Kaiser was in a state of depression, and his wife suffered a stroke. On July 20th, Ludendorff was forced to telegraph Prince Ruprecht that in view of the critical situation of Crown Prince Wilhelm's group of armies, which, as far as can be foreseen, will absorb a still greater amount of troops, and in view of the possibility of a British offensive action, The Hagen operation will probably never come to execution. Abandonment of this cherished operation meant that he was giving up hope of winning the war. The best he could do now was not lose it. During the next 48 hours, the German defense stiffened to such a degree that Hindenburg proposed a counterattack west of Soissons against Mangin's left flank. But Ludendorff was more influenced by Crown Prince Wilhelm, who felt that his troops were too exhausted and should fall back at once to the Aisne and Veyle rivers. And so, the afternoon of July 22nd, Ludendorff confided to Colonel Merz von Quirnheim that he was going to withdraw from the Marne. He outlined the military necessity for doing so. "I am not superstitious, or rather, yes, I am," he said. "You know, I had no confidence in July 15th. He opened the right-hand drawer of his writing table to remove his tattered prayer book. Then he read the text for July 15th. He interpreted it, noted the colonel, in contrast to the texts in our other days of attack, as unfavorable. Then he read me the texts for March 21st, April 9th, May 27th, and June 9th. Afterwards we talked long and seriously. I was really inwardly moved." Ludendorff finally bade him farewell. "The good Lord will, I hope, not forsake us." That afternoon the Kaiser came to Avesnes, where he was told the bitter truth which conflicts with the optimistic communiques. Hindenburg admitted total failure, putting the burden of blame on betrayal of their offensive plans. The dazed monarch asked what he should now do. The field marshal advised him to return to Spa. After dinner, the Kaiser admitted to Admiral von Müller and 3 others in the inner circle that he himself was a defeated warlord for whom we must show consideration. He could not sleep, and at lunch on the train he revealed to Müller that he had seen visions of the English and Russian relatives and all the ministers and generals of his own reign marching past and mocking him. Only the little Queen of Norway had been friendly to him. 2 days later, Merz von Quirnheim's diary revealed that Ludendorff's nervousness and disjointedness were having an adverse effect on his work. "His Excellency is working himself to death, worrying too much about details. The situation is really grave." And on July 25th he recorded that General Count Schwerin, chief of the General Staff of the Balkan Army Group, was very much disturbed by the appearance and nervousness of the Quartermaster General. "It really does give the impression that His Excellency has lost all confidence. The army chiefs are suffering terribly as a result of it, hence telephone conversations lasting 1.5 hours on the day's agenda." Others noticed Ludendorff's intense internal stress and loss of appetite, and staff officers were embarrassed the next day by a quarrel between Ludendorff and Hindenburg over orders. By this time, the Supreme Command's efforts were concentrated on withdrawing the troops trapped in the Champagne to a new defense line. Hans Zürberlein's unit had started pulling out long before dawn on July 26th. We leave the ruined glade, climbing over the numerous shell holes in the underbrush. Here and there rises a sandy mound in which a rifle is stuck, a steel helmet over its butt. There they lie buried, those who would never come back from the Battle of the Marne. Along the road back to Romigny, the column passes, rattling artillery, the riders in the blowing rain bent over in their saddles, the cannoneers hanging on the limber of the guns. Between slouched the dispersed fragments of infantry, the remnants of companies, guns slung around necks, tarpaulins over heads against the rain, the knapsacks underneath bulging with the effect of comic hunchbacks. Wagons stand waiting to take away supplies. The long lines of infantry file in the gray morning out of the woods, over the open field, without haste. Behind us thunder the engineers' demolitions. The engineers soon come running down the slope, followed by the infantry rear guard. Our dead alone remain behind. Only other survivors of such a retreat, like the men of Gough's Fifth Army, could comprehend their bitterness, terror, and utter exhaustion. Richard Arndt's regiment also started its withdrawal on the 26th, and the pitiful remnants of his company were ordered to cover the rear, 8 men with 5 light machine guns. Arndt, only 18, was a hardened veteran, for he had been fighting since 1914. He emplaced his guns and waited. There were no friendly troops to his right, and he was alone, but he was going to hold on as long as possible. Georg Bucher, another veteran of 1914, was one of those who had left the Marne area to head north for safety. We marched on and on through the night, past tens of thousands of troops. We took back with us our equipment, our rifles, our memories, and our weary souls. They trudged on and on through hilly country to the Chemin des Dames ridge. We felt certain, though we did not express our thought, that the whole army would soon be in retreat. We had ceased to believe in our fighting power and felt that not we ourselves, but the homeland must bear the blame. The following day the order was issued for a general withdrawal behind the Aisne and Veyle in 2 stages. Young Arndt and his men were still waiting for a French attack, but it didn't come until noon of the 27th. They waited until the blue uniforms crossed a field and were 50 meters away before opening up with machine guns. The slaughter was great, and the survivors fled back to a clump of woods, but they returned in 2 hours with Americans. This time the attack was pressed, and in the midst of the melee, Arndt's only remaining gun jammed. The gunner cursed as he tried in vain to tear out the cartridge belt. Hearing the firing stop, the Americans jumped up and ran forward. From behind, Arndt could hear voices and the clump of marching feet on the road running into the forest. He turned to see a long column of French approach. He cut the cartridge belt with his knife. Now the gun could fire. The gunner grabbed the gun but dropped it because it was hot. He wrapped a handkerchief around the barrel and, with Arndt, escaped into the forest. The 2 finally reached the rest of their company. The thin line held in a grim rearguard action until the night of the 29th. Then the order came to fall back, and Arndt packed the few treasures he had left. At midnight, he shot 3 white flares into the air to celebrate his birthday, the 4th in battle. He was 19 years old. That midnight, Lieutenant Sulzbach was told to report to the regimental commander. There we adjutants are given grave and disagreeable news. The front is being withdrawn in this sector. It will be the same here as in the case of the Siegfried withdrawal. It's the Marne down there, yes, the Marne, that's done this to us once again. It began down there with the loss of Château-Thierry, then it moved up to Fer-en-Tardenois, and now here. We feel terribly depressed and filled with pain at having to give up all that ground which was so dearly paid for, all the more since we held the line so brilliantly. My God, we thought July was going to be different. But we've got to pull ourselves together. You can't be lucky every time, and even a decision like that, taken by the Supreme Army Command, can be great, in fact magnificent, since it only proves our strength and our ability to cope with any circumstances. And so the grim withdrawal went on, but not in rout. The Germans were successfully breaking away from a cautious enemy. Not yet defeated, they were preparing for the next battle. By now, Crown Prince Wilhelm feared that victory was no longer possible, and he wrote a lengthy memorandum which he handed to his father, suggesting that they try again to reach a negotiated peace through neutral channels. In order to do so, a clear statement of Germany's war aims had to be drawn up. Of course we want to keep Alsace-Lorraine, he wrote, and we also want back our colonies. Perhaps we may also demand the Brie Basin. But on the other hand, we should agree to renounce a war indemnity and to restore Belgium. Holding that country would only mean increasing the number of unreliable foreign minorities within their boundaries. Besides, Britain would never let them keep the Flanders coast. It was of little use to Germany, however, since its ports were not suitable for naval bases. In addition, he concluded, the coast would force us to maintain a fleet at least equal to that of England, which we would hardly be able to do. We therefore better agree that Belgium will remain independent, neither pay nor receive an indemnity, may not keep an army, and recognize Germany's economic equality with the states of the Entente. But his father was not yet in a mood to give up Belgium, for he knew the military would never accept such a sacrifice. And yet on the last day of the month, in a new appeal to his subjects, he made it appear as if he had done his utmost to end the war equitably. "We have neglected nothing in an effort to bring peace back to a destroyed war," he said. "But the voice of humanity is still not heard in the enemy camp. Whenever we spoke words of conciliation, we were met with mockery and hatred. Our enemies still do not want peace. They are shamelessly polluting the clean German name with new libels." Even though the tide had definitely turned in Italy after the Austrian defeat at the Piave, the Italian High Command was reluctant to start a counteroffensive. But in Palestine, General Allenby was drawing up plans to launch a major campaign. Unaware of this, the Turks were continuing their marauding in the Caucasus. Chapter 11. Black Day, August 1st to 27th. 1. By the beginning of August, the German troops in the Champagne were in new positions after a remarkably orderly withdrawal, and Ludendorff's confidence had returned. On the 2nd, he issued to his 4 army group commanders on the Western Front a strategic directive that gave each of them renewed hope. The situation demands that on the one hand we should place ourselves on the defensive, but on the other that we should go back to the attack again as soon as possible. In these attacks of ours, it is of less importance to conquer more ground than to inflict loss on the enemy and gain better positions. They must adhere to surprise attacks, he said, and, recalling the July 15th debacle, added that these should be prepared in the utmost secrecy. The utter gloom of Supreme Headquarters was at last dispelled. This was the old Ludendorff. At Spa, the Kaiser was even more aggressively confident, and he subjected Admiral von Müller and others in his circle to a very unpleasant evening by picturing our defeat on the Marne as the greatest defeat the enemy has ever suffered, piles of American corpses, etc. But some of the more thoughtful officers at the front felt that the end was near despite their own successful evacuation. "I have got a bad opinion of the situation," Lieutenant Binding wrote in his diary on the 4th, "but when I express it I find that people shut their minds rather than their ears to what I say. The German officer cannot realize that things are as they are. Here are the indications. Everybody is tired of the war. One hears men say, 'Why not give them this bloody Alsace-Lorraine?' This from men who are by no means the worst, even from the stoutest fighting men. Their manhood has been sapped in such a way that there is no stiffening it. Here is the stupidest war of position starting afresh. It is necessary because it is forced upon us, and from the military point of view it may yet prove justified. In the end it may lead to something which can be called peace. But I am not convinced that it is reasonable for me personally, and therefore I feel it is unreasonable for me to go on." Ludendorff was well aware of such defeatism, as well as the fears in many quarters that another enemy offensive would crush them. "There is nothing to justify this apprehension," he said, "provided our troops are vigilant and do their duty." The enemy's success on July 18th was only due to surprise. At the present moment we occupy everywhere positions which have been very strongly fortified, and we have, I am convinced, effected a judicious organization in depth of the infantry and artillery. Henceforward we can await every hostile attack with the greater confidence. As I have already explained, we should wish for nothing better than to see the enemy launch an offensive, which can but hasten the disintegration of his forces. No one knew better than he how disintegrating and enfeebling offensives could be, and no one knew better than Haig how close the Ludendorff assaults had come to success. The Field Marshal was the only Allied military leader who believed that the war could be won in 1918, but victory would come only with a series of offensives. And early in July he was determined to launch a major one as soon as possible. Foch, equally aggressive even though he could not see victory until 1919, suggested on July 12th that the British launch an attack near La Bassée Canal. Haig replied a week later that rather than push forward over flat, wet country, they should attack the enemy still threatening the key rail center, Amiens. This was of the greatest importance, he argued, and should be carried out as early as possible by a combined French-British operation. On July 24th, the two men met at Foch's headquarters at Bonbon, 30 miles southeast of Paris. After agreeing that the Amiens operations should start on August 10th, they held a formal meeting with Pershing and Pétain. First, a memorandum prepared by Foch was read, stating that the German defeat at Soissons must be exploited to the full. The moment has arrived to abandon the generally defensive attitude forced on us hitherto by numerical inferiority, and to pass to the offensive. He proposed a series of offensives, the first in front of Amiens. Haig, of course, heartily agreed with the Foch plan. So did Pershing, who would take no part in the Amiens operation, since he was already involved in planning a major American offensive against the troublesome Saint-Mihiel salient below Verdun. Pétain was also agreeable, but asked for time to consider the possibilities. 4 days later, Foch decided that the French First Army should take part in the initial attack, and he placed it under Haig's orders to ensure unity of command. Anxious to take advantage of the German withdrawal from the Marne, he updated the offensive by 48 hours to August 8th. All these preparations were made in the strictest secrecy and were withheld even from Lloyd George. He was becoming disenchanted with General Wilson, who, now working harmoniously with Haig, had recently had the audacity to send a memorandum strongly urging concentration on the Western Front. Lloyd George, needless to say, was furious. He told Hankey that he was bitterly disappointed with its purely Western Front attitude and described it as simply woolly redivivus. Wilson had turned into another Robertson. Most of the Empire's prime ministers agreed with Lloyd George at a meeting on the first day of August. Practically all the prime ministers, i.e. Lloyd George, Borden, Hughes, but not so much, Smuts, Massey, and Milner, noted Wilson in his diary, W.M. Hughes, Australia, Sir Robert Borden, Canada, W.F. Massey, New Zealand, General Jan Smuts, Minister of Defence, South Africa, are of the opinion that we cannot beat the Boche on the Western Front, and so they go wandering about looking for laurels. Hughes sees clearer than the others and sees that we must beat the Boche if we want a real peace. However, we all ended peacefully. Across the Channel, secrecy was the watchword. General Henry Rawlinson, who would lead the British attack as commander of the Fourth Army, printed a small notice that read, "Keep your mouth shut," and ordered it pasted into the paybooks carried by every man and officer. From now on, any unusual movement was made by night, and paved roads were sanded to cut down noise. In all orders the word offensive was never used, only raid. On August 3rd, Haig met Foch at a village near Beauvais. After they discussed last-minute changes, the latter said he thought the Germans were breaking up. When Haig returned to his own headquarters, he found a cipher telegram from General Wilson marked personal. It suggested that they exchange views by telegrams similarly marked so that others in the War Office couldn't read them. To Haig, unaware of Lloyd George's disenchantment with Wilson, this was an extraordinary proposal. How could a chief of the Imperial General Staff and a commander in the field exchange opinions on military matters in personal telegrams? On August 5th, King George arrived by destroyer to begin a strenuous tour of France and Belgium. On the following day, 0 Day was formally set at August 8th, with 0 hour to be 4:20 a.m., more than an hour before sunrise, so that Rawlinson's 534 tanks could close up while the infantry battalions were breaking the first line of German defenses under cover of darkness. General de Benay, commanding the French First Army, secretly ordered his 31st Corps to start their attack 40 minutes after the British 0 hour, and only advanced 2 miles so as to protect the right flank of 31st Corps. This, disregarding Foch's direction, made his army only a flank guard and put the burden of attack on the British. By dawn of August 7th, the main assault units were fully assembled within 2 or 3 miles of the Germans, while the tanks were hidden in clumps of trees or destroyed farmhouses several miles behind the line. Ludendorff still had no idea that a massive infantry and tank assault was about to descend on his 2nd and 18th Armies in the very area where General Gough's army had been so savaged in March. Despite a show of confidence, the Quartermaster General was deeply disturbed by the increasing defeatism in the ranks, and that day he issued a secret order to his staff that underlined his own inner fears. Whether rightly or wrongly, each member of the OHL, Oberste Heeresleitung, Supreme Army Command, is looked upon as being well informed, and corresponding value is placed on all he says. For this reason, every member must, even outside the OHL, remain conscious of his responsibility. The OHL is free from despondency. Sustained by what has previously been achieved on the front and at home, it prepares stout-heartedly to meet the challenges that are to come. No member of OHL may think and act in a manner other than this. Haig, lunching with the king, noticed that he looked very cheery. So different to his frame of mind on the occasion of his last visit in March. His Majesty brought a message from Lloyd George, who, he said, now talked about poor Haig and the excessive length of line which he had to hold. The Prime Minister seemed now determined to support Haig against the French, and wanted him to insist strongly on having our front reduced before the autumn comes, so that men can be given leave and troops be rested and trained. If Haig was amused, he gave no sign, only remarking that the British front would be much further forward before winter arrived. Then he explained in detail on a map the operation that would begin next morning. He had selected the Canadians and Australians to carry the burden, since they were both in better condition than the other British units. Besides, they were the elite of the British team. On the whole, their officers and NCOs were probably the best leaders, for they had been chosen for their practical experience and power over men, and not for theoretical proficiency and general education. Later in the afternoon, Haig visited Rawlinson. Everything was going without a hitch, and the enemy apparently still was ignorant of the coming blow. Rawlinson was a tall, gangling man with a striking resemblance to General Wilson, and, like him, was brilliant as well as witty. An aristocrat brought up in the grand Victorian tradition, he was a learned Orientalist. Some of his colleagues therefore regarded him as too clever by half, while other, meaner ones nicknamed him the Cad. More discerning military men realized that he was not only an able commander, but far-seeing. A polo player with a love for the cavalry, he was one of the few leading Allied generals who saw the potentialities of the tank, and his assault for the morrow depended on these rackety, unconventional behemoths. Haig proceeded to the Canadian Corps, whose commander, General Sir Arthur Currie, reported that it had been a hustle to be ready on time, but everything was in place except 2 long-range guns, and they would be set on their platforms after dark. The Australians were also primed for battle. Although General Monash's men had not yet received any orders, they knew that a big push was coming. All roads leading forward were jammed with troops, tanks, and artillery. While the Australians were lying doggo in villages and other cover that afternoon, a special order of the day from Monash was read aloud. For the first time in the history of the Corps, all 5 Australian divisions would tomorrow engage in the largest and most important battle operation ever undertaken by the Corps. This battle, he said, will be one of the most memorable of the whole war. We shall inflict blows upon the enemy which will make him stagger, which will bring the end appreciably nearer. The work tomorrow would make heavy demands on their staying power, but I am confident that in spite of excitement, fatigue, and physical strain, every man will carry on to the utmost of his powers until his goal is won, for the sake of Australia, the Empire, and our cause. One might have expected that the Australians, notorious for their poor discipline, would ridicule such an appeal, but they were eager to fight. They liked Monash, and he could always count on them in a battle. Their rugged defense in the Nieppe forest in the March offensive had helped halt the German advance, and since then their successful raids on the Somme had done much to keep the Germans off balance. Soon after dusk, the movement forward proceeded with planes flying overhead to mask the traffic noise. Never before had a British attack been preceded by such a vast parade of men and supplies, not only of the assault forces, but of those divisions in reserve which would keep pace behind them and carry on any advance. Horses as well as tanks would be used, and the cavalry corps, concentrated just west of Amiens, began marching through the almost deserted streets of a city whose population had been evacuated. To one Canadian observer, it was an inspiring sight. The British cavalry columns were paired off exactly as in a review, always precisely abreast. If there was a cart beside us, then there was a cart beside it, paired off almost wheel for wheel. 2 carts, 2 wagons, 20 pairs of wagons, 20 pairs of guns, 2 streams of horsemen, all streaming the same way on the pale, clean cobblestones through the dark, winding streets. 2 battalions of whippets, small tanks capable of traveling at 30 miles an hour, joined the column as it passed. The cavalry moved forward with remarkable precision until it neared the crowded front, where it veered onto a special track which had been hastily constructed by engineers of the Cavalry Corps and a battalion of American engineers. Now the horsemen could advance without interfering with the infantry or masking the artillery. Tapes were laid out to guide the leading infantry units in their pre-dawn attack. Behind were other tapes for the tanks. Tanker A.W. Bacon's company was mustered at dark and formed into a hollow square. From the center, their commander said they were attacking before dawn. Everything depended on it. Every man was to make the greatest sacrifice tomorrow to conclude the terrible war. With what mixed feelings did we listen to this exhortation? We had heard similar speeches before, and what had been the outcome? The ordeal of seeing crowds of men, amongst them our own pals, shot down to gain a few hundred yards of lousy field which the enemy recaptured shortly afterwards. Yes, they were sick of it, but now the Yanks were pouring into France, so tonight perhaps this show might turn out to be different after all. They loaded the tanks with petrol and then had a good hot meal of soup and bread. Cigarettes were issued, and the men were grouped by sections to hear details of the coming fracas. They were going into battle with the largest number of tanks ever gathered for one scrap. Bacon's company was to lead the Canadians, with the Anzacs on their left and the French on the right. Then they were told to get some rest until midnight. Captain D.E. Hickey's tank section was already moving up to the forward area. Finally it was halted, and tea, stiffly laced with rum, was handed around. The tankers waited in darkness and silence as machine-gun crews began leaving the cover of trenches to move stealthily forward. That night Sergeant Paul Maz, the artist, was dining with the 17th Lancers in bivouac outside Amiens. General Gough had passed him on to his successor, Rawlinson, for whom he was providing similar service. But it wasn't the same. Rawlinson was blunt, stiff, and quite impersonal. At dinner, Maz observed how excited the cavalry officers were. They were going to have their chance to gallop at last. At 10 p.m., orderlies cleared the tables and their gay party disbanded. Outside it was pitch dark. Troops and cavalry were passing through a cloud of coal dust rising from the road. Maz set out on his motorcycle to meet a staff officer of the Fourth Army. He overtook long lines of troops and tanks moving forward in weird masses in the dark. Finally, he reached the Jontel Plateau, where the ground was taped and pegged. Boards indicated directions for each unit. The whole area might have been the scene of a gymkhana. Aeroplanes were droning loudly overhead so as to drown out the noise of the approaching tanks. Every object looming in the darkness hid something. The woods sheltered hundreds of silent guns, awaiting their signal. He found the staff officer at a hole dug on the slope of a spur 1,000 yards from the front line. The two squatted between 4 narrow earth walls with a mackintosh sheet for a roof. They had a direct wire laid on to General Rawlinson and were to give an eyewitness report of the attack. Both felt increasing tension, though neither would admit it. Every so often the purring of tank engines or the report of a single gun broke the silence. I got up and looked into the night. The atmosphere had grown hazy, the ground felt clammy. I had a hint of troops through the mist moving down the slope to their assembly position, like long shadows, darker than the night. All I could see of them were their fumbling feet. Every hour had increased the conglomeration of troops on the plateau. It seemed too marvelous that so far the enemy had not fired a shot. Can he know anything? Their buzzer squeaked like a tiny kitten. It was Rawlinson. What was the situation out there? All quiet, they answered. Along the entire front, men were praying they wouldn't be discovered until 0 hour. Their supreme commander, Douglas Haig, was pleased. Troops, guns, and tanks were in place. Last night was our most critical moment, he was noting in his diary. If the Germans had bombarded the Canadian zone, we could not have retaliated last night. Tonight the situation is quite different, and we are ready. He also wrote his wife that one corps had been attacked the previous morning, and at first I thought it might upset our plans, and perhaps the enemy might have taken some prisoners who knew of the intended attack and might have given information away. But so far the enemy seems quite in ignorance of our intentions. From Haig down to privates, men were anxiously waiting. C.E. Montague, a gifted author, lay on his back in a meadow gazing at a fresco of winking stars. Could it be coming at last, I thought as I went to sleep? The battle, unlike other battles? Was it to be only Loos and the Somme and Arras and Flanders and Cambrai all over again? He was wakened by the squeak of a bird. A quilt of white mist, about a foot thick, was spread over the meadow. Good. Let it thicken away and be shoes of silence and armor of darkness at dawn for our men. An owl hooted, then came the low buzz of a passing enemy plane. In the east, the low, slow grumbling sound of a few guns from 50 miles of front seemed, in its approach to quietude, like the audible breath of a sleeper. The war was taking its rest. It was long past midnight, and the enemy still gave no sign of knowing what was coming. 2. At 3 a.m., August 8th, H.R. Williams's infantry unit was roused. The men hastily ate a hot meal at the cookers by the light of flickering candles. Cigarettes glowed in the dark just before the whistle blew for fall-in. They paraded, platoons were checked, and the men stood waiting for the battle to begin. The morning mist thickened, and by 3:30 a.m. it was difficult to see 20 yards away. It was getting too foggy to be pleasant, recalled the commander of an Australian battalion. Just then German shells began to fall near the Villers-Bretonneux railway, and the men figured the enemy had heard the racket just to their rear where tanks were assembling. The officers quickly pushed their men into trenches or shell holes. "They're having their fun now," said someone, "but wait till our barrage begins." Although this bombardment lasted for some time, there were only about 25 Australian casualties, and the Canadians and French to the south didn't even hear it. Nor did Maz. Then about 3:40 came the whistle of a German 5.9, followed by a crash. Others came in quick succession, but it was only a local action. A German battery had a report that Tommy and fighting kit was lying out in front of their battalion. But there was not much ammunition to spare, and after about 5 minutes orders came to cease firing unless the infantry's demand was repeated. It was not, and quiet returned to Maz's area. I looked at the drawings which in my nervousness I had carved on the walls, shivering with excitement and cold, for the air had grown chilly with the early morning. By that time the mist was so thick that the Australians feared it might have prevented British planes from coming over again to drown out the noise of the droves of tanks that were about to begin their final move to the front. But at 3:50 they heard a distant engine, either tank or airplane. It was a plane, thank God. Then another and another. The RAF was back, and through the buzz of aircraft, the purr of throttled-down tank engines was inaudible even to the waiting Australians. There were 430 tanks, including 96 whippets in position, motors running. Bacon was getting cramped in his seat. He left the motor gently ticking over and climbed out to get some fresh air and a good stretch. It was so quiet it was eerie. Knowing what was to happen probably helped emphasize the silence. The mist seemed to envelop the front in mystery. Every so often a star shell shot into the air, the phut of its dull report distinct in the quiet. A rifle shot broke the silence, then the staccato cough of a machine gun. On the left there was a low rumbling like distant thunder. Artillery. Officers kept peering at their wristwatches as if fearing they had stopped. Bacon clambered up, fitting himself into the driving seat. He fixed his gas mask at the alert and hung his steel helmet on the handle of a loophole plate. Now 4:18. How the time dragged. Bacon broke his Webley to see if it was loaded. It was, of course. 4:19. 1 minute to go. Now the silence was painful. I wanted to shout. I wondered if I was in the throes of a vivid dream. How was it possible that this silence could be changed to chaos from 1 second to another? Someone behind me was drinking from a water bottle. "Get ready," said an officer. It was 4:20 a.m. There was a terrible roar as the British barrage opened up. Hell was let loose. The heavens seemed to fall. The noise was like a colony of giants slamming iron doors as fast as they could go. Bacon's tank crept forward on the tail of the one ahead. Just as he neared the deploying point, a blinding flash knocked him backward. He was thrown violently forward against the front plate as his tank collided with the one in front and began climbing it. Bacon threw out the clutch and rubbed dirt and muck from his eyes. There was another crash that shook the whole bus. Peering forward, Bacon saw smoke rising from the tank ahead, and its left track band was rearing into the air like a cobra about to strike. The officer of that tank ran over. "Swing out and pass us. My driver's killed. Got a direct hit." The main guns of Rawlinson's Fourth Army, 2,000 of them, had started almost with a single crash. It was an astonishing outburst to both sides. In some places the men cheered the welcome thunder, and nearly every Australian infantryman lit a cigarette as he started to follow the tanks. These cumbersome machines started out in formation, but not for long in the mist, which was thickened by the dust of the barrage and the artificial fog of smoke shells. Sections in each line could not see their neighbors, and in the confusion, many tanks did not even reach the foremost infantry. Some infantrymen found themselves in their own barrage. "I had a feeling," recalled Lieutenant H.A.L. Binder, "of being behind a curtain of rushing noise. Scattered into small groups, the men were led by a non-com or some natural leader who took responsibility. Many just pushed on blindly and would blunder every so often into terrified German machine gunners. Usually the crew would throw up hands, but some brave ones kept their guns firing until rushed from the flank or rear. The mist was far more terrifying to these defenders. Apparitions would suddenly come out of nowhere. Monsters of tanks would loom up through the shifting vapor, causing panic and rout. Bacon's tank was crushing the German wire defenses like so much paper, leaving a clear path for the Canadian infantrymen to follow. As his tank broke through the thick mist to straddle the enemy front line, another huge object collided with him head-on. A friendly tank. The other machine backed away, and Bacon pushed on to an orchard where a noisy machine gun attracted his attention. Just as they reached the gun, a grenade exploded under his front window. He swung quickly to the left. One German darted away. Another was not so fast, and the tank crushed him along with his machine gun. Apparently the enemy had abandoned his front line and was manning the supports. Bacon started forward through the mist. It was uncanny driving at speed toward an invisible objective with only a compass as guide. Soon he reached the support line and straddled his machine across the main trench so his machine gunners could get busy on both sides. After they had cleared out the trench, Bacon drove his bus forward blindly, several times coming across Canadian infantrymen who had forged ahead. Another Boche machine gun was firing from close range, so he swung toward the noise. Suddenly a brick wall loomed up ahead. He stepped on the gas and charged through. There was a terrific rumble of masonry, and when the tank regained level keel, he opened the window to peer out. Gosh! We were inside a church and had routed a machine gun nest. By 6:30 a.m., both the Canadian and Australian corps reached their first objective. The German front system was completely broken, and most of the enemy's field artillery had been overrun and captured. Now the British creeping barrage was halted, and a protective barrage was put down to allow the troops destined for the next advance to get into position to attack at 8:20. Mark V tanks not engaged in the first stage closed in on the attacking brigades, ready to move forward to the third objective as soon as the second objective was reached. Also moving up was the 1st Cavalry Brigade, accompanied by 16 Whippets, ready to dash forward the moment their opportunity came. Just behind them were a dozen armored cars. Sergeant Maz had left his observation post at dawn since the mist was too thick to see more than 100 yards. He headed for the 3rd Canadian Division headquarters, which had a report center. Upon learning here that the advance was progressing favorably, he was anxious to get back to his motorbike. It was almost time for the cavalry to move, and he didn't want to miss seeing them start off. No enemy shells were falling, and the anxiety of the reserve troops had changed to excitement. Fritz was on the run. Then he saw something that would remain engraved on his mind. The commander of the 3rd Cavalry, Major General A.E.W. Harmon, was riding quietly down a slope, followed by his trumpeter. Maz hurried up to give him the news. He greeted me cheerfully, gave a sigh of satisfaction, then put his horse into a trot to meet the return of the patrols that had gone forward with the infantry to report whether the cavalry could cross the river. As he moved off, the leading squadrons of his divisions appeared, surging forward out of the mist from the brow of the hill, as in a shifting mirage. In a moment the slopes were moving with cavalry and tanks rolling down like a cascade. The tanks were zigzagging along, backfiring as they went like jumping crackers. A yellow balloon was ascending in the sky, and now, visible above the disappearing mist, aeroplanes were buzzing above us. Something kept saying to me, "Look, for you will never see such a sight again." Maz noticed that others felt the same exhilaration. I was swept off my feet. I waved to passing friends in the cavalcade and longed to be with them. He ran to where he had left his bike and glimpsed General Sir Charles Kavanagh standing beneath his corps pennant, surrounded by his staff, taking the salute of his passing cavalry regiments. The din of the British artillery, the vibration of the air, the rattle of machine-gun cases on the pack horses, and the roar of the tanks were deafening. From the heights to the west, C.E. Montague, the author, was watching through glasses as the mist dramatically lifted just before 8. It rolled right up into the sky in one piece like a theater curtain, almost suddenly taking its white-quilted thickness away from between our eyes and the vision so much longed for during 4 years. Beyond the river, a miracle, the miracle, had begun. It was going on fast. Across the level Santerre, which the sun was beginning to fill with a mist-filtered luster, 2 endless columns of British guns, wagons, and troops were marching steadily east, unshelled, over ground that the Germans had held until dawn. For a moment, the object of all dream and desire seemed to have come. The flaming sword was gone, and the gate of the garden open. Momentarily, all eyes on the battlefield took in the astounding sight. Hordes of British infantrymen moving forward in formation, accompanied by tanks that resembled elephants in an Oriental army. Then came battery after battery of field guns drawn by spirited teams, chains jingling, heads and manes tossing. In streams across the open fields rolled countless wagons carrying water, ammunition, and tank replacement parts. A van of the 16 armored cars was entering demolished Var-Fusée. Here, tanks towed them across the hurriedly cleared debris. On both sides of the village, the Australian 5th Division was drawn up in deep artillery formation, and behind impatiently waited the 1st Cavalry Brigade, with about 100 tanks, most of them whippets. They would have their turn in the 3rd and final stage. Light field batteries arrived at a gallop, and like a scene from a film in efficient haste, the gunners were loading and firing to the glee of Australian onlookers who broke into a cheer. From the other side, Württemberg artillerymen watched in distress as the mist fell at one stroke into the steaming meadows. The southern slope of the Somme Valley, gradually rising to the commanding Roman road, was teeming with enemy columns, which, hurrying forward under the protection of the slowly vanishing ground mist, had already passed the alignment of the German trenches on this, the northern side. The German lines appeared to have been wiped away. Halfway up a slope crept 4 enemy tanks in echelon. Next to them, a light English battery had unlimbered under cover of the mist. With the glass, each man could be clearly seen at the guns. All this in impetuous, hurried forward movement. There was a bit of luck that immediately over the low ground a light mist still lay, which wrapped its cloak over the foreground, so far as all things in the valley were concerned. Thus, the German gunners standing on the hill at the northern end of the valley could make out the shadowy columns hastening with all speed toward the east. Their first long shell burst into a march column of Australians. The gunners were exuberant. The immediate danger from the left was first removed. Now targets offered in confusing plenty. First came, in their turn, the tanks, which in their clumsiness had not managed to get much farther forward. After 5 or 6 shots, all 4 flamed up, providing a dreadful end for their crews. The most forward Canadian tanks were also being punished. Young Bacon suddenly was aware of a German field gun firing from a thicket almost in front of him. Driving the bus in a zigzag course, I made for the gun and was within 20 yards of it when crash, a flash, and merciful oblivion. But the infantry of both the Canadians and Australians flowed on past the flaming tanks and relentlessly overran the German guns. The Anzac 4th Division, for instance, rushed their second objective, the valley at Marcourt, to capture hundreds of German support and reserve troops, along with stores and canteens. In Bayonvillers, a village just behind their front, Germans of the 6th Battery of the 58th Artillery Regiment heard the tumult of battle. It looked as though they might be cut off. Someone shouted, "Tank on the right!" A large tank rumbled toward them, opening up murderous fire at 200 yards. It knocked out one of the battery's remaining 2 guns. The other's shield and sights were seriously damaged, but its crew crouched behind the steel shield and revolved the gun carriage. The pointer coolly took aim, and just as the tank plunged into the sunken path ahead, a shell crashed through its side. The gun crew could only see dense smoke and flying pieces of iron. Now it was high time to fall back, for the Allied assault troops behind the tanks were surging in small groups from all directions. Bullets whizzed from all sides. We dashed from shell hole to shell hole. This group escaped, but others strayed too far to the right and were made prisoners. The wildest rumors began spreading in the German lines. It was said that masses of English cavalry were already far rear of the foremost German lines, wrote Hindenburg. Some of the men lost their nerve, left positions from which they had only just beaten off strong enemy attack, and tried to get in touch with the rear again. Imagination conjured up all kinds of phantoms and translated them into real dangers. On that 8th of August, panic was spreading on all sides. Maz was heading forward on his motorbike to watch the cavalry in action. In the distance he could see the Scots greys, their grey horses pressing on. He came upon a mass in the road. Germans. Prisoners, thankfully. He stopped to watch them pass. They looked still dazed with surprise. Maz continued to the reserve trenches, which showed the passage of the attack. The pegs and tape lines were in a tangle. Many machine guns lay about, and here and there derelict tanks sent up black smoke. Some still burned. In his haste, Maz mired his motorbike in a deep hole. Finally he emerged and raced on, at last catching up to the cavalry as it was trekking through Morgemont Wood. Groups of captured Germans were being collected, and he could see by tank tracks how they had been rounded up. Some, run over, lay flattened out like pancakes. It was now 9, and the light was still slightly diffused. The moment had come, thought Maz. The cavalry was about to realize its dream. Regiments were waiting echeloned down the slopes, large groups of horses gathered here and there. Thank God the enemy wasn't shelling. Flushed with excitement, the men restrained their nervous mounts. At last word came that the Whippets were safely across the river, and the Canadian Cavalry Brigade set the pace over a bridge, followed by the rest. It was like a hunting field, pressing to get through a narrow gate all at once. The cavalry squirted out into the open to catch up with infantry 1,000 yards ahead. Maz found it too difficult to follow, so he turned down the first ridable path, which brought him to a road. Behind came the clopping of hooves, and in moments he was overtaken by a cavalry regiment, which he then could not resist following down a serpentine road through a thickly wooded gully. It thrilled me to see the leading horses taking the turns below me at a gallop, some of the horses rearing wildly. The distant outbreak of machine-gun fire sounded as exciting as a hunting cry. They swept through a German headquarters which resembled a beer garden with ingeniously constructed huts and tables made of branches. Maz caught a glimpse of plates filled with food. We passed some infantry waving excitedly, and then, as the squadrons were rounding the elbow of a hillside, I saw them disperse after victory. Just to the left, the 1st Cavalry Brigade was also meeting with success. A squadron of the Queen's Bays led the way. Swinging past tanks and Australian infantrymen, they overtook a transport column trying to escape, capturing it intact. The squadron then charged on Arbonnières, but were driven back by heavy fire. After the Bays took cover, Whippets speeded to their aid. They too were held up, and it took the infantrymen to finally break into the town. As they were preparing to raise the Dominion flag from a church tower, a squadron of the 5th Dragoon Guards galloped past Arbonnières to reach the second objective. It was 10 a.m., and the dragoons had penetrated 6 miles in 5 hours and 40 minutes. By 11 there were similar advances all along the Australian and Canadian lines. Never had the British or Dominion forces attained such success in a half-day. And the victors themselves were dazed. Never had casualties been lighter in such an action, never the seizure of prisoners and guns greater. It was a success brought about by a remarkable marriage of tanks, cavalry, infantrymen, and artillery. Having reached the two forward objectives, there was now the task to fortify them against counterattack. On their right, the French army had made little progress. Starting 40 minutes after the Fourth Army, they began well, but their tanks did not come up in time, and they now lagged far behind their allies. By this time, Ludendorff had already gained a complete impression of the situation. It was a very gloomy one. He immediately dispatched Colonel Merz von Quirnheim to the battlefield to ascertain the condition of the troops. From reports, it appeared that 6 or 7 divisions had been completely broken, and the situation was uncommonly serious. If the enemy continued to attack with even ordinary vigor, we should no longer be able to maintain ourselves west of the Somme. Earlier that morning, Haig thought there was an autumn feel in the air. After going through the German dispositions, his intelligence officer said, "Well, sir, au revoir until tomorrow." "Good luck to me," said the field marshal, pulling a branch of white heather from his roll-top desk and extending a piece. "Good luck to all of us, and here's a piece for you. It was sent by my wife this morning." About 11 he learned of the success and sent an officer to General de Benay, commander of the French First Army, informing him of the situation with a request to send forward all his mounted troops on the right of the British cavalry. The French should extend the break in the enemy's front southward by operating in the rear of those Germans holding Montdidier. But the French commander replied that the roads were blocked by infantry and his cavalry couldn't get through until the next morning. Haig restrained any sarcastic remark and set off to see Rawlinson in a pleased frame of mind. The situation was developing more favorably for us than I, optimist though I am, had dared even to hope. The enemy was completely surprised. 2 reliefs of divisions were in progress, very little resistance was offered, and our troops got their objectives quickly with very little loss. He told Rawlinson to organize his left strongly and, if opportunity offered, to advance it to the line from Albert to Bray-sur-Somme. He returned to his train for lunch before setting out to see de Benay. He found him much distressed and almost in tears because 3 of his colonial infantry battalions had bolted before a single German machine gun. Haig assured him that the British advance would automatically clear his front. In the meantime, would de Benay do his utmost to join hands with the British at Troyes and send his cavalry forward as soon as possible to cooperate with the British who had already pierced the German line of defense. These must have been bitter words for de Benay's ears. The afternoon was relatively quiet, but the ferocious attacks of the morning by Rawlinson's Fourth Army had driven a hole in the German line 12 miles wide and up to 7 miles deep. The Allied loss in tanks and horses was costly, 100 of the first and about 1,000 of the second. On paper, that seemed like too dear a price for a few miles, but the victory of the day was not in gain of territory, but in the way it was won and the panic it was spreading throughout the German army. It was also a knockout blow to Ludendorff, whose confidence had been so badly shaken on July 15th and 18th. As the sun set on the 8th of August on the battlefield, read the official German report, the greatest defeat which the German army had suffered since the beginning of the war was an accomplished fact. The positions between the Havre and the Somme, which had been struck by the enemy attack, were nearly completely annihilated. That evening, Crown Prince Ruprecht received a curt message from the OHL. Today, for the second time, our troops have allowed themselves to be surprised by an enemy attack. It is absolutely necessary to urge each man that the greatest alertness is demanded henceforth. The Kaiser was in extremely low spirits at dinner. "It's very strange," he complained, "that our men cannot get used to tanks." Maas was watching a solemn ceremony for the dead, attended by both British and Germans. Nearby brigades of cavalry, which had been withdrawn, made a large square in the middle of the plain. All the horses had their heads down and looked tired. Exhausted as he was, Maz was buoyed by the thought that in one day they had won back what it had taken the enemy 4 days to gain in the fearful retreat of March. Hostile aircraft murmured overhead, but he was too tired to care, and he wouldn't have moved a yard to get out of the way of a bomb. Tank driver Bacon, knocked unconscious that morning by a field gun, came out of his oblivion to find stars gleaming above him. For as far as he could see, hundreds of men were lying on the grass. Some were groaning, others crying out for water. A strange voice next to him kept calling, "Mutter! Oh, Mutter!" Bacon's throat and guts were burning. He called for water, but to no avail. A plane droned overhead. Bombs crashed. Once more oblivion. Haig was writing his wife. How much easier it is to attack than stand and await an enemy's attack. As you well know, I am only the instrument of the divine power who watches over each of us, so all the honor must be his. Attack, attack, that would be his watchword from this day on. Then the war could be won before the end of the year. According to a story attributed to Haig's private secretary, there was a strange reaction when General Wilson announced to the War Cabinet, "Gentlemen, there was an attack this morning, and many prisoners and guns have been taken." With one accord, they reportedly said, "There, I told you so. I knew we'd be surprised again." After Wilson had informed them it was a British, not a German assault, he was asked why the attack had been launched in the first place. He flippantly replied, "So that the RAF pilots may have supper with their young ladies in peace in Amiens." If the irrepressible Wilson did not say this, he surely would have liked to. 3. The Canadian Corps was supposed to resume the general attack the next morning at 10, but lack of communications forced a delay of an hour, and some brigades did not get under way for another 3 hours. To make matters worse, the Australians were also unable to reach their assembly position in time to cooperate with the Canadian advance. Consequently, the Fourth Army was unable to develop or exploit the initial success as General von Hutier had done so brilliantly on March 22nd. It turned out to be a day of hesitation and missed chances, but even so, 3 miles were gained. More important, the panic at German Supreme Command continued with incessant telephone calls and tense visits heightening the turbulence. Although General von der Marwitz, commander of the battered Second Army, managed to plug up the gaps in the morning, he asked permission to withdraw behind the Somme in the afternoon. Ludendorff exploded. The Second Army had lost its nerve. He telephoned Crown Prince Ruprecht personally. The Second Army was to hold its line at all costs. Ruprecht protested that this was risky because of lack of reserves. But Ludendorff could think of nothing except holding the front. General von Kuhl, Ruprecht's chief of staff, joined his chief in protesting that this would leave them naked of all resources. In desperation, Kuhl asked one of his staff officers to read aloud a detailed report of Second Army's plight, but Ludendorff broke in to demand that the position be held. "Ludendorff is continually insisting on having a say in all the particulars," wrote the harried Kuhl. "Talking to all the armies and their chiefs, arranging details often quite contrary to his orders to me. Then when one talks to the army commanders, one hears they are doing something entirely different from what we ordered. This makes everything terribly difficult. At the same time, he is extremely restless and does not listen to a single suggestion." Adding to Ludendorff's woes was the return of Merz von Quernheim with a devastating report of the collapse of morale at the front. Ludendorff was crushed, although reports had been coming in for months of disorder on troop and leave trains. Shots were fired from the windows of the trains. The men left at every chance, many disappearing at stations. Officers trying to maintain discipline were stoned. Even hand grenades were tossed out of train windows, and the sides of the trains were scrawled with slogans such as, "We're not fighting for Germany's honor, but for the millionaires." Today's report of men breaking for the rear in mobs infuriated Ludendorff. He issued a directive calling for prompt and energetic reprisals by all commanders to save us from the grave danger resulting from a constantly increasing lack of discipline. He also summoned divisional commanders and officers from the line to discuss the problem. Their first-hand reports completely unsettled the quartermaster general. I was told of glorious valor, but also of behavior which, I openly confess, I should not have thought possible in the German army. Whole bodies of men had surrendered to a single trooper, or isolated squadrons. Retiring troops, meeting with the fresh division going bravely into action, had shouted out things like "Blackleg" and "You're prolonging the war." Most appalling were those numerous officers who had lost their influence and allowed themselves to be swept along with the rest. All that I had feared, all that I had endlessly and repeatedly warned against, had here at one place become an actuality. Our fighting machine was no longer of real value. Our capacity for war had suffered harm even if the far greater majority of our divisions fought bravely. August 8th marked the decline of our military power and took from me the hope, with the replacement situation that existed, of discovering some strategic expedient that should restore the situation in our favor. The conduct of the war hereafter would only take on the character of an irresponsible gamble, one that I always looked on as dangerous. The fate of the German people was too valuable for that game. The war had to be ended. Now, 48 hours after the opening debacle, Ludendorff came to his famous conclusion that August 8th had been the Black Day of the German army. He decided to arrange conferences as soon as possible with the Chancellor and Foreign Minister. Before this could be done, the Kaiser arrived to find out what had happened. Ludendorff offered his resignation, but both His Majesty and Hindenburg refused to accept it. Ludendorff blamed the defeat on lack of discipline, but the Kaiser, echoing the Crown Prince, replied that too much had been required of the troops. After Ludendorff confessed that he could no longer guarantee a military victory, Wilhelm was silent for a moment. Then he said calmly, "I see that I must balance accounts. We are at the end of our ability to do anything. The war must be ended." While inevitable, these words were shocking to Ludendorff and Hindenburg. "I will expect you, gentlemen, at Spa in the next few days." There and then the matter could be settled. For once it was the Kaiser who was cool and in complete command of himself. This, despite a telegram just received that Austria was near the end of her endurance. Food was almost gone, and Emperor Karl had felt obliged to declare categorically that peace must be concluded during the course of the year 1918, and that if no general peace were negotiated, he would have to conclude a separate peace. While the German leaders at last faced the possibility, if not the probability, of utter defeat, the Allies were advancing slowly, while wrangling over who should get credit for the victory. The French claimed it should be Foch. The British were divided, with some naming Haig, some Rawlinson, some Monash, and some Lloyd George. The world's praise was being heaped largely on Foch, with little mention of Haig, who, with Rawlinson, had conceived the assault. There was much indignation, not only in British but American headquarters, for the latter were also piqued at Pershing's lack of recognition. "Don't ever forget," a wise British general warned Lloyd Griscom, "that the history of the war that is accepted by posterity will be written by Foch and his entourage. When all's said and done, he's the supreme commander." No word of congratulations had yet come to Haig from his prime minister, but Winston Churchill, who had been touring the front the past 2 days, realized what Haig and his generals had accomplished, and he was lavish in praise. He also wrote a private letter to Lloyd George. "There is no doubt Haig has won a very great success, which may well be the precursor of further extremely important events. It seems to me this is the greatest British victory that has been won in the whole war, and the worst defeat that the German army has yet sustained. How thankful you must be after all the anxieties through which we have passed." Lloyd George felt no need to issue congratulations. Instead, he felt that the field marshal had bungled a good thing. Had Haig flung his army into the gap created and pursued the broken and demoralized Germans without respite, an even greater victory was within his grasp. When the enemy was scattered and unnerved and their reserves were not yet up, Haig did not press forward with relentless drive, and the Germans were given time to recover and reform their lines. Lloyd George did find time to write another of his ardent love letters to "My Darling Pussy." When I woke up at 6, my first thought was of the loving little face engraved on my heart, and I had a fierce impulse to go there and then to cover it with kisses. But, darling, I am jealous once more. I know your thoughts are on roast mutton and partridge and chicken and potatoes, and that you are longing to pass them through the lips which are wine, and to bite them with luscious joy with the dazzling white teeth that I love to press. I know that today I am a little out of it, and that your heart is throbbing for other thrills. Your very jealous old lover. On August 10th, Foch, recently promoted to Marshal, told Haig that he believed the enemy was demoralized. Haig agreed that some German divisions were, but not all yet. The next day proved this was right. Enemy counterattacks prevented any further Allied progress, indicating beyond a doubt that German resistance was stiffening. But mutiny was spreading in the homeland among recruits bound for the front. That day a battalion of 500 staged a riot in the station at Neuss, and when men of the Landsturm, Home Guard, intervened, the mutineers threatened a fire. Another rebellion occurred in Graudenz after troops bound for the railroad station refused to obey the order, "Shoulder arms." Officers, reminding the men of the severe punishment they faced, were greeted with a unanimous shout, "We won't go to the front!" A crowd of soldiers appeared at the windows of the caserne to encourage the rebels by shouting out, "Bravo! We are hungry!" and singing seditious songs. Lieutenant Binding wrote in his diary that he shuddered to think of going through the Somme wilderness for the 4th time. It will be the same all over again, but without any confidence. Our troops will be thinner and worse. For days the horses have not had a grain of oats. The men are being given barley bread which will not rise in the oven, and we have taken some knocks. Against us we shall have thousands of tanks, tens of thousands of airmen, hundreds of thousands of hearty young men, behind whom there will be an American army which may number 1 million. I can see and feel mysterious powers rising out of the deep, which are not governed by any man's brains, but by uncontrollable movements and forces. Last night I dreamed I saw the Kaiser entering what seemed to be the gateway of a camp, bareheaded and on foot, forced by his people to give himself up to their mercy. I don't know whether he ended on the scaffold, but I should not be surprised. Binding had seen too much in these last days. This generation has no future and deserves none. Anyone who belongs to it lives no more. It is almost a consolation to realize this. All that an individual can do to get out of the rack is to find some way of hewing out blocks of stone, wherewith to found a new structure which to this generation will be nothing, and leave it as a legacy to others. Early on the morning of August 13th, Ludendorff and Hindenburg headed toward Spa for a meeting that was to decide the course of Germany. The Field Marshal's spirit was not broken, and he still felt they could overcome future military crises. But, according to gossip in Berlin, the Quartermaster General was a completely broken man. Many were now repeating the acid words that former Chancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg once said about him. "You don't know Ludendorff, who is only great at a time of success. If things go badly, he loses his nerve. I've seen this happen in the Eastern Campaign." Upon arrival at Spa at 8 a.m., the two commanders went directly to their rear headquarters at the Hôtel Britannique to confer with the new foreign minister, Rear Admiral Paul von Hintze. He expected to see a completely broken man, and was surprised to find Ludendorff in control of himself. "He took me aside," recalled Hintze, and admitted that although he had told me in July he had been certain of breaking the enemy's fighting mettle, and of compelling him to accept peace by the offensive that was then in progress, he was no longer sure of it. Yet when Hintze asked what he thought of the future conduct of the war, Ludendorff said, and stressed that his next words were given in confidence, "We should be able, through a strategic defensive, to weaken the enemy's spirit and gradually bring him to terms." Hintze was overwhelmed. At 10 a.m. the formal meeting with Chancellor von Hertling began. Both Hindenburg and Ludendorff admitted that the military situation had changed for the worse, but they were convinced they could break the enemy's will to continue the war and compel him to sue for peace. Ludendorff stressed morale as of the first importance and was concerned by enemy propaganda aimed at the civilians. Hindenburg was more optimistic. The problem of morale at home was not that serious, and he reminded everyone that they were still standing deep in the enemy's territory. Hintze was more interested in discussing those subjects which, he said, required a new definition in view of the necessity of diplomatic peace overtures. He was referring to war aims and the fate of Belgium and Poland in particular. "Why bring up Belgium?" exclaimed Ludendorff. "That question has been settled and is laid down in black and white." Deciding not to make an issue of Belgium, Hintze gave a frank appraisal of their deteriorating political position. Austria, he said, was close to collapse. Bulgaria seemed about ready to desert the Central Powers, and Turkey was going her own way. Ludendorff was patently impatient with such gloomy talk. To him it was morbidly pessimistic. The meeting broke up without any show of bad feeling, but Hintze was deeply concerned, and upon waking the next morning, the Supreme Command's optimism regarding the military situation, far from reassuring him, only made him more pessimistic. The Crown Council meeting was to start at 10 a.m., so he hurriedly called on Hertling to reveal that he was going to ask the Kaiser for permission to begin peace overtures. Would the Chancellor support him? If he could not get His Majesty's approval, he would have to resign. "I am an old man," said Hertling. "Let me go first." They proceeded to the meeting where the Kaiser took the chair. Also present were 3 of his suite, Crown Prince Wilhelm and 2 military leaders. Hertling began with a review of the internal situation. The people were weary of war. There was inadequate food and clothing. Ludendorff brusquely countered by demanding stricter civilian discipline. "We must gather together all our strength at home with the utmost energy." Admiral von Hintze took the floor. His voice broke with emotion, and tears dimmed his eyes as he said, "The enemy is more confident of victory and more willing to fight than ever." This came not only from their recent victories, but mainly the ever-growing conviction that they were superior in manpower, raw material, and manufactured goods. Moreover, time is working in their favor. The longer the war lasted, the sooner the resources of the Central Powers would give out. The neutrals, by now thoroughly tired of the war, were beginning to think the Central Powers were doomed to defeat by time alone, and most of them favored the enemy for sentimental reasons. As regards our allies, Austria declares, and our own information confirms her opinion, that she has reached the end of her resources, that she cannot hold out another winter. Bulgaria was rapidly weakening, and Turkey was plunging into a campaign of murder and rapine in the Caucasus, contrary to German interests. Hindenburg, he said, had admitted they could no longer hope to break the will of the enemy by military force, and all military efforts must now be gradually to paralyze the determination of their enemies by a strategic defensive. The political authorities, he concluded, accept this view of the great military leaders who have fought this war, and draw the inference that in a political sense also we are no longer in a position to break the will of our enemies, and are therefore compelled to bear the military situation in mind in deciding upon the political course we should take. Crown Prince Wilhelm, who had already seen the writing on the wall, agreed with everything Hintze said, while insisting that the home front be kept together by stronger discipline. Then the Kaiser spoke. He also called for better order at home, pointing out that the enemy, too, was suffering. The harvest in England is bad this year. Tonnage is getting less all the time, and it is possible that England will gradually begin to think of peace as the result of these difficulties. At the same time, he agreed with Hinze's view of the deteriorating political situation. We must find a suitable moment in which to come to an understanding with the enemy. He suggested going through the King of Spain or the Queen of the Netherlands. The old Chancellor had his say, and it was brief. Diplomatic feelers, he said, should be thrown out at the most opportune time. Such a moment might present itself after the next successes in the West. Hinze, who was keeping minutes of the conference, must have winced at such unfounded optimism, as well as the last words of the morning spoken by a stern-faced Hindenburg. "I hope, in spite of everything, that we will be able to stay on French soil, and thus eventually enforce our will upon the enemy." As soon as Hinze wrote down these last words, Ludendorff seized the pen from him and struck out the word hope, and wrote in, "We'll see to it." Tears filled the Admiral's eyes. It was a time for weeping. The leaders of a great country all knew that peace had to be sought, and yet agreed that it should only be done after another military success on the Western Front. This when the will of the German soldier was fast ebbing. At one point in the meeting, Ludendorff excitedly interrupted Hindenburg to again demand stricter discipline at home. There must be more vigorous conscription of the young Jews, hitherto left pretty much alone. That afternoon, the Emperor Karl arrived at Spa and asked for immediate diplomatic steps to end the war, since Austria could continue fighting only until December. But Ludendorff argued against any peace move until the favorable moment came and the Germans were firmly established on a new line, or until some military success should cause a reaction among our enemies. The Austrians suggested that they approach the enemy directly, but the Germans insisted on mediating through neutrals. Haig was puzzled by the actions of Ruprecht's army group. How strange that the enemy should begin his retirement and then reinforce his line. The enemy should have counterattacked in keeping with traditional German views and strategy. But has he the necessary force, and will they fight? He wrote on August 17th. In any case, we cannot expect the Germans to own defeat until they have played their last card, so we ought to be prepared for numerous counterattacks. The next day he gave a luncheon for Clemenceau, Marshal Foch, Rawlinson, Darby, and a dozen others. It was a harmonious affair. Haig was presented with the French médaille militaire, and the conflict between him and Foch, both of whom wanted to attack but in different places, was held in abeyance. When they were alone, the inveterate gossip Lord Darby revealed to Haig that Lloyd George remained extremely jealous of Clemenceau, and the two were squabbling a good deal. Darby himself had become a pet of the Tigers, partly because he had recently brought back from England an Aberdeen Terrier as replacement for Clemenceau's, which had died. Darby claimed that the dog had saved the bad situation between their two countries, and now the Tiger talked to him fully and very frankly, but, as he said, as man to man, and not as minister to ambassador. Perhaps it pleased Haig almost as much to know that the dog was Scottish as that his old enemy Lloyd George was still detested and distrusted by Clemenceau. The peace offensive advocated by Admiral von Hinze opened on August 20th with a speech to the press by Colonial Minister Wilhelm Solf. "Last month," he said, "the Chancellor declared in the Reichstag to all who had ears to hear that we do not intend to retain Belgium in any shape or form. Belgium was to be set up again after the war as an independent state, under vassalage to none. Gentlemen, nothing stands in the way of the restoration of Belgium but the war will of our enemies." There was nothing really new in it that would attract the Allies to the peace table, and it ended in a stinging denunciation. Once more a wave of arrogance is passing through their peoples, as happened after Italy and after Romania entered the war, and as happens after every passing political or military success. Once more the old war aims, laid down so clearly in the secret treaties which have never been denounced, are held in readiness. The war is once more being fought by the Entente for plunder and prestige. It was a peculiar way of extending the olive branch, and yet perfectly understandable to a German regime which, after the reassurances of Hindenburg and Ludendorff, still felt it could bargain. At the same time, German troops were still retreating in Flanders, some in panic. During a tank attack on August 23rd, an artillery officer, Lieutenant R. von Dechent, could see masses of grey forms heading toward him out of the fog. This was not an ordinary retreat. This was a wild escape. We are their officers, and why couldn't they be stopped and turned around in a counterattack? When the fog cleared, he could see that only a half-dozen tanks had caused the panicked flight. Not understandable. I tried to comfort myself that these men were probably just young recruits who hadn't even completed training. Surely other companies will resist the enemy. But old as well as new soldiers were trying to escape. Lieutenant von Dechent stopped a sergeant with a bandaged arm. But he could not give a reasonable answer to what had happened and why. They had been encircled, he said. His company had been captured, and only a few had escaped. That's all he knew. A sense of depression was now spreading over the entire front. The following day, the second lieutenant of the German 197th Division wrote home, "At present I have the impression that we are approaching the end at a giant's pace. The blind are gradually beginning to see. It is the coming of dawn. The beast affected with the folly of grandeur will soon be obliged to face the reality entirely nude." The next day, General von der Marwitz, whose Second Army was being driven relentlessly backward by Haig, issued an order. The unreasonable rumors lately circulated in the rear by men who have lost their heads surpass all imagination. These men with troubled conscience see squadrons of tanks, masses of cavalry, and dense lines of infantry everywhere. It is indeed high time that our war-hardened soldiers speak to these pusillanimous and cowardly persons and relate to them the truth about the front. Corporal Adolf Hitler was already doing this. According to a comrade, he became furious and shouted in a terrible voice that pacifists and shirkers were losing the war. He even attacked a new non-com who said it was stupid to keep fighting. They had a fist fight and Hitler won. From then on, his comrade recalled, the new ones despised him, but we old comrades liked him more than ever. But the Alten Kämpfer were outnumbered by the recruits and those who had lost their nerve, and the number of stragglers and deserters roaming about the rear area was increasing in a startling manner. Crown Prince Wilhelm felt that Ludendorff's attempt to resist withdrawal would lead to disaster, and wrote him on the 26th that the enemy was obviously trying to destroy their reserves. We can only prevent his doing so by adopting the principle that battle is not to be accepted except where the conditions for defense are favorable. Where these conditions do not exist, we must withdraw by sectors according to plan, until an opportunity for a counterattack or a favorable defense, e.g. on some strong line, presents itself. The enemy's initiative makes this course inevitable. Retreat was bound to lower morale, so whenever possible they should deal a shrewd blow at an enemy following incautiously. Losses then would be less than in a rigid defense. Systematic withdrawal remains but a temporary expedient. It must end in the occupation of a strong permanent line favorable for defense over a long period, and giving us a chance of creating a large reserve by a substantial shortening of our front. This permanent line must be so far from the present battlefield that even if the fluctuating actions now in progress continue for weeks, we shall have ample room for a systematic retirement. But Ludendorff wrote back that he would withdraw only to the jumping-off line of march. In no mood for wise advice, He was like a gambler who desperately tries to win back all his losses in a single throw. At the same time, his soldiers were openly writing home that they believed it was useless to fight. The men did not fire a shot. When Tommy advanced, the company commander gathered up his men and they surrendered in march column. Many were taken prisoner that day. I should have preferred to be among them. I would also like to see us pushed back to the frontier. Then Michel, one of the defense lines, would have somewhat shorter teeth and peace would be nearer. The enemy is superior to us in almost everything. I no longer believe in our victory. There will again be bad days. On August 27th, Haig wrote his wife, "We have given the Germans a severe blow. I suppose we have gained the greatest victory which a British army ever gained. This is already represented by some 47,000 prisoners, 600 to 700 guns, and great gain in territory as well. But we have not done with the Germans yet, as I expect soon to get more prisoners, as the German army is thoroughly war-weary, and our attacks will still go on." Lieutenant von Dekent could testify to that. It had been another frustrating day. He couldn't telephone back to his battery because of continually broken lines, and the troops out front were scarcely putting up any resistance. I saw our infantry keep coming down the hill in masses without making any attempt to stop the enemy. They fired not a single shot, and there was not even drum fire from the artillery that would have forced the enemy to move back. A little later, a few khaki figures appeared on the hill, then more and more. Calmly, walking upright, rifles under arms, they come on in groups. No battle, no rush. They just drive the Germans in front of them like a shepherd his sheep. A few hung back and were encircled, and then calmly captured as if it were a dance. By this time, Ludendorff had lost the spirits regained briefly at the Crown Council. "I must recognize for the first time," wrote Colonel Nicolai, chief of military intelligence in his diary, "that Ludendorff seems to have reached the end of his strength. The Quartermaster General's slogan, 'Where we are, we stand,' was a miserable failure. If this policy continued much longer, there was no chance for Germany." Part 4. The Hinge of Fate. Chapter 12. The Red Terror, July 16th to September. 1. In the meantime, civil war was ravaging Russia. Brutal white beatings and murders, begun after Baron Gustav Mannerheim with the help of the Germans, had defeated the Red Guards in Finland in May, were now being answered by equally savage reprisals. In addition, there was the continuing running battle with the Czechs along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. This and the left social revolutionary uprisings following the Mirbach assassination, together with the growing threat of Allied intervention in the north, so terrified Bolsheviks that they began responding with brutality. This policy of desperation was climaxed with a mass murder that horrified the world the day before Wilson presented his ill-conceived aide-memoire. In early spring, the Ural Regional Soviet had insisted that the Tsar be transferred to Yekaterinburg, less than 200 miles north of Chelyabinsk. During the trip, the Ural Regional Congress of the Communist Party met in Yekaterinburg to demand his death, and by the time the entire royal entourage was installed in the mansion of a wealthy engineer, the Ural Soviet also demanded his execution. But the Cheka insisted on trying Nicholas before the proletarians. The trial was to start in late July, and with the flamboyant Trotsky as public prosecutor, it promised to be a historic and memorable event. But the approach of the Czechs from both sides and the uncovering of an officer's plot to rescue the Romanovs caused a change in plan. By mid-July it was obvious that the Czechs would take Yekaterinburg within a week, so it was decided to execute the Romanovs without delay and destroy their remains so that no relics could be used by whites to inspire a counter-revolution. Near midnight on July 16th, Nicholas, the Tsarina, their son Alexis, Anastasia, and the 3 other daughters, were told to gather downstairs with their loyal attendants. All thought they were being transferred, but as they stood in a row, a sentence of death in the name of the Ural Soviet was read out. In surprise, the Tsar said, "So we're not being transferred to another place?" They were shot and reportedly taken to an abandoned mine nearby where their bodies were burned and the ashes buried in a swamp. The following night, 7 other members of the royal house, 4 Grand Dukes, Prince Palais, the widow of the Grand Duke Sergei, and Princess Helena of Serbia, were shot in the factory town of Alapayevsk, 250 miles to the northeast. Their bodies were flung down a mine shaft. Apparently, the well-coordinated assassinations were supervised from Moscow by one of the highest Soviet officials, Yakov Sverdlov, the chairman of the Central Executive Committee. Being Lenin's closest confidant, he was probably acting with his leader's authorization. Lately, Lenin had been asking his comrades, "Do you really think that we can emerge victoriously from the revolution without rabid terrorism?" He even ignored the protests of his friend Maxim Gorky. "What would you have? Is humanity possible in such a furious struggle? Can we allow ourselves to be soft-hearted and magnanimous when Europe is blockading us and the hoped-for assistance from the European proletariat has failed, and counter-revolution is rising against us on every side? No, excuse me, we are not imbeciles." Pointing to children at play, he said their lives would be happier than their fathers. "Circumstances have compelled us to be cruel, but later ages will justify us. Then everything will be understood. Everything." Lenin didn't learn about the assassinations until July 18th during a session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, where a draft decree on public health was being debated. Sverdlov walked in, sat down behind Lenin, and whispered something. "Comrade Sverdlov," said Lenin, "requests to make a communication." Whereupon Sverdlov, a former pharmacist apprentice, stated evenly that the Tsar had been shot at Yekaterinburg by order of the Regional Soviet. Nicholas wanted to escape. The Czechoslovaks were approaching. The Bureau of the Vycik, Cheka, approves. After a brief silence, Lenin said calmly, "We will pass to the examination of the public health draft." There is no official record of any notification of the murders to the Allies, but Norman Armour, secretary of the American Embassy at Vologda, recalls Ambassador Francis receiving a cold-blooded note from Foreign Commissar Chicherin on either July 17th or 18th, boasting of the Tsar's assassination and explaining that the approach of the Czechs to Yekaterinburg had forced the Soviets to execute him. Upon reading the note, Armour immediately drafted a bitter reply, but Francis instructed him not to send it. On July 19th, the Moscow press disclosed that the Tsar had been executed, but that the rest of the family had been sent to a safe place. However, the truth of the other deaths emerged, and when it was learned that the Tsarina, little Alexis, and the 4 daughters had also been murdered, many who had previously sympathized with the Bolsheviks became hostile. In the ensuing months, there were persistent rumors that not all the Romanovs were dead. Through the years, the most enduring mystery has been that of Anastasia, the Tsar's youngest daughter. A number of women have claimed to be Anastasia, with the most likely candidate Anna Anderson, but even she has been discredited by most authorities. The increasing savagery of the Civil War impelled Ambassador Francis to urge his fellow diplomats in Vologda to be prepared to leave for Archangel on short notice without asking the consent of the Bolsheviks. Foreign Commissar Chicherin also advised the diplomats to leave Vologda, but for Moscow. He telegraphed Francis on July 23rd, "Come here, danger approaching. Tomorrow can be too late. When battle rages, distinction of houses cannot be made. Why bring about catastrophe which you can avert?" After consulting his colleagues, Francis wired back that they all appreciated Chicherin's uninterrupted interest in their personal safety, and therefore decided to follow his advice and leave Vologda. He didn't add that they were going to Archangel, nor that they planned to leave that evening by special train. But Chicherin learned of their destination and pleaded with Francis to reconsider, adding persuasively that in the expectation of a siege, Archangel cannot be a residence fit for ambassadors, and then pointing out like a high-powered real estate agent how superior the quarters were in Moscow, with its peaceful gay suburbs and splendid villas. The city was now the official center of Russia, and a friendly reception awaits you. There was a certain charm in the invitation, but the Allies preferred the presence of friendly troops in Archangel to the gay life of Moscow, and Francis was delegated to reply that they were going north. All the missions and staff had been living in the special train for 24 hours, awaiting authorization from Moscow for use of a locomotive. The harried Chicherin bowed to the inevitable, and late that evening telegraphed that a locomotive would be put at the Allies' disposal, and a boat prepared for them in Archangel. Then, like a host who fears he has offended the guests, added, "Once more we emphasize that we do not ascribe a political meaning to this individual leaving of diplomatic representatives, which we profoundly regret and which was caused by sorrowful conjuncture of circumstances independent of our will." After midnight, the special train finally pulled away from the Vologda station. At Archangel, the Allied party was met by a delegation of local Bolsheviks and a Moscow representative who asked them to board a small ship on the Dvina River. Francis refused, explaining that they did not intend to leave Russia before communicating with their governments. Guards were stationed around the train, and the officials left, still in a state of perplexity. Back in Vologda, Norman Armour, left behind to take care of the last few Americans in town, was informed that there was fighting nearby and everyone should be taken at once to Moscow for safety. When Armour refused, he was told that the Americans would be taken there by force. As he packed the last papers, the sight of the yawning empty safe gave him an inspiration. He found Francis's top hat, the symbol of everything the Bolsheviks detested, and put it in the safe. Next to it he placed a note with one word, "Do svidaniya," goodbye. Then he locked the safe, sealed it ostentatiously on 3 sides with red tape and wax, and took the train to Moscow. After trying in vain to open the safe, the Bolsheviks had to resort to dynamite. They were so furious at finding that it contained only a top hat, the housekeeper later told Armour that if they had caught him, they'd have shot you on the spot. The departure of the Allied diplomats was acknowledged that day, July 26th, in a bitter article in Pravda by Karl Radek, an influential Bolshevik. It belied the pleasant words of Chicherin and clearly revealed Soviet policy, aims, and fears. Ever since the revolution, claimed the author, the Allies had been wildly persecuting Russia by supporting every movement directed against it. But the Soviets tolerated this since they did not wish to break the ties with the people's masses of the Allied countries and needed the economic assistance of the more developed countries. The sarcastic diatribe concluded with an aggressive olive branch. The Russian government, Radek said, aims to maintain friendly relations with the Allied people, but it cannot allow the agents of the Allied governments to organize rebellions on Russian territory. The time is nearing when the Allies will be compelled to say whether they are with us or against us. Francis was still negotiating for proper vessels to take the diplomats to Murmansk, and at last, early in the morning of July 28th, the entire group, along with about 70 British and French residents, boarded 2 small steamers. But their departure only aggravated the situation of fellow diplomats in Moscow. The Bolsheviks by now were convinced that full-scale intervention was being plotted. On the night of the 29th, Lenin personally sounded the warning in a speech at a joint session of the Moscow Soviet and city labor unions. He charged the British and French with inciting the Czech uprising and exaggerated the scale of British military operations in Murmansk. The Allies, he said, were attempting to involve Russia in their imperialist war by fomenting civil war throughout the land. We have again gotten into war. We are at war, and this war is not only a civil war, it is now Anglo-French imperialism which opposes us. It is not yet in a position to launch its legions against Russia. Geographic conditions stand in the way. But it gives all that it can, all its millions, all its diplomatic connections and forces, to the support of our enemies." The Allied diplomats in Moscow were deeply distressed. Was this a declaration of war? Were they now hostages on enemy territory? They called on Foreign Commissar Chicherin the next morning to ask these questions. In embarrassment, he insisted that there was no state of war, only a state of defense, which did not necessarily mean a rupture of relations. While they were talking, a message was handed to Chicherin. Field Marshal von Eichhorn, German commander in the Ukraine, had been assassinated by a young left social revolutionary student. Chicherin, ordinarily impassive, leaped to his feet and began dancing gleefully around the room, waving the message. "You see what happens when foreigners intervene against the wishes of the people." 2. On the morning of August 1st, an Allied flotilla intent on landing a small military force in Archangel approached the fortified island of Mudyung, which was protecting the harbor. If the Allied warships advanced further, they would be fired upon, but they had no intention of doing so. Secret agents had arranged a coup d'etat, and that night an adventurous young white naval officer, Captain Georgy Ermolaevich Chaplin, a former Tsarist naval officer, led an assault on the fortress. It was so well organized that only 2 men were wounded. The next day the Allied warships steamed peacefully into the harbor to be greeted by a large, enthusiastic crowd. 1,200 men were landed, a French battalion, a detachment of Royal Marines, and 50 American Marines from the cruiser Olympia. There were no Soviet troops in town. They had been put to rout by the whites in an almost bloodless occupation of the city. And there was now a new government headed by N.V. Tchaikovsky, a well-known populist and socialist. Although the Reds had been driven out of the city, they remained in the vicinity, and the British commander of the operation, Major General F.C. Poole, began setting up a defensive perimeter. The 50 American Marines, commanded by a Navy ensign, joined in with enthusiasm. Bored by inactivity, they commandeered an ancient wood-burning locomotive with a funnel-shaped smokestack, hitched on several flat cars, and set out after the retreating Reds. As in a movie serial, they chased the Bolsheviks for some 30 miles before the pursued managed to burn up a bridge. Here a brief machine gun and rifle skirmish broke out. About the only bloodshed was by the ensign, who was hit in the leg. And so America entered the conflict against the Soviets, despite Wilson's announcement that he did not want his troops to be involved in any organized intervention. His ambiguous policy had brought him to undeclared war with the Bolsheviks, and, being a half-hearted one, it also infuriated his own allies. As to the future, the real security against what the President fears lies in the President himself, Lloyd George had recently cabled his ambassador in Washington, empowering Reading to tell Wilson that, provided he really acted, Britain would give him full support. What I am frightened of, however, is that we shall drift along until it is too late to save Russia from falling under German domination. If we don't act decisively now, I greatly fear that the Germans will find ways and means through pro-German elements in Russia to beat down the truly liberal elements, to round out the Czechoslovaks or drive them out of Siberia, and so reduce Russia to such impotence that she will become a negligible quantity for the rest of the war. I am an interventionalist just as much because I am a Democrat as because I want to win the war. Unfortunately, the pragmatic Lloyd George had as little concept as the idealist Wilson of the dynamic forces and ultimate aims of the struggling Soviet Republic. He regarded it as merely another pawn in the greater game of the war against Germany. At the same time, the Bolsheviks so overestimated the puny Allied forces in the north that Chicherin was instructed to seek German military aid. On August 2nd, hat in hand, he visited Mirbach's replacement, Karl Hefferich. An open military alliance, said Chicherin, was still impossible, and German troops could not be allowed to enter Petrograd. But he begged for a military operation against the British in the north without delay. He also asked for an offensive against the White Cossack army. The mouse was asking to be rescued from a cat by another cat. Helfferich reported to Berlin that this move proved the great weakness of the Soviets, and he urged his superior to pretend to fall in with the Russian request for intervention and to make all feasible military preparations for it, but at the last moment to form a common front with the Cossack leaders against the Bolsheviks. The German foreign minister, Admiral von Hintze, opposed overthrowing the Bolsheviks, and Helfferich was promptly ordered to return to Berlin at once. This in turn angered Ludendorff, who felt that he had enough troops in the east to drive out the British as well as wipe out the Bolsheviks. He informed Hintze that the German army could readily advance into Russia and set up a new government which would have the people behind it. Hintze demolished this short-sighted view with a brilliant analysis of German relations with the Russians. A Russian government that had the people behind it, he telegraphed, didn't need their support. We do not have any friends worth mentioning in Russia. Whoever informs Your Excellency to the contrary is deceiving himself. Although the Bolsheviks were losing popular support, there was no likelihood they would be overturned in the near future. Nor would a rapid end of their power be to Germany's advantage. Whether or not we like the idea of working with them is unimportant as long as it is useful to do so. History shows that to introduce feelings into politics is a costly luxury. To this day, and for a long time to come, politics are utilitarian. After all, what did they want in the East? The military paralysis of Russia. The Bolsheviks are doing a better and more thorough job than any other Russian party, and without our devoting a single man or one mark to the task, we cannot expect them or other Russians to love us for milking their country dry. Let us be content with Russia's impotence. After reading copies of this telegram, Chancellor von Hertling and the Kaiser informed Hintze that they were in complete agreement with his policy. And Ludendorff, for once, was forced to submit, but not before stating that he still wanted to fight against the British on the Murmansk coast, if we can occupy Petrograd. Ironically, the next day was August 8th, and this black day ended any hope of moving against the Allies in Russia. All available forces in the east now had to be transferred to the west. 4 days earlier, Moscow had first learned of the Archangel landings, and the initial reports were grossly exaggerated. One source claimed that 100,000 Allied soldiers had arrived. The capital, according to Lockhart, went wild with excitement. This alarm was closely followed by another. The Japanese were sending 7 divisions through Siberia to help the Czechs. Even the Bolsheviks lost their heads and, in despair, began to pack their archives. Chicherin's assistant told the British agent that the Bolsheviks were lost but would never surrender. They were going underground and would fight to the end. In despair, Chicherin wrote a letter to American Consul DeWitt Poole, implying that the British were behind all the interventions. Seeing that you have declared that your people does not wish to overthrow the Soviets, we ask you whether you cannot make it clear to us what Britain really wants from us. Is it Britain's aim to destroy the most popular government that the world has ever known, the Soviets of the poor and the peasants? Is its aim counter-revolution? I must assume that this is so. We must assume that Great Britain intends to restore the worst tyranny in the world, odious Tsarism. Or does it intend to seize certain towns or a part of our territory? Panic in Moscow, recalled Lockhart, was indescribable. The next morning, while visiting the British Consul General at Yusupov Palace, the building was surrounded by agents of the Cheka. While they were cross-examining consular officials downstairs, upstairs British intelligence officers were hastily burning ciphers and compromising documents. Clouds of smoke belched from the chimneys and polluted the corridors, but the Cheka agents, even though it was a torrid day, never became suspicious. Everyone in the building was put under arrest except Lockhart and his assistant, who were left alone because of a pass from Trotsky. When Consul Poole learned that about 200 British and French had also been arrested,